Chapter 1337. Yang Ming smiled slightly. You just wait for our triumphant return. Chun Mingyan ignored Yang Ming's nonsense and pulled him quickly in the direction of the backstage. Zhang Bin was envious at the side. This boss is so badass. Their family relationship is so harmonious, unlike my own family. Thinking of a relationship between Zhao Cixi and Wang Mei, Zhang Bin had some headaches. Su Qianxing saw Yang Ming running over with Chun Mingyan, and the smile on his face immediately became brilliant. At the critical moment, we still have to go together. Yang Ming, I'm counting on you again this time. Am I not duty-bound? I was born to accompany my wife on the field. Yang Ming made up his mind to coax Chun Mingyan, so his words were a bit mushy. However, he also secretly warned Su Qianxing to see if Su Qianxing could understand his words. Chun Mingyan's face was red. She gently hit Yang Ming and did not speak. Su Qianxing listened to Yang Ming's words. Why did he feel that something was wrong? It was reasonable for Yang Ming to accompany Chun Mingyan to say this, but Yang Ming accompanied Lin Jiyun on stage before. If Yang Ming said that he specifically accompanied his wife on stage, then what was Lin Jiyun? Did she also become his wife? Thinking of this, Su Qianxing secretly said, Yang Ming, don't blame me for playing dirty tricks on you. Who asked you to be so close to Lin Jiyun? If you stayed away from her, I definitely wouldn't sow discord. Now that you are hindering me from picking up girls, then I have to play dirty tricks on you. Yang Ming, you can't simply say this, especially in front of little Chun. Su Qianxing pretended not to care and joked. Previously, you accompanied Lin Jiyun on stage. If you say this, what would little Chun think? Xiao Chun, you have to keep an eye on Yang Ming. Right now, he's the idol of all the girls in school. How could Yang Ming not understand the meaning of Su Qianxing's words? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this guy was shameless. He actually complained about him in front of Chun Mingyan. It's okay, I don't mind. Chun Mingyan smiled slightly. Jiyun and I are very good friends. Jiyun often lives in my house. How can I not know if Yang Ming has a relationship with her? Chun Mingyan thought to herself, of course I know that they have a relationship. They even slept together. Why do you care so much? Hearing Chun Mingyan say this, Su Qianxing was embarrassed. He didn't expect Chun Mingyan to answer like this. He couldn't help but be a little embarrassed. However, he got an unexpected gain. That was, the relationship between Chun Mingyan and Lin Jiyun was very good. They were even close to the level of close friends. Therefore, it was normal for Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun to have a good relationship. It seemed that he thought too much. Lin Jiyun and Chun Mingyan were close friends. How could Yang Ming have a bad relationship with Lin Jiyun? Since Chun Mingyan and Lin Jiyun were so close, then Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming should have nothing to do with each other. Thinking of this, Su Qianxing breathed a sigh of relief. Did I misunderstand Yang Ming? However, there was nothing wrong with being careful. Besides, Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan performing together was also expected. Yang Ming would appear on stage again, and he could bring a small climax to the party. In this way, he could make up for his previous mistake of not using people well. The next program, can you guess what it is? Lai Mingxu was not like Ning Chun. He had no prejudice against Yang Ming. He just happened to catch up with Lai Mingxu's announcement, so he kept the audience guessing. In fact, this was also Su Qianxing's previous arrangement. He was also afraid that Ning Chan would mess it up. Guess. The students below the stage all showed a surprised and astonished expression. From elementary school to university, every time they watched a performance, they would watch what the host said. They had never been asked to guess the program. Therefore, these people were very surprised by this. Our new popularity king, Yang Ming, is on stage again. Lai Mingxu certainly didn't expect the people under the stage to guess anything. He just wanted to motivate everyone, so he quickly revealed the answer. Yang Ming brought his girlfriend, who is also one of the campus belles on our school's BBS, Chun Mingyan. Together, they will bring us a poem recital. Yang Ming, Yang Ming, Yang Ming. The audience immediately began to boil again. They had watched several boring programs before, so everyone was a little tired. Suddenly, when they heard that Yang Ming was going on stage again, It was like being injected with a cardiac stimulant. Everyone's eyes showed excitement. Although they heard that the performance was a poem recital, which did not seem to be as wonderful as the previous knife-throwing, out of support for Yang Ming, they did not care what Yang Ming performed. As long as they could see Yang Ming come on stage, they were already very happy. Yang Ming, you haven't told me what poem you were going to recite. Just now, she was busy refuting Su Qinxing, so Chen Mingyin forgot to ask Yang Ming what program he was going to perform. At this time, when she was about to go on stage, she remembered and was a little anxious. Both of us have not rehearsed. Don't mess it up and become a joke. Do we still need to rehearse? We have already established a tacit understanding. I know what you are thinking when you look at me. Yang Ming smiled and said, let's go. There is no problem. Let me think about what song you're going to play. Chen Mingyin saw that Yang Ming still had not thought about what song to play, and she was about to cry. At this time, he was still not in a hurry. She glared at him helplessly. You still haven't thought about it. Aren't you making us embarrass ourselves together? Embarrass ourselves? How can it be? Yang Ming waved his hand. How about this? You play a lifetime with you in a while. A lifetime with you. Chen Mingyin was stunned. She did not expect why Yang Ming wanted her to play this song. This was a song that was popular in 2003. Yang Ming nodded. Because I have you in a lifetime. Be good and listen to me. You will play this in a while. Chen Mingyin was blushed by Yang Ming. She was a little embarrassed. What is wrong with Yang Ming today? From the beginning, he kept saying some mushy words of love. She didn't know about Yang Ming's previous feelings. She thought that Yang Ming took the wrong medicine. Don't mess around. This is a large-scale party in school. Chen Mingyin was afraid that Yang Ming would do something shocking when he went on stage, so she quickly reminded him. I just gone on stage once. If I mess around, why would the student union let me go on stage? Yang Ming comforted Chen Mingyin. Don't worry. I know what to do. Then you want me to play this? What do you want to do? Chen Mingyin subconsciously felt that there must be a purpose for Yang Ming to temporarily change the song to With You Forever. As for what this purpose was, Chen Mingyin still couldn't guess it. It's still a poem recitation with music. Yang Ming said, it's just that I don't like the song you chose before. Why aren't you on stage? Ning Chen ran to Yang Ming and Chen Mingyin in a bad mood. She put her hands on her waist and stared at Yang Ming and Chen Mingyin with hatred. We're going on stage now. Chen Mingyin saw that the host was anxious. She quickly pulled Yang Ming and smiled at Ning Chen. Yang Ming frowned. What is this chick's attitude? Looking at her menstrual cycle expression, it seems like someone owes her a few million. You are still a student union cadre. What kind of quality is that? Ning Chen snorted. You have no concept of time at all. What is it like to be whispering sweet nothings backstage? Although Ning Chen's voice was not loud, it could be heard clearly in the quiet backstage. Chen Mingyin's face was stiff, and she lowered her head. Yang Ming was a little unhappy after listening. Pay attention to what you say. What do you mean by whispering sweet nothings? Which eye of yours saw it? Besides, Chen Mingyin is my wife. What does it have to do with you if I whisper sweet nothings with her? What's wrong with being a student union cadre? Even the President of the United States has to marry a wife and have children. You? Ning Chen was choked by Yang Ming for a while and didn't know what to say. Indeed, they are in a relationship. What's wrong with being intimate? It seems that I really don't have the right to control it, but she was not convinced in her heart. She had long found Yang Ming unpleasant. She snorted and said, no quality. I don't know what Su Qinxing's vision is. He even got this kind of trash to host the program. Yang Ming snorted. Yang Ming, talk less. Chen Mingyin pulled Yang Ming's hand. Ning Chen was also a celebrity in the school. She had a good relationship with Su Qinxing. Chen Mingyin didn't want to cause trouble. Well, Ning Chen, Yang Ming is like this. You don't have to care about him. Do you think it's okay just because you said it's okay? Who are you? A student council president of the Department of Economics and Management and a vice president at that. How can you control the head of the Department of Arts of our student council? Ning Chen didn't give Chen Mingyin face at all. She found Yang Ming unpleasant because of Su Qinxing. Now that Yang Ming also scolded Su Qinxing, Ning Chen immediately exploded and pointed at Yang Ming. What did you say? Do you have the guts to say it again? This is not over. You're just a cadre of the student union. You really think you're something? Yang Ming glanced at Ning Chen disdainfully. He didn't understand if there was a problem with her brain. I don't have time to care about you now. Let's talk about it later. No, you can't go. You have to make it clear to me today. If you don't apologize to me and Brother Qinxing, this is not over. Ning Chen grabbed Yang Ming's clothes and didn't let him leave. Yang Ming frowned. He didn't expect this Ning Chen to be like a crazy woman when she went crazy. If it weren't in the school's auditorium, Yang Ming really wanted to kick her to vent his anger. However, Chen Mingyan was by his side. She didn't like him to fight, so Yang Ming also endured it. Su Qinxing was proud that his plan succeeded. After listening to Chen Mingyan's words, he had a general understanding of the relationship between Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan, and Lin Jiyun. He secretly rejoiced that Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun should have no other relationship other than being good friends. As he was considering whether to have a good relationship with Yang Ming, he heard a quarrel coming from the backstage. Su Qinxing didn't know what was going on, but as the overall person in charge of the art festival party, he absolutely didn't allow any discordant phenomenon at the party. So, when he heard the quarrel, he subconsciously ran to the backstage. When he arrived, he found that Ning Chen was crazily dragging Yang Ming and not letting him go. Ning Chen, what are you doing? Su Qinxing was furious. This Yang Ming was about to perform on stage. Lai Mingxiu had already gone to announce, but she was still dragging Yang Ming here. Isn't this making me look bad? Quickly let go and let Yang Ming perform on stage. No, you must apologize to me and you. Ning Chen was relentless. She thought that if she defended Su Qinxing like this, Su Qinxing would be very moved. Maybe he would be with her. What does it have to do with me? Su Qinxing was stunned, but he didn't have time to ask in detail. You let go of him first. If there is anything, wait until the party is over. Impossible. He said that you have no vision and chose me as the host. He must apologize for what he said. Ning Chen still didn't see the situation clearly. She still pulled Yang Ming and shouted, I don't need to say this at all. Chairman Su, I am really sorry that you chose such a person to be the host. Yang Ming shrugged and said to Su Qinxing. Su Qinxing was about to explode. He had just made up his mind to maintain a good relationship with Yang Ming. This Ning Chen actually jumped up and down because of this. It seems that Yang Ming is right. I really have no vision. Why did I let her host the party? Pa! Su Qinxing stepped forward and slapped Ning Chen. He shouted coldly, let go. You hit me? Ning Chen looked at Su Qinxing inconceivably. She didn't expect that he would hit her, and the reason was actually for this Yang Ming. Ning Chen felt that she was wronged. Obviously, she grabbed Yang Ming to protect Su Qinxing. In the end, not only did Su Qinxing not praise her, but he gave her a big slap. How could Ning Chen accept this? Ning Chen was completely dumbfounded at this time. She couldn't care about Yang Ming. She covered her face and cried. Su Qinxing didn't have time to care about her. He smiled and walked to Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan. He smiled and said, I'm sorry. I treat Ning Chen like a sister. She is spoiled by me. Don't mind it. Hurry up and perform on stage. This Ning Chen liked Su Qinxing. Yang Ming could be 80% sure now. This could be seen from the way she looked at Su Qinxing. Yang Ming shook his head secretly. He felt sorry for Ning Chen in his heart. Su Qinxing had already made it clear enough. He treated her as a sister, which meant that he didn't like her at all. He believed that this kind of hint was not only once or twice, but Ning Chen was still stubborn. It was really a case of the onlooker not seeing clearly. However, Su Qinxing was really good. In order to pursue Lin Jiyun and please me and Chen Mingyan, he could actually abandon Ning Chen, a girl who was deeply in love with him. He didn't hesitate to slap her in exchange for the favor of me and Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming was also very clear about the reason why Su Qinxing wanted to please me and Chen Mingyan. Previously, it could be seen that Su Qinxing was hostile to me. Su Qinxing asked me to accompany Chen Mingyan to perform in the program. Most probably, the purpose and motive were impure. It was true that I was very popular with my classmates. I can bring a climax to the party when I go on stage again. However, Su Qinxing asked me to go on stage with Chun Mingyan. It was definitely not for this purpose. His purpose was impure. It could be guessed that Su Qinxing wanted to use me to perform with Chun Mingyan to give Lin Jiyun a warning. That was to let her know that Yang Ming was a person who had a girlfriend, and she should keep a certain distance. Of course, this was Yang Ming's guess. Whether Su Qinxing had this idea or not, Yang Ming didn't know. However, Su Qinxing was now trying to please me. This matter was real. After listening to Chun Mingyan's words, Su Qinxing changed his mind and made him feel that I no longer posed a threat to his pursuit of Lin Jiyun. Maybe I can even help. So Su Qinxing began to please me. This Ning Chun is also unlucky enough to become the victim of Su Qinxing's goodwill. Yang Ming shook his head. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. She is too self-righteous. There is no harm in teaching her a lesson. As for why Yang Ming could change his impression of Jing Xiaolu and have such a bad impression of this Ning Chun, it was because she and Jing Xiaolu were essentially two kinds of people. When Jing Xiaolu first offended Yang Ming, it could be described as a child who was not sensible. Moreover, Jing Xiaolu's arrogant posture was fake. The girls who lived in her environment always had a kind of resistance to outsiders. In order to protect themselves, they had to make themselves seem stronger. But Ning Chen was different. It could be seen from Ning Chen's dress that this girl was completely a proud girl. Now, she was a cadre of the school's student union and the host of various campus activities. She was completely favored by everyone. The arrogance she showed was completely a kind of contemptuous attitude of looking down on others. She felt that everyone was inferior to her and her lover, Su Qinxing. Yang Ming naturally didn't have a good impression of this kind of pretentious girl, let alone sympathy and pity her. He just felt that she was reaping what she had sown. Chun Mingyan also had resentment toward Ning Chun in her heart. At that time, she was afraid of delaying the performance, so she decided to settle the matter peacefully. However, Ning Chun was unforgiving, which made her very annoyed. But now, seeing Ning Chun being beaten and crying pitifully, Chun Mingyan's resentment disappeared. President Su, this matter is not entirely Ning Chen's fault. My Yang Ming is also at fault. It's okay. I'm teaching my sister a lesson. It is normal. You don't have to think too much. Go on stage. I wish you a successful performance, Su Qinxing said with a smile. For Chun Mingyan's my Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. Chun Mingyan is not a particularly bold girl. Why did she suddenly say such a thing? Although my relationship with Chun Mingyan is not a secret in school, I still won't say something too intimate in front of outsiders. Did Chun Mingyan change her personality today? However, after a slight hesitation, Yang Ming understood. Chun Mingyan still holds grudges. Although Ning Chun was beaten, and she couldn't say anything, she must still be brooding about Ning Chen's previous sentence. What does it look like to be so lovey-dovey? Now, the sentence, my Yang Ming, was probably said for Ning Chen to hear. It meant that Yang Ming and I are family. So what if we are lovey-dovey? Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect Chun Mingyan to have such a way of speaking that hit a needle in silk floss. Chapter 1338. Su Qinxing's current posture was completely to please Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan. He felt that if he slapped Ning Chun, he could get the favor of Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan. To be honest, his slap was in vain. Yang Ming was clear about this Su Qinxing's conspiracy. How could Yang Ming not know what he was planning in his heart? He sacrificed a girl who was in love with him to please her friends in order to pursue another girl. Such a man was so despicable that Yang Ming looked down on him. If Yang Ming didn't have a very bad impression of Ning Chun, he might have beaten this Su Qinxing with righteous indignation at this time. But now, one was willing to be beaten, and the other was willing to be beaten. Seeing that Ning Chun was completely blindly pleasing Su Qinxing, Yang Ming also didn't have a good impression of her. If he slapped her, then so be it. She deserved it. He wouldn't get involved in other people's family matters. Even Yang Ming wanted to shout, "Good slap," but Chen Mingyan would definitely feel that he was too bad. Yang Ming decided not to say it. On Chen Mingyan's side, although she didn't have a good impression of Ning Chun, seeing that Su Qianqing could actually treat a girl who was pursuing him like this and directly slapped her, Chen Mingyan couldn't help but sympathize with Ning Chun. She was even more disgusted with Su Qianqing. How can this person live so shamelessly? Thinking that Yang Ming had never hit her, Chen Mingyan felt sweet in her heart. Although Yang Ming had never been merciful to others, no matter how fierce she was to Yang Ming and how she messed with him, he would always welcome her with a smile. He didn't dare to touch her. Even when she made his hand swell with the door in the dormitory, Yang Ming didn't say a word and kept apologizing to her. It seems that my choice is really right. Chen Mingyan secretly felt ashamed, and at the same time, her heart became more tender. Indeed, he had been too headstrong in the past. Now that he thought about it, he was still too young and couldn't see through these things. But now, even if Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jita joined in, her position in Yang Ming's mind didn't decrease at all. Instead, it became more important. The fact that Yang Ming was willing to accompany him on stage again proved everything. Looking back at the crying Ning Chun and Su Qianqing, who stood aside and watched her and Yang Ming go on stage with a smile, Chen Mingyan couldn't help but shake her head. Even if Yang Ming was devoted to her, if he was like Su Qianqing, who hit and scolded women as he wished, then it was better not to have him. So with Ning Chun as a comparison, Chen Mingyan suddenly felt satisfied. Seeing Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan go on stage, Su Qianqing's smile suddenly disappeared, and his face changed into a caring and heartbroken look. He turned to Ning Chun and said, "Little Ning Ning, don't cry. Brother Qianqing has no choice but to hit you." Originally, Ning Chun was even more aggrieved and unhappy that Su Qianqing ignored her after hitting her. She kept wiping her tears. Just as she was about to despair, Su Qianqing was gentle to her, as if he had changed into another person. When Ning Chun heard Su Qianqing's address to her, her heart was warm. She stopped crying and said with some grievances, "Why is there no choice? Why do you have to hit me?" Su Qianqing lowered his head and helped Ning Chun wipe her tears. He comforted her. "Ning Chun, you are the host of this party. So who are you representing now? You represent the student union. You represent the student union, which means you represent me. In the eyes of outsiders, you are my person. Your words and deeds also represent me. If you yell at the actors backstage like this, how will others see our student union? If it reaches the ears of the school leaders, what will they think? Maybe they will think that I connive with my subordinates, and it is not impossible to take off my hat as the student union president." When Ning Chun heard Su Qianqing say, "You are my person," she was very happy in her heart. Although she knew that Su Qianqing's words did not have any special meaning, Ning Chun still couldn't help but be happy. She was a person who liked illusions. She also took Su Qianqing's words as a hint to comfort herself. Later, when Su Qianqing explained the reason for hitting her, Ning Chun immediately felt relieved. Indeed, it was very disgraceful for her to yell and mock the students who were performing on stage. She represented the student union. If she did this, it would discredit Su Qianqing. If the school leaders really knew about this matter, they would most likely blame it on Su Qianqing. Thinking of this, Ning Chun suddenly had a lingering fear. If I really got into trouble, then Brother Su Qianqing will be my scapegoat. Ning Chun quickly said, "Brother Qianqing, I'm sorry. I didn't think so much. Is it okay this time? How about I apologize to them when they get off the stage?" For the man she loved, Ning Chun actually made such a low posture, lowered her proud head, and apologized to people who had conflicts with her. It was enough to see the depth of Ning Chun's feelings for Su Qianqing. "No need." Su Qianqing waved his hand. "I have already slapped you just now. They should be satisfied. Does it hurt? Little Ning Ning, I can't help it. Just don't hate your brother Qianqing." Su Qianqing's face was very apologetic. His mouth was also very concerned, but his heart disagreed. He thought, "You are going to apologize? You must not go. I just made you into an image of a bad person. You provoked Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan. I can only show my enthusiasm by slapping you. Only then can I please Chen Mingyin and Yang Ming. If you go and apologize, then what I did before won't have any effect. It had to be said that this Su Qianxing was a very insidious person. Although he didn't like Ning Chun, he had to keep her hanging. He didn't give her an answer, nor did he give her rejection. He made her think about Su Qianxing all the time. If this continued, Su Qianxing could use her to do things for him. How would Ning Chen know so much? She would rather put down her self-esteem and attitude for Su Qianxing. She would rather endure humiliation, but what did she get in return? This was the pitiful part of this girl. However, a pitiful person must have a hateful part. If she could face up to herself and face up to her relationship with Su Qianxing, she would not fall to such a point. She was played by him, and she still thought that he was a good person. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyin walked on the stage side by side. Suddenly, while Chen Mingyin was unprepared, Yang Ming suddenly reached out and grabbed her little hand. Chen Mingyin was suddenly shocked, and her face was crimson. She wanted to shake off Yang Ming's hand, but she suddenly realized that she was on the stage. If she shook off Yang Ming's hand, what would happen if the people under the stage saw it? Wouldn't Yang Ming lose face? Moreover, Chen Mingyin naturally did not reject being held by Yang Ming because she also liked this feeling. It was just that she was suddenly a little shy in public. Seeing Yang Ming's amazing move, the students under the stage suddenly made a wonderful sigh, whistled, and waved the light sticks because many boys felt that Yang Ming did something that they would not dare to do in their lives. He actually dared to hold his girlfriend's hand in front of the whole school. If it were them, would they have such courage? The eyes of those girls were obviously full of jealousy and envy. They appreciated Yang Ming very much, but when they saw Yang Ming holding another girl's hand, they suddenly had a feeling of emptiness in their hearts. While they were envious of Chen Mingyin, they were also full of jealousy. How good would it be if they were on the stage? As for the school leaders, they were watching with a funny and interesting attitude. This year's principal was relatively young, and his mind was more open. Otherwise, it was impossible to completely hand over the art festival party to the student union. The school did not interfere at all. In the university, dating was allowed. Many of the underground relationships in high school were also open and public. According to the current law, college students could get married. Graduate students could take their children to class. What was wrong with dating? Therefore, the principal did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. He just admired this bold boy. So he said to the vice principal who was in charge of moral education next to him, "This student is very bold." When the vice principal of moral education heard the words of the principal, he did not know what to say. He did not know how to answer. What does this mean? Do I agree or disagree? Chapter 1339. The moral education principal in the university usually focused on the students' ideological work, but he would not care about the students falling in love because it was normal to fall in love in university. He simply did not want to care about this. Now that the principal suddenly said this sentence, it was very difficult for him to answer. If he said that this student was not good and should not hold his girlfriend on stage, it seemed that there was no reason. If he said that this student did the right thing, it was also a bit of claptrap. Just as the moral education principal was in a dilemma, the principal continued, "Young people nowadays dare to do things and dare to take responsibility. This is very good. He did this to be responsible for the girl. Look, the students are all very excited. The gala that you organized this year is pretty good." Hearing the principal's praise, the moral education principal immediately had a smile on his face. "It turns out that he is praising me. That's good." The moral education principal quickly said, "And I also think this young man is good. Why don't we award the first prize of this program to him? At the very least, this young man's courage is commendable. He can go on stage twice in a row." Oh, the principal was stunned. He didn't look at Yang Ming carefully just now. He only noticed that Yang Ming and Chen Mingyin were holding hands. Now that he heard the moral education principal say this, the principal suddenly remembered. Right, the previous knife-throwing program was also performed by him. Why did he go on stage twice? The previous knife-throwing program was arranged by the student union. According to the students' poll, They want this student named Yang Ming to perform on stage. His partner is one of the campus belles, Lin Jiun, who was chosen by the students. The moral education principal usually studied these, so he introduced it to the principal. So, they are very popular. When Su Qinqing asked me, I agreed to this program. And not bad. Now, it is okay to have more activities. I see that many schools have some campus belle selection. Our school can choose once. The principal nodded and agreed with these things. The moral education principal did not expect the principal to support these extracurricular activities so much. He was a little surprised and nodded quickly, saying that he would prepare and organize an official talent contest in the future. Right? You haven't said why this Yang Ming went on stage twice? Asked the principal. Yes, I performed with Lin Jiun before. The principal of moral education said, this time, he went on stage with his girlfriend, Chen Mingyan. This Chen Mingyan is the vice president of the Student Union of the School of Economics and Management. Originally, this program was performed with Yu Zhengmin, the president of the Student Union of the School of Economics and Management. However, Yu Zhengmin had an upset stomach at noon and went to the toilet. Therefore, Su Qinqing temporarily adjusted this program to Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan to perform together. Oh, so you're saying that you're improvising? The principal's interest was piqued. Yeah, there shouldn't be much rehearsal time. I wonder how the performance will go. The moral education principal nodded. I can't tell the standard of those well-rehearsed performances. I think this impromptu performance is not bad. I want to watch it carefully. When the principal heard that it was improvised, his interest was immediately piqued. Old Lu, take a look too. Don't doze off. After saying that, the principal patted the vice principal, Lu Weishan, who was in charge of teaching beside him. Lu Weishan adjusted his glasses and smiled. Who said that I won't watch it? Of course, I have to watch this kid's performance carefully. Oh, do you know him? The principal looked at Lu Weishan strangely. He's my godson. How can I not know him? Lu Weishan smiled. He is also little Qing's godson. There is such a relationship. Then I have to watch it carefully. The principal didn't expect Yang Ming to be Lu Weishan's godson, so he was even more interested. Yang Ming still didn't know that his performance had been selected as the first place. Of course, this was not because of his godson, Lu Weishan, but because his performance had indeed been recognized. Although Chen Mingyan didn't know what Yang Ming was going to recite, since Yang Ming told her not to worry, she would blindly trust Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan sighed about Ning Chen's experience. Isn't Ning Chen the same? I blindly trust Yang Ming. Ning Chen will also blindly trust Su Qinqing, right? It should be like this. The only difference was that Yang Ming treated her differently from Su Qinqing's treatment of Ning Chen. Chen Mingyan could be sure of this. Sitting in front of the piano, Chen Mingyan took a deep breath. Her white fingers began to move gently between the keys. The melodious music also jumped out from Chen Mingyan's fingertips and floated to the auditorium. Many students who had seen the program list on the campus network in advance were suddenly a little surprised. Shouldn't the accompanying poem be Wang Meng's Long Live Youth? The song set was Mysterious Garden, and now the song is actually Shumu Hua's My Life With You. Is the program changed? However, thinking that the actor had changed from the previous Yu Zhengmin to Yang Ming, it was not surprising that the song was changed. However, they still didn't know if the poem that Yang Ming was going to recite was still Long Live Youth. Accompanied by Chen Mingyan's piano, Yang Ming's deep and powerful male voice with a unique charm sounded. When you are old, your hair is white, and you are sleepy, dozing by the fire, please take down this poem and read it slowly. Recall the softness of your eyes in the past. Recall the thick shadow of their past. This was the famous poem, When You Are Old, by the Irish poet Yeats. It was a classic love poem. When Yang Ming's voice sounded, the students under the stage immediately boiled up. On the stage of the school's art festival, in front of all the teachers and students, reciting a love poem for their beloved girl was something that many people wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. But Yang Ming did it. Everyone finally understood why the accompaniment song was My Life With You, because the mood of My Life With You was very similar to the mood of When You Are Old. Everyone understood. Chun Ming-yin also understood. She only felt that her breathing had become rapid and hot at the moment. Her fingers on the piano keys were also trembling. She wanted to immediately stand up and throw herself into Yang Ming's arms and kiss him. Her own man expressed his love to her in front of tens of thousands of people. Perhaps a woman's happiest moment was this. How many people love your youthful and joyful time, adore your beauty, false or true, but only one person loves your pilgrim soul, loves the painful wrinkles on your aging face. Yang Ming still recited the poem in his voice that was neither humble nor overbearing. This was something that Yang Ming had accidentally seen on the internet. After seeing it, he firmly memorized it and planned to find a suitable opportunity to read it to Chun Ming-yin. And now, there was this opportunity. Yang Ming wanted to express his love for Chun Ming-yin from the bottom of his heart. Hang your head by the shining red stove, mournfully and softly tell of the passing of love. On the mountain above your head, it slowly paces, hiding its face in a group of stars. After Yang Ming finished reciting the entire poem, the audience immediately boiled up. This was destined to be the most popular program in this get-together. This was an age of youth, love, and restlessness. The students' yearning for beautiful love made them all moved by Yang Ming's poem. Those with boyfriends and those without boyfriends all hoped that after this party was over, there would be a boy that they fell in love with reading this song, When You're Old, to them. At this time, Chun Ming-yin's performance of With You in This Life was also close to the climax of the song. Yang Ming followed Chun Ming-yin's rhythm and sang, How many people have admired your young face, but who can withstand the ruthless changes of time? Yang Ming sang as he walked towards Chun Ming-yin. He stretched out his hand and made a gesture of holding hands. Then he continued to sing, How many people have come and gone in your life, knowing that you and I will always be by your side. Chun Ming-yin could no longer hold back the excitement in her heart. She handed her hand to Yang Ming and stood up with tears streaming down her face. Chapter 1340. There is nothing else that could make Chun Ming-yin so emotional and unforgettable in this life. Today, everything that happened on the stage would be an unforgettable scene for her forever. When she was playing the piano just now, her eyes were already sparkling. She stood up with tears in her eyes. As a woman, she was so cared for by her lover. Even if she died, she would be satisfied. Chun Ming-yin let Yang Ming hold her hand and walked to the center of the stage. She wanted to jump into Yang Ming's arms now. She had a feeling of hugging and kissing with Yang Ming now. She even wanted to go home and do something that she loved. May all lovers in the world finally find their way together. Yang Ming bowed to the audience and thanked them. Chun Ming-yin quickly followed Yang Ming's actions and bowed to the audience with him. Then, she left the stage with Yang Ming. Thunderous applause sounded behind them. This was undoubtedly the most successful program in the entire evening party. It even surpassed the previous knife-throwing performance. Initially, there were many students who weren't optimistic about this poetry recital. They thought that this program wasn't very good. It was just a program to make up the numbers. But now, the students who watched this program not only didn't think that this program was just a stopgap, but they all agreed that this was the most successful program in this art festival. At this moment, Lin Jiyun was also somewhat envious of Chun Ming-yin, but she was more happy. Previously, she was worried that Chun Ming-yin would be unhappy because she and Yang Ming were on the stage together. Now, Yang Ming openly confessed to Chun Ming-yin on the stage. She believed that Chun Ming-yin would be very happy. Lin Jiyun wasn't a person who liked to care about gains and losses. If Chun Ming-yin was happy, she was happy too. Zhou Jejia and Xiao Qing sat together. She also saw the two programs of Yang Ming. She had some faint sadness in her heart. However, he didn't think too much about it. The relationship between Yang Ming and Chun Ming-yin was unshakable. Even Lin Jiyun was with Yang Ming earlier than her. With today's life, Zhou Jejia was already very satisfied. She also knew that her current relationship with Yang Ming couldn't be exposed. At least, it couldn't be exposed for now. She didn't want to cause any trouble for Yang Ming, nor did she want to destroy the harmonious relationship of the family at this stage. Although Zhou Zhijia also knew that even if she walked together with Yang Ming blatantly, Yang Ming would not say anything. It was hard to guarantee that there would not be some gossip. Chen Mingyan was Yang Ming's real girlfriend. If she heard this, she would definitely feel uncomfortable in her heart. Now that Chen Mingyan had made a great sacrifice, Zhou Zhijia felt that she had worked hard enough. She didn't want to fight anymore. She didn't want to lose her hard-won love. Zhijia, are you uncomfortable? Xiao Qing saw that Zhou Zhijia didn't speak and thought that she had some thoughts. Xiao Qing wanted to use her own feelings to enlighten her. Zhou Zhijia was slightly stunned after listening to Xiao Qing's words. She immediately understood what Xiao Qing was referring to. She turned her head and smiled at Xiao Qing. Sister Xiao Qing, why would I be uncomfortable? Seeing Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan perform together on stage, I am very happy. Sister Mingyan has sacrificed a lot. Now that I see her so happy, I am very happy. If possible, I hope that Yang Ming can compensate her more. Hearing Zhou Zhijia's thoughts, Xiao Qing was very surprised. She looked at her with some astonishment. She didn't understand how this girl could have such thoughts. Was this her true thoughts? If so, that was very rare. Zhijia, do you really think so? Xiao Qing asked with some disbelief. Naturally, this is the case. Zhou Zhijia smiled and said, Sister Xiao Qing, I am very satisfied with everything I have now. What else is there to fight for? Compared with the previous unrequited love, it is not easy. Yeah, the most important thing is to cherish what is in front of you. Xiao Qing also nodded in agreement. People have to learn to be satisfied. I am very satisfied now. Although there are some hopes and expectations, I also know that there are some things that are not mine. Don't force it. It is too tiring to live like that. Only by learning to be satisfied can you live more comfortably. It seems that we are all the same. Zhou Zhijia smiled and held Xiao Qing's hand. The two people's hearts were connected, and they had a common secret. Naturally, they had more common topics and ideas. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming on the stage indifferently. She just didn't want to fight for anything now. If she wanted to fight, she could directly kill Chen Mingyan. Of course, Wang Xiaoyan wouldn't do that. If she did, Yang Ming would hate her to death. This wasn't the result she wanted. Anyway, Chen Mingyan and I are not the same kind of people. It is impossible to have too much intersection in the future. After all, I have a lot of common secrets and topics with Yang Ming. In contrast, Chen Mingyan knows too little, so Wang Xiaoyan didn't envy her at all. My relationship with Yang Ming has been baptized by blood. It is a love born in battle. It is not comparable to ordinary people. However, Wang Xiaoyan was most worried about Zhao Ying. With a sigh, Wang Xiaoyan looked at Zhao Ying, who was a little dazed. Wang Xiaoyan really didn't know what to do. This Zhao Ying is really infatuated, but there is always a gap between her and Yang Ming. Although I don't think there is anything, Zhao Ying is the kind of person who is weak and hesitant. It is really difficult to let her take a step forward. The most important thing is that I want to help her and help her create some opportunities, but Zhao Ying doesn't agree with me. She wants to fight for it herself instead of asking others for help. With Zhao Ying's stubbornness, Wang Xiaoyan really can't do anything. She can only let her drag it. Anyway, it is fine. She is not the only woman around Yang Ming. She is not worried about adding another woman to Yang Ming's women. Anyway, both of them are not worried, so let's take it slowly. Sooner or later, there will be such a day. Wang Xiaoyan can only wait and see. Sistering, why don't I ask Yang Ming to go out and play together? Wang Xiaoyan finally couldn't help but ask. Zhao Ying was stunned. Although she was also thinking about Yang Ming, she was immersed in the memories of the past. She recalled the time when she was Yang Ming's teacher. This is amazing. Now the two of them are actually classmates. Let's not, why not? Wang Xiaoyan seemed to have guessed that Zhao Ying would say this. She sighed softly. Sister Ying, I think you can't go on like this. My situation is a bit complicated. I can't make things difficult for Yang Ming. right? Zhao Ying smiled bitterly. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get over with Chen Mingyan. Zhao Ying was most worried about this. Chen Mingyan used to be her student, although she is not now, and she is also Yang Ming's and her college classmate. Isn't there a past? Although it wasn't like the ancient times where Xiao Long knew Yang was master for life and would be questioned by the world, Zhao Ying was afraid that Chen Mingyan couldn't figure it out, so she didn't dare to take another step forward. Wang Xiaoyan thought, sure enough, it is still Chen Mingyan. AI, if it weren't for Yang Ming, I would have killed this chick. But, on second thought, if it weren't for Yang Ming, why would I kill Chen Mingyan for no reason? Am I not idle? Wang Xiaoyan shook her head for her own ambivalence and smiled bitterly. I really can't get involved in this matter. Sister Ying, why don't you be like me and be Yang Ming's secret lover? I'm different from you. Zhao Ying waved her hand. Chen Mingyan will be wary of me, but she won't be wary of you. Forget it. Let's take one step at a time. I don't want to worry about this now. Wang Xiaoyan listened to Zhao Ying and didn't say anything. Perhaps Zhao Ying has her own ideas. Zhao Ying, how could she have any ideas? She is now a complex of contradictions. Chen Mingyan is just one of the excuses. Although it is a reason, it is not the main reason. The main reason is my own mentality problem. Why can't I be like Zhou Jiejia, who doesn't care about anything? I have to think about some gains and losses, some insignificant things. AI, but this is a person's character. How can it be changed? If I am as decisive as Zhou Jiejia, Zhao Ying thought, I will definitely accept Yang Ming on the night when Yang Ming expressed his feelings to me. Then, I will go through the resignation procedures the next day. But Zhao Ying hated her hesitation. She hated her indecisive character. Chapter 1341. The most heartless person was naturally Jing Xiaolu. She was not jealous or envious at all. Instead, she was delighted with her recent progress with Yang Ming. She fantasized that she could perform with Yang Ming one day. She didn't have to be like Chen Mingyan. She could just be like Lin Jiyun. Even if she was a supporting role, it would be fine. In the end, Jing Xiaolu's heart even began to be more heartless. She thought that she was Yang Ming holding Chen Mingyan's hand. She was so excited under the stage. If Yang Ming knew about this, who knew what he would think? Sun Jie didn't participate in this art festival party at all. There were too many things at home. Her father was gone, and Tian Long was gone. The heavy burden of the family business was on her and Sun San. Tian Donghua hadn't graduated yet. It was impossible for him to take over the company's affairs at once. There was always a learning process. Therefore, Sun Jie was very busy all day. She knew that Yang Ming still had such a large island property in Country X, so she didn't care much about the Sun family's property. Her vision was different. She didn't compete for some small profits, which saved her a lot of effort. As the school's campus belle substitute contestant, Jing Xiaolu was naturally asked to perform on stage. However, Jing Xiaolu was originally from the art department, so it was natural for her to perform a show. As for why she was the campus belle substitute, it was a bit funny. Logically, with Jing Xiaolu's qualifications, not to mention entering the top 10 of the campus belle list, it was not a problem to enter the top 5. However, during the selection of the campus belle list, Jing Xiaolu dressed like a delinquent girl all day long. Her face was painted like a ghost. From the aesthetic point of view of college students, they didn't like her at all. No one would pay much attention to her. Therefore, during the selection, she was naturally ignored. After that, Jing Xiaolu listened to Yang Ming's words. She removed her ghost makeup and began to walk the pure route. Suddenly, she attracted the attention of the perverts on campus. Everyone was scrambling to find out where such a beauty came from. She was like Sister Lin who fell from the sky. They were suddenly shocked. After inquiring, they found out that she was Jing Xiaolu from the art department. As for what Jing Xiaolu looked like before, those people didn't care as long as she was beautiful now. However, the top 10 of the campus belle list had been listed. It wouldn't be good to change it again. Therefore, Jing Xiaolu became the 11th substitute campus belle, which meant that if there was anyone who transferred or graduated, Jing Xiaolu would replace them. Chun, Yang Ming, hey. This was the first time Chen Mingyan made such a bold move in public. Even Yang Ming found it unbelievable. Yang B. Yang Ming believed that as long as he got off the stage a little later, Chen Mingyan could directly hug him on the stage. Since Chen Mingyan wasn't afraid, Yang Ming was naturally not afraid. Yang Ming was a person who was very self-centered. He didn't care what others said. He didn't care if anyone was looking at them backstage. He cooperated with Chen Mingyan and kissed her. His hands even touched Chen Mingyan's body. However, Chen Mingyan didn't stop this time. She let Yang Ming's hands do whatever they wanted. Yang Ming, I want it. Chen Mingyan whispered in Yang Ming's ear while she was gasping for breath. Yang Ming's heart was moved, but he also knew that it was impossible to do it backstage. It was impossible to say that he didn't want to do it. He looked at Chen Mingyan, whose face was flushed, and whispered, I will go home tonight. And Chen Mingyan nodded obediently. She hesitated and said softly, I will help you to coax Sister Lin. Yang Ming was stunned and immediately understood Chen Mingyan's meaning. Looking at Chen Mingyan's shy look, Yang Ming really wanted to shout loudly. It seems that my poem recitation is really successful. I have to work harder in the future. Chen Mingyan's heart isn't so difficult to conquer. If I treat her well, she will naturally find ways to repay me tenfold. After Chen Mingyan said this sentence, she felt a little embarrassed. This is too shameful. However, when she saw Yang Ming's happy look, she found it funny. This person, just now he said that he swore to sing You Are My Life to me. I think it should be You Are My Life. Su Qianqing had nothing to do with Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan hugging and kissing. His goal was Lin Jiyun. So even if Yang Ming directly pushed Chen Mingyan here, he had no opinion. Ning Chun looked at Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan hugging together, and she was a little jealous in her heart. When can I be with Su Qianqing? She wanted to mock Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan, but when she thought that she represented Su Qianqing, she eliminated her idea. Looking at your loving appearance, I am really envious. For Su Qianqing, Ning Chun said a sentence against her heart. She thought about showing goodwill to Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan so that they would not go out and say bad things about Su Qianqing. Looking at Ning Chen's 180-degree change in attitude, Yang Ming secretly sneered. This Su Qianqing is really a talent. It is amazing that he can make a girl reach this point. He knew that this Ning Chun must be pretending. Su Qianqing also knew that Yang Ming could guess that Ning Chun was pretending, but so what? Su Qianqing just wanted Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan to know that he was showing goodwill to them. Unfortunately, Yang Ming understood that Su Qianqing wanted to pursue Lin Jiyun. Even if Su Qianqing dug out his heart, Yang Ming would not have any good feelings for him. Instead, Yang Ming would step on it to vent his anger. Chen Mingyan, seeing the difference between before and after Ning Chun, naturally understood that it was because of Su Qianqing. However, she despised him in her heart. Suddenly, there was a sharp contrast with Yang Ming's attitude toward her. Her impression of Su Qianqing was even worse. She felt that this person was a villain. However, on the surface, Chen Mingyan still smiled and said, Hee, aren't you and your brother Qianqing also very good? Chen Mingyan's words could be interpreted in a positive or negative way. How Ning Chun wanted to listen to it was her business. It didn't matter. However, Ning Chun obviously took it as a positive way. She smiled slightly and said, Hee. However, Brother Qianqing is very fierce to me, but I also know that he is doing it for my own good. Yang Ming wanted to kick this silly woman to death. Her brain was really punctured. It was already like this, and she still said good words for Su Qianqing. He was really speechless. But if she was willing to do this, no one could control it. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan walked out of the backstage together and walked from the emergency exit to the auditorium. Ning Chun is really pitiful. Chen Mingyan was somewhat emotional. She was also a woman, and she was a beautiful woman. Chen Mingyan felt some pity for this Ning Chun. You have to walk your own path. Yang Ming said indifferently, since she is willing to do this, we can't control it. But that Su Qianqing, you should be careful in the future. Don't have any contact with him. Don't worry. If this kind of person asks me out, I won't bother with him. Chen Mingyan thought that Yang Ming was afraid that Su Qinqing would have ideas about her. No, I mean that he has ideas about Jian. He was just pleasing us to have a good relationship with us. He wants to use us as a breakthrough to befriend Lin Jian. Yang Ming explained, previously, he was also hostile to me, but when he heard you say that Jiyun is your good friend, he changed his attitude. He probably thinks that there is definitely nothing between me and Jiyun because you and Jiyun are also good friends. It is simply impossible between me and Jiyun, so his attitude changed. It turned out to be like this. Chen Mingyan also felt that this Su Qinqing's attitude was a bit wrong today. After listening to Yang Ming's explanation, she understood the reason. Chapter 1342. No wonder I felt that he was weird. Chen Mingyan wasn't stupid. It turned out that he saw you and Lin Jiun getting too close, so he came to me to complain about you. I was wondering why he suddenly mentioned Sister Lin to me. I hope he can behave himself. Yang Ming sighed and said helplessly, my Mingyan doesn't like me to beat people, but some people are just asking for it. Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but smile. What kind of analogy is that? We will just ignore him. I don't believe that Sister Lin will fall in love with someone else. If you beat him, it means that you don't trust us. After listening to Chen Mingyan's words, Yang Ming quickly explained, how is it that I don't trust you? I'm just afraid that this guy is annoying. There are so many annoying people. Can you beat them up one by one? Are you an ambassador of peace? Chen Mingyan said, you're still like this. You aren't young anymore. Can't you be more stable? You don't know how worried I am when you get into a fight? Well, I will listen to you. Yang Ming also knew that Chen Mingyan never liked him to fight. Unlike Jing Xiaolu, Chen Mingyan's upbringing was different since she was young. She wasn't the kind of girl who would be excited when she saw a boy fight for her. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan entered the auditorium in a low-key manner. They walked to their seats from the side aisle, but the students with sharp eyes still saw them. Yang Ming, Yang Ming, Yang Ming. The students who saw Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan shouted spontaneously, kiss, kiss, kiss. Seeing Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan holding hands, the students couldn't help but cheer. In their opinion, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan were a perfect match. They were simply an ideal couple. Seeing their affection on the stage, they hoped that they would go further after the stage. On the stage, several actors were singing rock and roll. Suddenly, they heard the cheers from the audience. At first, they were complacent. They thought that their voices were better than Su Wei and Cui Jian, so they sang harder. But when they listened carefully, something was wrong. Why did the audience shout kiss? Kiss what? Kiss who? When they listened carefully again, their faces turned green because the people under the stage shouted Yang Ming instead of him, the rock and roll little prince. This guy was depressed for a while. Motherfucker, my show is not as good as a poetry recital. He had been preparing backstage, so he didn't see the shocking scene of Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan. So the rock and roll little prince was very puzzled. How could a poetry recital attract so many people? It was probably because of the popularity of Yang Ming. Everyone supported the poetry recital because they supported Yang Ming, so they praised it. Thinking of this, the rock and roll little prince was a little discouraged. Originally, he wanted to become popular at this school art festival. His idea was to form a campus band, then write some songs and hold a concert. It would be best if he could release an album. Then he would be famous. Therefore, during the rehearsal, he deliberately found the cadre of the student union and arranged for him to be behind a poetry recital performance. Why was it arranged like this? Because the rock and roll little prince thought that crosstalk, short film, piano performance, solo, and so on were very attractive. Only this poetry recital was boring. So the rock and roll little prince asked the student union to arrange his program behind this poetry recital. The purpose of this was actually that there was a boring poetry recital before. After that, when the rock and roll little prince appeared, he would use the shock of rock music to form a sharp contrast with the previous poetry recital. He could also get more support from the students under the stage. But what he didn't expect was that Yang Ming actually temporarily replaced Yu Zhengmin, who was supposed to perform the poetry recital on stage. As a result, he lifted a rock and smashed his own foot. But there was no other way. Since he was already on stage, the rock and roll little prince could only admit that he was unlucky. He held his throat and continued to howl on the stage. The audience under the stage also responded enthusiastically, but not to him. Yang Ming glanced at Chun Mingyan. Chun Mingyan was shy and lowered her head. Yang Ming suddenly held Chun Mingyan's little face with his hand and kissed it fiercely. Yang Ming didn't kiss for too long. He didn't want to be watched by the people under the stage. But even so, the students under the stage were still excited. They stood up and shouted loudly. Whistles, light sticks, and applause filled the entire auditorium. Yang Ming also pulled Chun Mingyan back to her seat in this burst of cheers. What did you do just now? You scared me. After sitting down, Chun Mingyan patted her chest and said with a lingering fear, You suddenly kissed me and made others laugh. When we were backstage, didn't you take the initiative to kiss me? Yang Ming smiled. Isn't that because there are fewer people? After Chun Mingyan finished speaking, her face was red again. Oof, you're making fun of me. I will ignore you. However, although she said so, Chun Mingyan didn't mean to ignore Yang Ming. Her small hand was still tightly holding Yang Ming's big hand. It is estimated that the rock singer on the stage will hate us. Yang Ming pointed to the rock and roll little prince on the stage who was struggling to please. What does it have to do with us? Chun Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Right? Do you remember the first time we sat side by side in the auditorium? Yang Ming suddenly had a very warm feeling. Holding Chun Mingyan's hand, he felt very grounded. How can I not remember? How could Chun Mingyan forget? The first time she and Yang Ming had a close relationship was when they watched a movie together in the 3rd year of high school. It was also from then on that the two of them confirmed their relationship. It was all because of you. At that time, Zhangbin thought we were in love. Isn't it? Yang Ming was a bit shameless. You helped me at the time, and you still say you're not my girlfriend? You say it again? Do you believe that I won't help you again? Chun Mingyan's face was hot after listening. She stared at Yang Ming, but then she was discouraged. I can't threaten you now. In a month, when it is not convenient for me, you can find someone else. Yang Ming listened to Chun Mingyan's words and felt a little jealous. He was shocked and wanted to say something, but then he heard Chun Mingyan say, However, I can join others to boycott you. Looking at Chun Mingyan's sly eyes, Yang Ming shook his head. I'm tired. I'll close my eyes and rest for a while. You can play with Sister Lin. Chun Mingyan didn't want to neglect Lin Jiyun because Yang Ming talked to her, so she leaned her head on the back of the chair and closed her eyes. Sister Mingyan, look, Jing Xiaolu is on the stage. Lin Jiyun suddenly turned her head and said to Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan, Oh, Chun Mingyan naturally knew Jing Xiaolu. The misunderstanding between them had been resolved. Now she was helping Yang Ming, so Chun Mingyan didn't have a bad impression of her. Instead, they had a good relationship. Hearing Lin Jiyun's words, she quickly opened her eyes again and looked at the stage. Sure enough, Jing Xiaolu was on the stage, but why does her dress look familiar? Chun Mingyan thought about it and knew who Jing Xiaolu was imitating. She touched Yang Ming with her arm and said, Hey, your dream lover is on the stage. Yang Ming was shocked. Did this Chun Mingyan notice that there was a little ambiguity between me and Jing Xiaolu? His face suddenly changed, and he quickly looked up at the stage. Chapter 1343. At first glance, Yang Ming was relieved. He also knew why Chun Mingyan said so. It was because Jing Xiaolu's dress on stage was completely imitated by the big celebrity Xu Ya's concert. Is she also a fan of Xu Ya? Yang Ming shook his head. It seems that Xu Ya is really popular now. Even Jing Xiaolu has become her fan. I don't know what Jing Xiaolu will think when she finds out that the big celebrity Xu Ya is her sister. Wait, Yang Ming really wanted to slap himself. Motherfucker, what am I thinking? Jing Xiaolu has nothing to do with me now. Why do I count her in? He quickly shook his head. Am I really falling in love with her? Jing Xiaolu sang the song, Find a Lost Love from Shu Ye's new album. Because Jing Xiaolu's voice was very good, and her imitation of actions and expressions were also very accurate. Just singing a sentence, it attracted a lot of cheers from the audience. I didn't expect that Xiaolu's singing is so good. Chun Mingyan suddenly forgot that she wanted to take a break before, and she suddenly became energetic. Yang Ming was also very surprised. He had never heard Jing Xiaolu sing. With such a foundation, she could participate in those talent shows, such as Supergirl. But thinking about it, singing was not Jing Xiaolu's development direction. She should be obsessed with her career now. Ask her to go out and sing karaoke one day. Chun Mingyan said casually, but she found that Yang Ming looked at her inconceivably. She suddenly blushed and said embarrassedly, "A while ago, you weren't at home. Sister Lin, Jujia, and I had nothing to do, so we went out and wandered around. We were obsessed with going to karaoke." Yang Ming didn't expect Chun Mingyan to go to these entertainment venues, but he was relieved after thinking about it. When he was in high school, Chun Mingyan was naturally a good girl. She wouldn't go to such entertainment venues, but now that she was in college, it was normal for college classmates to go to karaoke together. Since the last time Shuya invited Chun Mingyan to sing on the same stage, Chun Mingyan also liked singing. When she was at home, she would hum a line or two when she had nothing to do. However, Yang Ming felt that he still needed to remind Chun Mingyan. "Mingyan, when I'm not at home, you should try not to go out and run around, especially at night. The three of you are so beautiful. What if you meet a bad guy? Especially in places like KTV, it's more complicated. There are all kinds of people." Hearing that Yang Ming cared about her, Chun Mingyan felt warm and funny in her heart. She smiled and said, "We went to the Nightless Club. The boss there knows us." Yang Ming patted his head. He also felt that his words were a little funny. The Nightless Club was his territory, and Bao Songli was in charge of it. If Chun Mingyan and the others went there, who would dare to find trouble? Even without his relationship, Uncle Chun was now the bureau chief of the city bureau. Which punk dared to offend Chun Mingyan and the others? He believed that as long as Chun Mingyan said who her father was, those who wanted to have ideas about her would obediently avoid it. It turned out to be like this. Yang Ming nodded and smiled. "But after all, it's not safe for you to walk outside at night. How about this? I'll ask Bao Sanli to move the sound system of the Nightless Club to the house. You can sing at home, right?" "I don't want to. There will be no atmosphere." Chun Mingyan shook her head. "Besides, sometimes I go with my dormitory classmates. How can I bring them home?" "Well, then you should be careful." Yang Ming listened to Chun Mingyan and didn't say anything. However, Yang Ming had already made plans. Victoria should have gradually become familiar with the environment here these days. He would find an opportunity to let her get to know Chun Mingyan. Then, she could follow Chun Mingyan and protect her secretly. Thinking of this, Yang Ming also felt relieved. Jing Xiaolu's singing once again stirred up a climax of the party, making the atmosphere of the entire party lively again. However, Jing Xiaolu did not accept the audience's intention to let her sing another song. She sang this song because Yang Ming's car had recently been playing the MP3 of this song. Jing Xiaolu thought that Yang Ming liked to listen to this song, so she secretly practiced it. It was also considered singing for Yang Ming at this party. Jing Xiaolu was really unwilling to perform for others. Now, Jing Xiaolu was different from before. In the past, she was looking for ways to be in the limelight and make herself a celebrity in school. Now, she only wanted to perform in front of Yang Ming. As for the others, Jing Xiaolu was too lazy to serve them. After getting off the stage, Jing Xiaolu deliberately looked in the direction where Yang Ming was sitting. She knew that Yang Ming was sitting with Chun Mingyan and Lin Jiyun. She originally wanted to join in the fun, but after weighing the pros and cons, Yang Ming wouldn't be willing to be entangled with her so shamelessly, so she sat with Gu Xinyao. Under the stage, there was a dense crowd of people, and the lights were dim. Jing Xiaolu didn't have Yang Ming's X-ray vision and telescopic vision. She didn't see Yang Ming for a long time, so she had to return to her seat and sit down helplessly. "Xiaolu, I thought you would confess on the stage." Gu Xinyao was a little disappointed. She saw that Jing Xiaolu had been practicing this song very hard recently. She also knew that Jing Xiaolu was mainly singing this song for Yangming. As for the others, Jing Xiaolu definitely wouldn't care. Gu Xinyao originally thought that Jing Xiaolu would say something at the end of the song. At least, it would be a subtle hint that she was singing this song for someone. However, Gu Xinyao was disappointed. Jing Xiaolu didn't say anything and just got off the stage. Confess what? Jing Xiaolu was stunned. She didn't understand what Gu Xinyao was talking about. Confess to Yangming. Gu Xinyao said, I thought you would hint to Yangming. This is such a good opportunity. Why don't you seize it? Confess? Opportunity? Jing Xiaolu finally understood what Gu Xinyao was referring to. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sister Xinyao, are you trying to kill me? Didn't you see the affectionate look of Yangming and Chen Mingyan before? If I confess to Yangming, Yangming can understand. Chen Mingyan will naturally understand too. If she is hostile to me, what should I do? Do you think I'm Lin Jiyin? Chen Mingyan's position in Yangming's heart can be seen for the previous program. If Chen Mingyan wants to obstruct, won't I have no chance? Lin Jiyun, didn't Chen Mingyan also accept it? Gu Xinyao asked inexplicably. How can that be the same? Sister Lin has slept with Yangming. I'm still a virgin. Jing Xiaolu's words were shocking. I have to find a chance to give myself. Otherwise, I will always be an unstable factor. Puff. Gu Xinyao listened to Jing Xiaolu's words and almost choked. Then, I wish you to give yourself to him as soon as possible. Thank you. Jing Xiaolu blinked and was very happy with Gu Xinyao's blessing. Right, Xiaolu, there will be a class reunion in a few days. The original class monitor, Su Zaibao, called and asked if we would attend. Gu Xinyao was in the same class as Jing Xiaolu in high school. Su Zaibao, he can look for me? Jing Xiaolu was stunned after listening. This Su Zaibao was also one of the rich guys who had been fooled by Jing Xiaolu. He spent a lot of money on Jing Xiaolu, but he didn't get any advantage. I don't know, but he also invited you. Gu Xinyao shook her head. She hadn't contacted Su Zaibao for a long time. But this class reunion is probably the result of many people's discussion in the group. At the very least, he has to inform everyone. Then are you going? Jing Xiaolu thought about it and asked Gu Xinyao. Of course I'm going. I'm going with Bai Hai. Although your brother Hai is not in our class, he is also in our school. He is from the previous batch. Many of our classmates know him. Gu Xinyao had the intention to show off at the class reunion. Bai Hai had now changed from a little punk to the property manager of the largest villa area in the city. It was very prestigious to bring him out. Because Yangming built villas in the original shanty town, it bordered the previous villa area. The property company of the original villa area was originally under the responsibility of the original Wang's group. Now, it was also planned into the Ming Yang Real Estate Company under Ming Yang Entertainment. Bai Hai, this kid did a good job. The most important thing was that he had a relationship with Yang Ming, so Bao Samli let him be the property manager of the villa area. He was promoted from a small security manager to a property manager, which was a breakthrough. After the completion of a new villa here, Bai Hai's property manager would also be in charge. The people who lived here were rich people, and the property fee was quite high. This property manager could be said to be a lucrative job. Not only could she make friends with a lot of dignitaries, but the salary and bonuses were doubled. Even the car was changed from the original broken van to the current Volkswagen Magoten. Moreover, the license plate of this Magoten belonged to the security company. It was the special civil police license plate. This became another capital for Gu Xinyao to show off. Therefore, she must go to this class reunion. The most important thing was to let those classmates who looked down on her before see how good she was now. Chapter 1344. In the beginning, when she and Bai Hai were close, it was in high school. At that time, Bai Hai was a little punk. His words were very effective in school. Many classmates also gave him face. Gu Xinyao lived very comfortably. She was also the object of envy of many sisters. Think about it. If you have a very cool boyfriend in school, you can call the wind and summon the rain. Other classmates didn't dare to bully you, and many people had to listen to your words. If there were any conflicts between classmates, as long as you came forward, everyone would give you face. Many things were resolved. Therefore, many classmates who needed to settle things had a good relationship with Guxin Yao. However, this situation also ended at high school graduation. Those who entered university, and those who entered society. Everyone's horizons were broadened, and they began to look down on a school hooligan, especially a low-level punk like Bai Hai. It was simply synonymous with a rogue. Those classmates who desperately wanted to have a good relationship with Guxin Yao also began to stay away from Guxin Yao. Occasionally, they would chat a few words on the internet, but everyone was lukewarm. Guxin Yao knew that everyone now looked down on her. Among the classmates who entered society, some inherited their family business and helped their parents do business. Some sought their own way, and now they had some fame. Those who were admitted to university were even more competitive. The boys compared whose girlfriend was prettier, and the girls compared whose boyfriend was more capable. As for whether they were handsome or not, no one compared them. That was something done when they were immature. Now, Bai Hai had made achievements. Guxin Yao's heart was filled with resentment. She wanted to let those who looked down on her before see that Bai Hai was no longer an ignorant little punk in the bar, but a property manager in the villa area. In this villa area, there were many powerful people. Although Bai Hai was only a property manager, no family could avoid dealing with property management, so Bai Hai also knew a lot of people. Sometimes, helping these rich people solve the problem of a parking space could get tens of thousands of yuan in tips. This was what Bai Hai didn't dare to think about before. In the beginning, Bai Hai didn't dare to take the money and reported it to Bao Sanli. How could Bao Sanli be interested in this small amount of money? He arranged Bai Hai in this position because he wanted to let one of his own people get some benefits. Otherwise, this position would be replaced by someone else. Bai Hai was familiar with Yang Ming, so Bao Sanli gave this job to him. Seeing that Bao Sanli didn't say anything, Bai Hai was relieved and boldly kept the tip. After all, this money was a reward for him. With more money, Bai Hai and Guxin Yao's living standards suddenly increased. Although Guxin Yao wasn't very good-looking, Bai Hai didn't plan to replace her. Instead, he treated her better. This was because Bai Hai knew very well that he had nothing to do with Yang Ming. If it weren't for his relationship with Lin Jiyun, how would Yang Ming know him? Now with the addition of Jing Xiaolu, it seemed that Jing Xiaolu would most likely become Yang Ming's woman. The key problem was that the relationship between Guxin Yao and Jing Xiaolu was not ordinary. Bai Hai knew that if he wanted to develop in the future, then he had to take the wife route. If Guxin Yao served Lin Jiyun and Jing Xiaolu well, then his future would not be a problem. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee when he would reach the end of his career as a property manager. Bai Hai was very clear that his current position was a big fat job. Many people in the company were eyeing this position. Even some department managers in the head office wanted him to work as a property manager for a few years. Now, even Bai Hai was trying to curry favor with Jing Xiaolu. The property company was just a subsidiary company of the real estate company under Mingyang Entertainment. Jing Xiaolu was now the executive vice president of Mingyang Entertainment. With this great god protecting him, Bai Hai was very arrogant in the company. Many people who coveted his position and wanted to take the opportunity to cause trouble would weigh this layer of relationship with him. Why don't he go too? Guxin Yao encouraged Jing Xiaolu. Indeed, although Bai Hai's Magotan was also very impressive, compared with Jing Xiaolu's BMW X5, it was a grade lower. Therefore, Guxin Yao also hoped that Jing Xiaolu would also attend this class reunion. At that time, the two luxury cars would stop there and let those snobbish people see how well she and Jing Xiaolu were doing. Jing Xiaolu was recently busy discussing the security company's banknote security business with the Jiangyan Group, so she didn't have much free time. It was fine not to go to this kind of class reunion. You take Yang Ming with you. Guxin Yao saw Jing Xiaolu hesitate and said quickly, Yang Ming? This is a good opportunity to contact Yang Ming alone. I invited Yang Ming to go with me. Yang Ming can't bring Chen Ming in with him, right? About Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu regarded it as the most important thing in her life. Therefore, compared to the negotiations with the Jiangyan group, it was more important to be alone with Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu was a little tempted. However, the key is, can Yang Ming accompany me to the class reunion? What reason should I use to invite Yang Ming? Jing Xiaolu fell into contemplation. Gu Xinyao looked at Jing Xiaolu's frown and knew that Jing Xiaolu was tempted. She didn't continue to say anything. As long as Jing Xiaolu was tempted, it would be easy. Yang Ming had no interest in the following programs of the art festival. They were all performances by people he didn't know. The performances were more or less the same, either singing or dancing, which made him lose interest in them. However, Chen Mingyan and Lin Jian commented from time to time. Yang Ming simply went to Chen Mingyan's side and let the two of them communicate. The annual school art festival party ended like this. A week after the end, the first, second, and third prizes of this party program, as well as the outstanding individual award, would be selected. Of course, in addition to the opinions of several school leaders, everyone still had to participate in the selection. There was a voting column on the campus website. Although the school leaders' opinions were very large, if the selected winners were completely different from the school leaders' opinions, the school leaders couldn't go against the students. After all, this event was the students' own. Too much interference by the school leaders would cause dissatisfaction among the students. Therefore, when the principal, the moral education principal, and Lu Weishan said that they wanted to give the first prize to Yang Ming, it was only the school's idea. As for whether this first prize could fall to Yang Ming in the end, it depended on whether the students had this idea. Falcon, who was the mysterious behind-the-scenes boss, carefully opened this International Air Express delivery, took out the thing inside, and gently played with it in his hand. As expected of Dr. Benjamin, the new product this time is much better than the previous one, Falcon said to himself. This time, we have to be careful. There can't be any more problems. After saying that, Falcon stretched out his hand and tore off the skin on his face. If there was someone next to him, they would be scared to death. What was even more surprising was that there was another face behind the face that Falcon tore off. However, no one saw this. Falcon had already attached the new face to his own face and put the old face into the previous express delivery box. Falcon had wanted to put the items in the cupboard for a rainy day, but after some thought, he threw the box containing the cheeky skin into the fireplace and watched the blazing fire burn the items to ashes. After doing all this, Falcon opened his office door and walked out. Huang Yukai was waiting outside. The two people were going to discuss the next step of the plan to deal with Yang Ming. Falcon received an international package, so he went into the office to check it out. Huang Yukai didn't seem to be curious about this. It was better to know less about things that had nothing to do with him. When he heard the office door open again, Huang Yukai thought that Falcon had come out. He quickly looked up, but he saw a stranger coming out from inside. "Who are you?" Huang Yukai subconsciously became vigilant. He stood up and stared at the person who came out and asked, "It's me." Falcon said faintly, "Don't panic." Hearing that the voice belonged to Falcon, Huang Yukai suddenly calmed down. After taking a closer look, he found that this person's dress, behavior, and even voice were exactly the same as before. Only the face had changed. At this time, Falcon had completely become another person. If he hadn't spoken, Huang Yukai would have found it difficult to connect the two people together. Before this, Huang Yukai suspected that Falcon didn't show his true face. Now, he was even more convinced and secretly relieved. Falcon's previous image had been wanted by the police. Now that he'd changed his appearance, he didn't have to hide and do things. "Boss, this is really amazing. I can't tell that it's the result of a disguise," Huang Yukai praised. Hee. Falcon smiled slightly. This was a high-tech product. How could it be compared with those simple disguises? Chapter 1345. Boss, what are you going to do next? Yang Ming is very active. He is doing well, and the company is getting bigger and bigger. Huang Yukai saw that the boss had gotten rid of the predicament of being wanted, and his mind was active. Let's wait and see. Now is not the best time to make a move. Falcon had just been warned by Dr. Benjamin not to play any tricks, but this couldn't be said to Huang Yukai. He still needed Huang Yotsai's help. Huang Yukai thought that Falcon had to be low-key because of the previous incident, so he didn't think much about it. Okay, then let's rest for a while before starting work. Yang Ming sent Chen Mengyan and Lin Jian home first. Then he drove to the Songjiang International Hotel. The people in the hotel knew Yang Ming. Yang Ming waved his hand to stop them from greeting him. He went to the elevator and knocked on the door of Victoria's room. "Who is it?" It didn't take long for Victoria's voice to come from the room. "It's me." Yang Ming didn't expect Victoria to really be in the room. He secretly thought that this girl could really stay in the room. She stayed in the room all day long and didn't go out. The door of the room opened naturally. Victoria was wrapped in a bath towel, and her hair was still wet. Apparently, she had just taken a shower. The short bath towel couldn't cover anything. A tender white thigh was exposed below, which made Yang Ming feel dizzy. Yang Ming didn't know if he should come in or not. He was a little embarrassed and was in a dilemma. However, after Victoria opened the door, she didn't stand at the door anymore. Instead, she turned around and walked into the room. Yang Ming had no choice but to follow her in and close the door behind him. "What's the matter?" Victoria was so concise every time she spoke. Her thoughts were not complicated. Now she was Yang Ming's person. Every time Yang Ming looked for her, there must be something for her to do. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that it would take some time for Victoria to integrate into the life of a normal person. This kind of cold personality made it difficult for her to get along with others. "I'm looking for you this time because I want to discuss with you about entering the school." Yang Ming said, "Your identity has been settled. Don't use the name Victoria anymore." Yang Ming did not ask Chun Fei to handle Victoria's identity. There were some things that he did not want Chun Fei to know too much about. So Victoria's identity was handed over to Qin and of Mount Jing. He was also a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, so he was familiar with handling this kind of thing. The Mount Jing police station didn't ask much at all. The people on Qin and side often changed their identities due to performing tasks, so Victoria's identity was quickly solved. Victoria's identity became a cousin who came from a remote mountain to Mount Jing to seek refuge from Qin. Her name was also changed to Qinmingxi. This name was made up casually by Yang Ming, and he didn't take it seriously. "Okay," Victoria responded. Yang Ming wanted to say something more, but the next thing that happened made Yang Ming's eyes almost pop out. He saw that Victoria casually pulled down the bath towel on her body and wiped her hair. Her body was so naked in front of Yang Ming. Ugh! Yang Ming broke into a sweat. What is this Victoria doing? Could it be that she wants to seduce me? Yang Ming swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had to say that Victoria's figure was perfect. The body proportions of girls who knew Kung Fu were almost golden. Wang Xiaoyan was like this, and Victoria in front of him was taller than Wang Xiaoyan, so it was even more so. Yang Ming tried hard to move his eyes away from Victoria's body, but although his eyes moved away, the full view of his special ability began to operate unconsciously, seeing through Victoria. Yang Ming cursed. "Motherfucker, it turns out that the special ability is also lustful." Yang Ming, the shameless guy, directly pushed his lustfulness to the innocent special ability. "What's wrong with you?" Victoria wiped her hair and saw that Yang Ming suddenly didn't speak. She saw him looking at her with a strange expression. Victoria asked strangely, You are so naked in front of others?" Yang Ming stammered and didn't know how to say this. Victoria didn't have so many complicated thoughts, but it didn't mean that she didn't understand human affairs. Seeing Yang Ming's embarrassment, there was some pleasure in her heart for no reason. It turns out that this guy is not uninterested in me. Thinking of this, Victoria suddenly felt a little complacent. Victoria was still very confident in her appearance. Bobby also coveted her beauty and wanted to make a move on her. It was just that he was too timid. He was afraid that Victoria would kill him in bed, so Bobby never made a move. Since following Yang Ming, a more powerful master, Victoria gradually understood Yang Ming's ability and became loyal to him. Her life could be said to be given by Yang Ming. Without Yang Ming's treatment, and without Yang Ming's help to remove the time bomb in her body, she was afraid that she would be dead now. Therefore, Victoria was not as hostile to Yang Ming as she was to Bobby. This master completely treated her as an equal, not a machine or a tool. Therefore, Victoria felt that if Yang Ming wanted to do something to her, she should be in a state of being in a state of half-resistance. Even if Yang Ming used force, she was not his opponent, so Victoria couldn't resist Yang Ming like she did to Bobby, and Victoria never thought of resisting. However, since Yang Ming accepted her as a subordinate, he almost ignored her. Except for when he had something to do, Yang Ming would not even call her, which seriously damaged Victoria's self-esteem. She even suspected that Yang Ming had some problems or a problem with his romantic tendencies. However, the few nights of protecting Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan on the ship completely dispelled Victoria's doubts. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were doing something in the cabin. Although Victoria did not go in to see, some things were enough to hear the sound. Therefore, Victoria was brooding about it. This was a very contradictory feeling. At first, Bobby wanted her, but she refused no matter what he said. But now, Yang Ming ignored her, but she had this idea. Now, Victoria finally understood that it was not that Yang Ming was not interested in her, but he concealed it very well. Victoria didn't deliberately want to seduce Yang Ming when she wiped her hair with a bath towel. In her subconscious, she had already regarded Yang Ming as one of her own. She did not put up her guard against him at all. He was her master. If he wanted to harm her, it was useless even if she noticed it. Yang Ming was different from Bobby. Bobby was a good-for-nothing, and Yang Ming was a man who was more terrifying than her. It was precisely because Yang Ming was stronger than her that Victoria would casually take off the bath towel to wipe her hair like she did when she was in the room, but she ignored the fact that Yang Ming was a normal man. "You are my master. My entire being is yours." Victoria didn't mean to cover it up. She continued to wipe her hair with the bath towel. "In front of others, naturally, I won't." This was said very plainly, and there was no special hint or temptation in it. But even if this plainly said, it made Yang Ming's heart uncomfortable like a cat scratching it. This was the pinnacle of temptation. Chapter 1346. A few words could make a person's blood boil. Yang Ming naturally knew what Victoria meant. If he wanted her, he could push her to bed at any time. There was no need for any charm, nor any hot action. Just a sentence was enough to arouse Yang Ming's desire. It had to be said that Victoria was a woman who could make men tempted. Yang Ming didn't know how the old guy, Bobby, endured this kind of temptation. Thinking of Bobby, Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. This old guy probably couldn't stop, right? I can't have Victoria, but I don't dare to do anything to her. I still want her to fight for me. This is contradictory enough. However, it could be seen that Victoria was only following Bobby as a stopgap measure. Victoria was completely forced by the pressure of the time bomb in her body. She had to work for Victoria. Now, Yang Ming had nothing in his hands that could threaten Victoria, but Victoria didn't put up any defenses against him. It could be said that if Victoria wanted to resist, it would be difficult for him to get her body or kill her. But the current situation was that this woman didn't regard him as a person who would be dangerous to her at all. It could be seen from her unhurried movements, which made Yang Ming feel inexplicably weird. Am I worthy of Victoria's trust? It could be seen that this woman had bet her future on me. Put on your clothes first. Yang Ming was really afraid that he couldn't help but push Victoria down. Victoria shook her wet hair and sat on the sofa bed next to him. She reclined. Her movements were very elegant. She looked like a lady on TV, but she was not wearing any clothes. Motherfucker. Yang Ming was furious. Are you trying to seduce me? He glared at her. Are you going to put it on? The water on my body hasn't dried yet. It's still a little damp. Putting on clothes is not good for the skin, Victoria said slowly. After that, she raised her leg, indicating that there was water on Yang Ming's leg. It didn't matter if she raised her leg, but Yang Ming directly saw something that shouldn't be seen. Originally, Yang Ming had strongly restrained himself from using his special ability to see those places that shouldn't be seen. Now, he saw it without using his special ability. While Yang Ming was cursing, his eyes were still staring at Victoria's private part. This is fucking fucked up. Yang Ming stood up and glared at Victoria, a certain part of her body. In Africa, I lived with those slaves every day, and I didn't see so many problems. It's not me saying it, it's from TV. Victoria was somewhat aggrieved. She looked at the furious Yang Ming and said, "Well, I will put on." Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that my tolerance has improved greatly. Not bad. I have to work harder." Victoria turned around and ran to the inner room. She thought of the tent set up by Yang Ming, and she was a little happy. However, Yang Ming didn't stop for a while. He saw the door of the inner room open again. Yang Ming thought that Victoria had finished putting on her clothes. He didn't expect that at first glance. It made Yang Ming stunned. Victoria held a few pieces of clothes and ran out naked again. Her body was still naked. Fuck. Yang Ming couldn't help but curse. "What are you doing? Putting on clothes? Didn't you ask me to do it?" Victoria put the clothes on the sofa and began to put them on one by one in front of Yang Ming. Starting from the underwear, Victoria sat on the sofa and lifted one leg. This action made Yang Ming's calm mood suddenly become hot. I'm convinced. Yang Ming was really convinced by this woman. Too powerful. This kind of power is really powerful. Compared to Sun Jie, who openly teased and flirted with him, this Victoria was the real master. She was even better. She didn't have any intention of flirting with him, but what she did was simply flirting with Yang Ming. "Can't you go into the room and finish putting on your clothes before coming out?" Yang Ming was very angry. "I can watch, but can't do it. What is this? I thought you liked to see me put on my clothes." Victoria still had that very plain tone. Yang Ming rolled his eyes. He said in his heart, "Are you a roundworm in my stomach? Do you know what I like? But you can't say it directly. I don't have any face." Seeing Yang Ming like this, Victoria immediately became pitiful. "Master, are you unhappy? Do you want to take it off and put it on in the room?" Yang Ming discovered that he had really underestimated this woman, Victoria. It was a wise choice to put her next to Alice. This woman is really scheming. Thinking about surviving from the lowest class of slaves in Africa to the present, it was impossible to rely on strength without scheming. Fortunately, this woman is very loyal to me, although she occasionally flirts with me, but this feeling of being flirted with is also good. Yang Ming felt that it was really a bit shameless. Although he was very much in favor of Victoria taking off her clothes and putting them on again, Yang Ming knew that if he continued to play, he might really get angry. "No need. You can put it on here." Yang Ming took a breath and sat there, watching Victoria put on the small black leather skirt. Her whole body exuded a wild beauty. However, Yang Ming suddenly felt a little strange. Victoria didn't seem to have this dress. Her clothes were bought by him. They were very ordinary clothes. Where did this small leather skirt come from? Where did you get this dress? Did you go shopping? Yang Ming asked strangely. "No, I am monitoring Alice. If she doesn't leave, I won't leave." Victoria said, "Is this dress good?" "It is good, but where did it come from?" Yang Ming was even more puzzled. "Did this dress come out of thin air?" "I bought it on Taobao." Victoria was a little proud. It was rare for Yang Ming to praise her. "Huh?" Yang Ming widened his eyes and looked at Victoria incredulously. "Bought on Taobao? She even knows how to shop online? How many days has it been? When she was in Africa, she shouldn't have been exposed to the internet at all. I spent some money in the card you gave me. I registered the card as an online bank." Victoria looked at Yang Ming's expression and thought that Yang Ming was angry. She said carefully, "But these clothes are very cheap. I have bargained with the shop owner." "What? You still know how to bargain?" Yang Ming felt that Victoria was incredible. Before Victoria could use a digital camera, Yang Ming felt that her ability to accept was very strong. Now this woman actually knows how to shop online. It's amazing. Originally, Yang Ming was worried that if he sent her to school, she would be out of tune with other students, but now it seemed that he was worried too much. Victoria's ability to accept was really strong. Then you're online shopping here. How do you monitor Alice? Yang Ming glanced at Victoria's computer screen. There were online games. Even instant messaging software, such as Feishin, Alawangwang, and QQ were installed. I bought a wireless pinhole camera online and installed it at Alice's door. As long as her door is opened, the supporting software compares the changes in the picture and will alarm the police. The computer speaker can emit an alarm sound. I can find it immediately when I sleep. As Victoria said this, she clicked on a surveillance screen from the taskbar in the lower right corner of the computer. It was exactly the screen in front of Alice's door. Yang Ming was completely convinced. He thought that his ability to accept was strong enough, but now he found a ruthless person. This Victoria, with some training, may become the king of female assassins. Chapter 1347. Victoria's various performances made Yang Ming reevaluate Victoria's position in his mind. He originally wanted her to be Chun Mingyin's bodyguard, but now it seemed that if Victoria was trained well, she would be of great use to him. However, it was still too early to consider this. Yang Ming intended to observe for a while. If Victoria was really loyal to him and had this magical ability to accept things quickly, Yang Ming would consider letting her touch on some of his core matters. Your identity has been settled. Yang Ming handed a portfolio to Victoria. This is your ID card and all your past information. Take a look and memorize the things on it. You will use this identity in the future. Victoria nodded and didn't say much. She took the portfolio handed over by Yang Ming, opened it, and took out an ID card and some printed information. Chun Mingxi? This name. Victoria glanced at the name on the ID card and then glanced at the address on the ID card. Mount Jing? Chun Mingxi is a name I simply made up for you. I asked a friend in Mount Jing to help me. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. He didn't know what Chun Mingyin would think after hearing it. I was in a hurry at the time, so I simply made up a name. However, this also shows the position of Chun Mingyin in my mind. I made up a name similar to hers. I believe that Chun Mingyin will be very happy when she knows the truth. Oh, Victoria continued to read the information in her hand. The experiences written above were all things she had never been exposed to. Her ancestral home was also a small village that she had never heard of. However, Victoria still memorized it quickly. Okay, call me Chun Mingxi in the future. Okay, Chun Mingxi? Yang Ming probed. N? Victoria responded naturally, as if this name was her real name. When this name was called, she responded reflexively. Yang Ming really admired Chun Mingxi now. Victoria was really amazing. What is this? Admission notice? Victoria looked at a hard card in her hand with some excitement. She had never gone to school. When she was in Africa, there was no opportunity, and she didn't know what school was like. However, recently in the hotel, she watched some TV about college students. She was envious. She didn't expect that she could finally become one of them. Tomorrow, you will report by yourself. Well, I will let my girlfriend, Chun Mingyin, accompany you to register. She is also the person you have to protect in the future. As for how to have a good relationship with her, it is your job. I don't need to teach you this, right? Yang Ming decided to let Chun Mingxi appear by Chun Mingyin's side as a distant relative of his elder. And when Yang Ming came up with this name, he also considered this point. Okay. Victoria nodded and said quietly. Yang Ming looked at the calm Victoria. Compared to the naked Victoria just now, she was like a different person. He couldn't help but shake his head. This woman, she seemed to be very cold and ruthless. She also mechanically carried out his orders. But who would have thought that she still had those little tricks? Yang Ming naturally didn't completely believe that those things just now were all Victoria's unintentional actions. At first, she used a towel to dry her hair. This may not be intentional, but she didn't guard against him, so she directly took off the towel wrapped around her body to dry her hair in front of him. But after that, he had already reminded her that she wasn't wearing clothes but Victoria still walked around naked in front of him. Even after he asked her to put on clothes, she actually took the clothes from the house and put them on in front of him. If he said that Victoria wasn't scheming, then he really wronged her IQ. Previously, he didn't like Victoria's cold and mechanical appearance that didn't care about anything. Now, this Victoria didn't seem to have changed much, but in fact, she had changed a lot. Yang Ming didn't know whether to be happy or speechless. Victoria didn't ask much about the connection between her name and Chen Mingyan. She was still Yang Ming. She would do whatever he told her to do. After instructing all this, Yang Ming didn't dare to stay for a long time. This woman was obviously now completely on the same side as him. It was simply a kind of torture for him. If she pulled him to accompany her to pee later, how could he bear this kind of torture? On the way home, Yang Ming thought about the pros and cons of changing this woman's name to Chen Mingxi. Would there be any mistakes? Now it seemed that it was a bit overkill to let Victoria be responsible for Chen Mingyan's safety. The key question was, would Chen Mingyan suspect anything? I didn't have any relationship with Victoria before. Yang Ming was also confident. Now that I have seen her naked, what should I do if Chen Mingyan asks me if I have any bad intentions toward Victoria? Motherfucker, I should have changed her name to Yang Mingxi, Li Mingxi, and not Chen Mingxi. First, he threw away these messy thoughts, and Yang Ming drove home. He didn't know how Chen Mingyan, this little girl, fooled Lin Jiyun. When Yang Ming returned home and took a shower, he found that both of them disappeared. Hearing the playful sound from the master bedroom, Yang Ming understood that what Chen Mingyan said today was successful. With a determined heart, Yang Ming pushed the door and jumped in. Sister Lin went to take a shower first. Just now, her whole body was sweaty. Of course, there were some other things. Chen Mingyan also wanted to go, but she was pulled by Yang Ming. Mingyan, I have something to tell you. What's the matter? Chen Mingyan was stunned. When she saw Yang Ming's serious look, she was shocked. It couldn't be something bad, right? I helped an elder's distant relative to register a household registration. Yang Ming decided to confess this matter first. Chen Mingyan's temperament was like this. Everything was discussed with her. Even if she was resentful, she wouldn't be too angry. Register a household registration? Then register it? You and my dad aren't unfamiliar. You can call him yourself. You don't need me to call, right? Chen Mingyan thought that Yang Ming was looking for her father to do something, so she was a little puzzled. No, I've already registered her. Yang Ming couldn't tell Chen Mingyan the true identity of Victoria. He could only say, according to the household registration information, her family is in a remote mountain area. She was unregistered since she was a child. It was me, a distant relative, who raised her. But when my distant relative passed away, she found me. So, I asked someone to register her household registration. Is this a good thing? You should help a relative who is in trouble. Chen Mingyan was somewhat inexplicable by Yang Ming. She didn't understand why Yang Ming was so serious about this matter. This was simply an insignificant matter. Why did he have to say it so solemnly in bed? He could say it when he was eating or shopping. The key problem is that she doesn't have a name. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I registered her at the time. I was excited and casually made up a name. As a result, I named her Chen Mingxi. Mingyan, you won't be angry, right? Chen Mingxi? Chen Mingyan was stunned and said, You just told me this? The name you casually thought it could be similar to mine. It shows that I stand a great weight in your heart. I can't be happier. How can I be angry with you? When he heard Chen Mingyan's words, Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Mingyan, I am very happy that you can say this. Chen Mingxi, Mengxi. Wait, this person is a woman? Chen Mingyan suddenly felt something. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Yang Ming. Yang Ming, do you have something with her? Otherwise, why did you give her such a name? Yang Ming was shocked. He thought, Chen Mingyan is not stupid. It seems that she also thought of this. What should come will come. Mingyan, in fact, I also have my considerations. Yang Ming pretended to be very troubled and sighed. Mingyan, my distant adopted daughter, has been living in the mountains and has not seen much of the world. This time, I got her to study in our school, but I am afraid that her living habits in the mountains are different from here. Her temperament is incompatible with other students, so I want you to take care of her. But many students may ask where she came from. You can just say that she is your relative. What do you think? Chapter 1348. Chun Mingyin realized that this was the reason. She wasn't a selfish person. On the contrary, under the education of her father since childhood, Chun Mingyin had a very warm heart. Otherwise, when she was riding the bus with Yang Ming, Chun Mingyin couldn't have bluntly caught the thief. When she heard the situation described by Yang Ming, she immediately had some sympathy for this Chun Mingshi. Chun Mingyin thought, I have to have a reason to take care of this new classmate in school. It will be easy to explain if others ask. Since she is called Chun Mingshi, it can be said that she is my sister. Thinking of this, Chun Mingyin also agreed. Of course, there is no problem. It's just a small matter. You are busy every day, and you are not always at school. I will help you take care of her. It will be fine. Where is she now? I will go and see her. She doesn't have a place to stay. I arranged for her to stay at the Songjiang International Hotel. Will you accompany her to report to school tomorrow? Yang Ming had to use a little trick. He couldn't tell the origin of Victoria, and he didn't want to tell Chun Mingyin that Victoria was a bodyguard hired by himself to protect their safety. It would seem that they were in danger of being assassinated at any time. It wouldn't be good for Chun Mingyin to live in worry every day. Live there? Why don't we let her live in our house? Anyway, there's so many empty rooms. We don't need her. Chun Mingyin thought about it and said, What do you think? As long as you think it is convenient, I don't care. Yang Ming said, When she comes, we will do something. Aren't you afraid that she will hear it? What are you talking about? Chun Mingyin suddenly blushed. Auntie Li will come back in a few days. I will clean up a room next to Auntie Li's room for her. Anyway, they're on the first floor, and we're on the second floor. It won't affect. Hee. Then you decide. Yang Ming thought about it and said to Chun Mingyin, Oh right, she has a strong personality. Originally, I told her that we would take care of the tuition fees, but she still has to work to earn money. How about this? Let's talk to her and let her live in our house. She'll be responsible for the housework every day. It'll be like a work-study program. That works too. Chun Mingyin nodded. She also knew that there were such people who didn't want to be given alms, so she didn't take it seriously. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he felt ashamed in his heart. He had lied to Chun Mingyin once again. However, it couldn't be helped. He didn't want to let Chun Mingyin know too much. Yang Ming knew how much Chun Mingyin cared about him in her heart. He didn't want Chun Mingyin to worry about him every day. Chun Mingyin was different from Wang Xiaoyan and Sun Jie. She hadn't been exposed to society yet. After all, she was still young. She was a flower in a greenhouse. Her psychological endurance wasn't so strong. It seemed that he had to hurry up and find those forces behind the scenes so that they could be finished as soon as possible. He had been on tenterhooks all this time. What the hell was this? It was reasonable to say that he was rich and had a mistress at home. This life was simply like a celestial being. However, Yang Ming didn't enjoy the feeling of being a celestial being at all. The only thing that was similar to those who cultivated immortality was that he had the possibility of ascending to heaven at any time. After Lin Jian took a shower, Chun Mingyin told her about Victoria's matter. Lin Jian naturally agreed. It wasn't a big deal to have one more person at home. If it was someone of the same age, it would add some liveliness. Early the next morning, Yang Ming drove Lin Jian to school first. Then he drove Chun Mingyin to the Songjiang International Hotel. Lin Jian originally wanted to accompany them, but she had a class in the morning, so she could only let Chun Mingyin go by herself. Yang Ming called Victoria. Mingshi, you pack up now and go downstairs. I'll pick you up to report. You're not monitoring Alice anymore? Asked Victoria. No need. During this time, Alice didn't do anything. It was probably the power of the arrest warrant that made the behind-the-scenes boss temporarily stop. It seemed that he wouldn't make trouble for a while. Yang Ming, let's go up and pick her up? Chun Mingyin was very enthusiastic. She's a girl. Isn't it inconvenient for her to carry so much luggage? Nothing much, just a notebook and a few clothes. Yang Ming sent her here, so he naturally knew how much luggage Victoria had. Oh, Chen Mingyan nodded and sat in the car. After a while, they saw Victoria come out of the hotel door with big and small bags. Chen Mingyan saw it and asked Yang Ming, "Is it her?" "Yes." Yang Ming nodded. "Didn't you say that there was nothing?" Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming and quickly got out of the car to help. Yang Ming was also very puzzled. When Victoria stayed in the hotel before, she didn't take anything at all. Why did she have so many things when she left this time? It was almost as if she was escaping, right? Yang Ming suddenly thought of Victoria's seductive look when she wore a small leather jacket and a small leather skirt yesterday. It turns out that this woman really bought a lot of clothes online. Yang Ming helped Victoria open the trunk of the car and put her luggage in. While Chen Mingyan wasn't paying attention, Yang Ming glared at her. "How did you buy so many things?" "I think it looks good." Victoria told the truth. Yang Ming didn't have any temper at all. Why gave Victoria the credit card? Yang Ming said that she could buy whatever she liked. If she had an opinion now, wouldn't it be equivalent to breaking his promise? Letting Chen Mingyan and Victoria sit in the back seat, Yang Ming started the car. "Your name is Chen Mingxi? You didn't have a name before." Chen Mingyan was obviously curious about Victoria's background. "People in my hometown call me Victoria." Victoria read all the information that Yang Ming gave her yesterday. For Chen Mingyan's questions, she could answer smoothly. "Victoria, this name is very nice, but it is troublesome to register it." Chen Mingyan nodded. Except for ethnic minorities, it was rare to see such a name. "Then, should I call you Mengxi or Victoria in the future?" "Both are fine." Victoria tried to keep a smile on her face, but she was used to being indifferent to people. Even if her heart was burning, her expression couldn't show that kind of enthusiasm. Yang Ming was not afraid that Victoria would expose himself, but he was afraid that his name would be exposed. So, in Victoria's information, this name became the name of her hometown. Chen Mingyan and Victoria asked and answered questions in the back. Chen Mingyan also felt that this Victoria was really not good at getting along with people. Although her tone was very flat, Chen Mingyan was not angry because she could feel that Victoria was already trying hard to communicate with her. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't interrupt in the front. He couldn't let Chen Mingyan see that he was familiar with Victoria. "Victoria knows how to drive. You take her to get a license so that when you go out, you have a driver." Yang Ming said. She drove a four-wheeled agricultural vehicle in her hometown. Victoria rolled her eyes when she heard it. She hadn't even seen what a four-wheeled agricultural vehicle looked like. However, since Yang Ming said so, she couldn't refute it. She just nodded gloomily. "How do you treat her as a driver?" Chen Mingyan was a little angry with Yang Ming's words. How sad would this make Victoria? "I asked for it." Victoria said, "I live in your house, and you take me to school. If I don't do something, I will feel uncomfortable." This was also the words in the information, so Victoria said it. She didn't understand why Yang Ming didn't directly tell Chen Mingyan that he was her bodyguard. He made so many troublesome things. However, Yang Ming was her master, so Victoria could only listen to him. Yang Ming didn't have to worry about the registration. Chen Mingyan was the vice president of the student union of the School of Economics and Management. With her helping Victoria to register, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Chapter 1349. Lu Jifei reported his intention to cooperate with the Mingyang Security Company to the group's headquarters. Although it was doubtful that Lu Jifei could contact the Mingyang Security Company, this was a good thing after all. Lu Jiangyan's father also said that if this business could be achieved, Lu Jifei and Su Xiaobin would be valued in the Jiangyan group in the future. As a result, the letter of authorization to entrust Lu Jifei and Su Xiaobin with full responsibility for cooperation matters was issued from the Jiangyan Group's headquarters, followed by a notice of personnel appointment. The Jiangyan Group's office in Songjiang was officially changed to the Jiangyan Group Songjiang branch. Su Xiaobin was appointed as the general manager of the branch. Lu Jifei was appointed as the leader of the delegation to negotiate cooperation with the Mingyang Security Company this time, and Su Xiaobin was also the deputy leader. The meaning of this letter of appointment was obvious. If the cooperation was negotiated, Liu Jifei, as the leader of the delegation, would be promoted and valued when he returned to the group's headquarters. Su Xiaobin, as the deputy leader of the delegation, would also keep the position of the general manager of the branch. However, if the cooperation was not negotiated, then the delegation was automatically dismissed. The leader, Liu Jifei, would do what he should do. Although the deputy leader, Su Xiaobin, was still the general manager of the group's Songjiang branch, he still had no real power. Such a branch was no different from an office, and the cost of maintenance would be higher, but the group's funds would not be increased. Therefore, Su Xiaobin had to work hard to facilitate this cooperation. After getting the letter of authorization, it meant that Su Xiaobin could do something with great fanfare. Su Xiaobin was very excited. Looking at the current situation, this Liu Jifei seemed to be here to earn performance, but he was just talking behind the scenes. All the work was still done by Su Xiaobin. However, Su Xiaobin did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. If there was no Liu Jifei, he would not have thought of getting in touch with Bao Sanli. Without Liu Jifei, the young Master Liu, operating inside the group, even if he got in touch with Bao Sanli, the cooperation project might not be allowed by the group. Therefore, it was not a big deal for Su Xiaobin to do more. When the cooperation was launched, he, as the general manager of the Songjiang branch, would benefit more. Although Liu Jifei could directly enter the group's headquarters with this performance, Su Xiaobin was not envious. Liu Jifei's surname was Liu. Su Xiaobin's current results were already good among his relatives. Moreover, if they went to the headquarters of the group, although there would be development in the future, they would also face competition. He was an external manager. Although his development potential was not good, it was a lucrative job. In this Songjiang branch company, he had the final say. He could do whatever he wanted. Thinking of this, Su Xiaobin was already very satisfied. As long as this cooperation was successful, then his future days would be good. Although his former girlfriend didn't say anything, Su Xiaobin obviously felt his girlfriend's dissatisfaction with him. Su Xiaobin's girlfriend, Wang Lixia, was beautiful. She was also the campus belle in school. She also saw that Su Xiaobin had the Liu family's background. She sat in the position of the group's office manager in her early 20s, so she was with him. In the beginning, it was okay. Su Xiaobin was considered to be one of the best among their classmates, and he had a lot of face during the class reunion. However, after a few years, almost all of the classmates around her had successful careers, especially the few sisters in the original dormitory. One of them was not as beautiful as her. She found a boyfriend to be the sales manager of the city's chemical company. She had a monthly income of 30 to 40,000 yuan, so there was a comparison all of a sudden. Wang Lixia looked at Su Xiaobin again. He had been in the position of the office manager for several years, and she was a little irritated. However, she had already slept with him, and she was not young anymore. Thinking about breaking up, Wang Lixia was not reconciled. Although Su Xiaobin couldn't be considered to have a successful career now, he was better than the best. At least, he could earn 100,000 yuan a year. He was a petty bourgeois. Moreover, Wang Lixia also had feelings for Su Xiaobin, so she did not mention breaking up. However, she had long been dissatisfied with Su Xiaobin's current situation. Xiaobin, what does this Liu Jifei do? Isn't he just a branch of the Liu family? You entertain him all day long with good food and drinks. I don't think he is much better than you. Wang Lixia couldn't help but complain. She saw that Liu Jifei had come recently, and a lot of money was spent by Su Xiaobin. She felt uncomfortable in her heart. She now understood that although Liu Jifei's surname was Liu, he was similar to Su Xiaobin. He was not a direct descendant of the Liu family, so he basically had no development potential. Otherwise, Su Xiaobin couldn't stay in the position of the office manager for a few years. Although he changed several cities to be the office manager midway, there was no difference at all. What do you know? I tell you, Lixia, this time I'm really going to be rich. Do you know? Su Xiaobin was a little proud. Our good days are coming. You don't have to be ashamed in front of your classmates anymore. What do you mean? Is it the security company cooperation that you talked about in the past 2 days? Wang Lixia was puzzled. Is there really a chance? Of course. I didn't know if it would work before, but today, the group headquarters has sent a letter of authorization. It should be mailed soon. Su Xiaobin said excitedly. Lu Jifei is still very powerful. The group has given us support. As long as the group supports us, this matter will be successful. I say, Xiaobin, Lu Jifei is jumping up and down. He even went to the group for activities. You have to be careful. Don't be stupid and work for nothing. If this matter is successful, what if Lu Jifei takes credit himself? Wang Lixia said, with some worry. When he gets promoted with this performance and doesn't care about you anymore, won't you suffer a hidden loss? No matter what, his surname is Lu, and your surname is Su. You women are short-sighted. Su Xiaobin smiled and waved his hand. If this cooperation can really be successful, Brother Fei will definitely be promoted and be put in an important position by the group. As for me, entering the headquarters is something that I don't even think about. Then, why are you still following him? If he leaves, won't you still be the manager of this broken office? Wang Lixia was somewhat puzzled. How do I tell you? Su Xiaobin shook his head. Women have long hair, but short insight. What's wrong with me being the manager of this office? If the cooperation is successful and Brother Fei is promoted, who do you think will be in charge of the cooperation business in Songjiang? You. Wang Lixia suddenly screamed and rushed into Su Xiaobin's arms. It turns out to be like this. In the future, you will have more power as the office manager. You will be responsible for the operation of the company. There will definitely be many benefits. Now you know why I'm so active, right? Isn't it for you to have a good life in the future? Su Xiaobin said proudly. Dear, you are so nice. Wang Lixia only felt hot all over. She reached out to untie Su Xiaobin's pants. Cough, cough. There was a cough outside the door. Wang Lixia was shocked and quickly stopped the movement of her hands. Both of them looked at the door in amazement. They saw Lu Jifei excitedly walking in with a special delivery. Xiaobin, the group's letter of authorization and personnel appointment has been received. You two go home and do other things at night. I don't want to scold you, but now we still have important business to do. Although Lu Jifei said it in a dignified manner, his eyes were looking at Wang Lixia, whose face was flushed. He thought, this chick is really good. It would be great if I could play with her all night. It seems that I have to find a place to vent in a while. I really didn't notice that this Wang Lixia is a little slut. She is in a hurry to do that thing with Su Xiaobin in the office. It seems that her desires are not satisfied. Thinking of this, Lu Jifei planned to find an opportunity to play with her. It's here? That's great. Su Xiaobin did not notice Lu Jifei's eyes. He was completely immersed in the excitement of the letter of authorization. Then we can continue to discuss cooperation with President Bao. Yes, let's get this done as soon as possible. Lu Jifei said, although the group appointed me as the head of the cooperation negotiation delegation this time, you were in charge of this matter before. You should still negotiate. I won't participate. You know that I'm here to earn performance. I'll be low-key and give you space to play. I understand. Don't worry, Brother Fei. Just leave everything to me. Su Xiaobin didn't want Lu Jifei to influence his negotiations. Now that Lu Jifei said so, it meant that he could have the final say. Su Xiaobin enjoyed this feeling. Chapter 1350. It was better if there was no Lu Jifei. He would become the highest decision-maker in the negotiation. Lu Jifei was busy dealing with the lust in his body. He talked to Su Xiaobin casually and ran out quickly. His mind began to involuntarily fantasize about Wang Lixia's previous appearance. I must find a chance to mess with her. Lu Jifei's heart was itching. As a woman, Wang Lixia was very sensitive to Lu Jifei's malicious gaze. After Lu Jifei left, Wang Lixia whispered to Su Xiaobin, Xiaobin, the way Lu Jifei looked at me just now was not right. What's wrong? Su Xiaobin was stunned. He didn't understand why Wang Lixia suddenly said this. Did you provoke him? That's not it. Wang Lixia shook her head. I mean, the way he looked at me was very, just like when you want me. That kind of gaze is very lecherous. Su Xiaobin was stunned after listening to Wang Lixia's words, and then he smiled. Lixia, are you thinking too much? Brother Fei doesn't lack women. He has his own company. What kind of women can't he have? How can he have thoughts about you? Did you misunderstand? No, I didn't misunderstand. Wang Lixia shook her head. Xiaobin, you are not a woman. You don't understand. How can I not know what the way a man looks at me means? Lixia, I think you really think too much about this. Su Xiaobin obviously didn't believe Wang Lixia's words. I think it's probably because when Brother Fei came in, we were about to do that. So Brother Fei looked at you a little mischievously, right? That's also possible. After listening to Su Xiaobin's words, Wang Lixia also felt that she was thinking too much. Lu Jifei's situation was different from Su Xiaobin's. Lu Jifei had his own company, and he had millions of income every year. How could he lack women around him? Thinking of this, she shook her head self-deprecatingly. Maybe I'm too sensitive. Come on, don't think so much. Today is a good day. Let's continue to finish what we haven't done just now. Su Xiaobin immediately threw what Wang Lixia said to the back of his mind and said with a smile, "What's the matter?" Wang Lixia looked at Su Xiaobin's appearance and asked knowingly, "Something that we both like to do." Su Xiaobin picked Wang Lixia up and walked into the room. You are so annoying." Wang Lixia pouted. She also forgot that Lu Jifei looked at her with a strange gaze. After Lu Jifei went out, he found a karaoke hall. He went in and called a lady. Then he went into the private room and started doing it. His mind was thinking about Wang Lixia's charming figure, and his mouth kept shouting, "Lixia, Lixia." The young lady was used to seeing such customers. She couldn't get them in real life, so when she came here, she imagined that the person under her was her dream lover. Thinking of this, the young lady couldn't help but despise Lu Jifei. This kid must have fallen out of love in reality. However, even though she despised him, he was still her guest. The young lady also cooperated and shouted. Lu Jifei never dreamed that his idea would lead to such a big disaster. But now he still didn't know. His mind kept thinking about how to get Wang Lixia into bed. The cooperation between the Haicheng Jiangyan Group and the Song Jiangming Yang Security Company officially entered the negotiation agenda. The representative of the Jiangyan Group was Su Xiaobin, and the representative of the Mingyang Security Company was Jing Xiaolu. Su Xiaobin never dared to despise this woman. It turned out that this woman was not an ordinary shrewd person. She argued strongly for the interests of Mingyang Security. After a few days of negotiation, Su Xiaobin was exhausted as if he had collapsed. Brother Fei, the other party's vice president Jing, is too powerful. In terms of interests, she really doesn't give in at all. Su Xiaobin sat in the office and drank with Lu Jifei. Lu Jifei's eyes wandered back and forth on Wang Lixia, who was serving the dishes on the table. Suddenly, he heard Su Xiaobin mention Jing Xiaolu, and the anger in Lu Jifei's heart was not ordinary. I know that Jing Xiaolu. I don't know who she hugged, but she actually became a vice president. Lu Jifei was very clear about who Jing Xiaolu hugged. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to deal with Yang Ming's company. But now there was a turn of events. He didn't expect that the person in charge of the negotiation was actually Jing Xiaolu. Lu Jifei was very happy. This is great. Not only can I teach Yang Ming a lesson, but I can also teach Jing Xiaolu a lesson. Jing Xiaolu is in charge of this negotiation. When there is really a problem, I believe that Yang Ming will not spare Jing Xiaolu. When the time comes, you two can fight among yourselves. It's best to fight. Lu Jifei thought insidiously, and his mouth couldn't help but show a smile. This Jing Xiaolu is still capable. Su Xiaobin waved his hand. Although she is young, you can't underestimate her. She is really not easy to deal with. If I didn't always want to come back and report the results of the negotiation to you, I would have agreed to her conditions on the spot. Her conditions seem to be a big bargain for us, but in fact, their company is the beneficiary. Hearing Su Xiaobin say that Jing Xiaolu was powerful, Lu Jifei somehow felt a lot more comfortable in his heart. If what Su Xiaobin said was true, he was not wronged by Jing Xiaolu. Thinking of this, Lu Jifei's anger also dissipated. Oh, Then what is the main stalemate between you two now? Isn't it still the problem of who is in charge after the company is established? Su Xiaobin smiled bitterly. Everything else is a small matter. The dominance is the big deal. And I don't want to give up the dominance. If we can take the dominance, the group's old man will also look up to us. Oh, so that's it. Lu Jifei was thinking about his next plan, but he didn't care much about the dominance issue. Maybe he can make a fuss about it. Thinking of this, Lu Jifei said, then let them take the lead. Are we giving up? Su Xiaobin looked at Lu Jifei strangely. Aren't we going to fight for it? I think we should at least fight for more shares, right? Don't fight for it. Give them the dominance. Lu Jifei had an idea in his heart in an instant. He intended to take advantage of this dominance to make some fuss. Su Xiaobin felt that he was really unwilling to give up the dominance. You also know that the young masters in the group are looking at us as a joke. Lu Jifei said, if this thing fails, then we will be laughed at. Moreover, in terms of dominance, it was not a good thing at all. This escort business has risks and responsibilities. They can take the dominance, but if something happens in the future, the dominant party will be fully responsible for it. Okay. Hearing Lu Jifei say this, Su Xiaobin also felt that Lu Jifei's words were reasonable. First, it was because the group was watching closely. If there was no progress for too long, it was hard to guarantee that those young masters would not take the opportunity to make trouble. It would not be good if something happened at that time. It was better to finalize it as soon as possible. Secondly, Lu Jifei was right. If the dominant party wanted the right to speak, then they also had to bear the risks. Thinking that he would be responsible for the company in the future, what if something happened? Previously, Su Xiaobin fought for the right to speak because he wanted to stay and be responsible for the company. He wanted to be able to speak in the future, but now it seemed that the risk was great. It was better to give it to the other party. Anyway, the other party was rich and powerful in Songjiang. They could settle all aspects, and he could just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Thinking of this, Su Xiaobin also agreed. Then I will talk to their people tomorrow. Probably after this dominance is determined, there will be no problem. Then you should pay more attention to this matter and finalize it as soon as possible, so as to avoid any unexpected events. Lu Jifei nodded. After drinking a lot of wine, Lu Jifei's eyes looking at Wang Lixia became more and more malicious. However, because Su Xiaobin was here, Lu Jifei couldn't do anything. After drinking, he returned to the hotel with the help of Li Zhan. On Jing Xiaolu's side, she was actually very distressed. The bottom line that Bao Sanli gave her was that she could actually give up the dominance. After all, the business involved was not a field that the Mingyang Security Company was familiar with, and the other party had many years of experience, so this dominance was not necessary. However, this was Jing Xiaolu's first business negotiation. She wanted to do better and impress Yang Ming, so she had been very insistent on the dominance. The other party did not want to give up, so the negotiations were in a deadlock. Today was already the 5th day of negotiations. The other terms were determined 3 days ago. The Mingyang Security Company was responsible for opening up social relations. The Jiangyin Group provided the technology and equipment and was responsible for the security training of the new company. Both parties held half of the shares, but this half referred to 49 or 51%. The 51% would belong to whoever was in charge of it. Of course, the party with a small share could also occupy the dominance, but generally, such a situation was rare. Unless the other party was a wholly owned investor or a high-proportion investor, the operator's shares would be relatively small. Chapter 1351. Su Xiaobin still came to the agreed negotiation location, Huihai Business Club, on time. This was a business venue that specialized in business negotiations with companies. There were small meeting rooms, large meeting rooms, restrooms, restaurants, and so on. It was the kind of hotel with strong professional focus. This was not the territory of Mingyang Entertainment, nor was it the territory of the Jiangyan group. The reason why they chose a place that had nothing to do with both parties was to reflect the fairness of the negotiation. Otherwise, there would be a kind of pressure in their hearts when they talked about things in other people's territory. This was also why many entrepreneurs did not discuss cooperation in their own company's meeting rooms, but in places like special business clubs, tea restaurants, and the like. President Su, sorry to keep you waiting. Jing Xiaolu smiled and walked into the agreed meeting room. There was a traffic jam on the road today. Sorry for being a little late. It doesn't matter. We just arrived. Su Xiaobin brought a lawyer here. This lawyer was sent by Lu Jifei. He was from Lu Jifei's company. Su Xiaobin also understood that this might be Lu Jifei's informant, but he didn't care. Lu Jifei did not come in person, but he always had to have a confidant here. Talking about contracts required the presence of a lawyer, so Su Xiaobin didn't have to find a lawyer again. Although this person was Lu Jifei's man, Yang Ming and Lu Jifei now had common interests. Lu Jifei wouldn't send a fool. This lawyer must belong to Yang Ming's side, so Yang Ming's side wouldn't suffer a loss. In addition to the lawyer, there were several followers who were temporarily transferred from Lu Jifei's own trading company. They were also his confidants. Jing Xiaolu also brought a lawyer and several employees. However, she was still in the lead of the negotiation. The others were just here to cheer and help. President Su, are we still studying the future dominance of the company today? Jing Xiaolu had a headache. This problem had troubled her for several days, and she had been in a deadlock. Jing Xiaolu thought, if it doesn't work today, then I will give up this dominance. Just give it to the other party. Yes, but our negotiation seems to have new progress today. Su Xiaobin smiled. Oh, what does President Su mean? Jing Xiaolu's eyes lit up. Su Xiaobin meant that he wanted a compromise. Yesterday, I discussed with the group's people. We can give up this dominance. Su Xiaobin said straightforwardly. Since he had already decided, there was no need for him to beat around the bush. There was no point in doing so. Jing Xiaolu was stunned. She didn't expect Su Xiaobin to be so direct, but then there was joy. It seems that our negotiations are really making progress. Yeah, our group's intention is to facilitate this cooperation as soon as possible. The time has been delayed for too long, said Su Xiaobin. Jing Xiaolu nodded. She thought, it turns out that it is because it has been a long time. However, isn't this Su Xiaobin too straightforward? Could there be some kind of conspiracy behind this? Jing Xiaolu was a conspiracy theorist, so when she saw that things were unpredictable, she wondered if there was something fishy going on. In that case, can we enter the stage of drafting the contract? Jing Xiaolu asked. It's fine for us to give up the right to lead, but we'll have to add another condition to the contract. Su Xiaobin said, in the future, if something happens to the company, the leading party must take full responsibility. In layman's terms, if you take the lead, then you're responsible for settling anything that happens. Oh, Jing Xiaolu listened to Su Xiaobin's words and understood a little. It turned out to be like this. No wonder they would give up the right to lead. There are additional conditions in this. However, in this way, Jing Xiaolu was relieved. If the other party did not have any additional requirements and unconditionally gave up the right to lead, then there would be a problem. Now that the other party added additional conditions, it was understandable. Su Xiaobin's request was not difficult to understand. After all, they were a fierce dragon crossing the river. They were not a local company. Whether it was in terms of connections or local forces, they were not as good as her. Therefore, the other party gave up the right to lead, but she was also responsible for the company's management problems. Jing Xiaolu thought about it. With Bao Sanli's current status in Songjiang, there should be no problem, so she said, okay, I will report this matter to President Bao now. If he agrees, then we will start drafting the contract. Okay, Vice President Jing, please. Su Xiaobin nodded, indicating that Jing Xiaolu could go out and make the call. Out of the conference room, Jing Xiaolu dialed Bao Sanli's cell phone. President Bao, this is Xiaolu. Xiaolu, how is the negotiation on your side? Is there any progress? Do you need me to help you with anything? Bao Sanli could be said to be quite polite to Jing Xiaolu, mainly because Yang Ming was behind her. Although Bao Sanli himself was also a confidant of Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu was Yang Ming's woman. In contrast, Bao Sanli felt that he was still inferior. However, it couldn't be helped. Whether it was Yang Ming or himself, they were not lovers of broken backs, so he could only do this. President Bao, this is the case. I want to report to you about the progress of the negotiation. Jing Xiaolu still gave Bao Sanli enough respect. She knew that Yang Ming was most annoyed with girls who were arrogant because they were spoiled. Hee, what is there to report? If there is anything, just say it directly. Bao Sanli knew that Jing Xiaolu was polite to him, but he was not arrogant. This is the case. Today, Su Xiaobin took the initiative to give up the right to lead the company, but he added an additional condition, said Jing Xiaolu. Oh, what is the condition? Asked Bao Sanli. Su Xiaobin added a condition. In the future, if something happens to the company, the leading party must take full responsibility, said Jing Xiaolu. Oh, he is afraid that if something happens to the company in the future, they can't handle it. So he wants us to handle it? Bao Sanli understood the meaning of Su Xiaobin and thought about it. This can be promised to them. There is no problem. Well, I will answer them here. Jing Xiaolu said when she heard Bao Sanli agree. Okay, if there is anything, call me at any time, said Bao Sanli. Back in the conference room, Jing Xiaolu smiled and said to Su Xiaobin, President Su, our president Bao has agreed to your condition. Okay, since this is the case, there is no problem between us. We can draw up the contract. Su Xiaobin nodded. We have already agreed on the previous terms. We just need to add this latest one. That's the case. Jing Xiaolu nodded. Both sides brought their assistants and lawyers. These things were what they needed to do. Jing Xiaolu and Su Xiaobin were casually talking about the future development prospects of the company, waiting for them to make the contract. Most of the terms of the contract were drawn up before. Under the research of the lawyers of both sides, new terms were added. After determining the right to lead, the contract was released. President Jing, President Su, the contract has been made. The lawyers of both sides said, there is no problem after review. Okay, in this case, let's confirm the signing time. Su Xiaobin nodded and said to Jing Xiaolu, I can sign the contract on behalf of the Jiangyan Group. I don't know if President Jing will sign the contract with you or President Bao. Chapter 1352. We still need President Bao to come forward. Jing Xiaolu smiled and said, in this case, we will take the contract back and study it. If there is no problem, I will sign the contract with President Bao at 9 o'clock tomorrow. No problem. See you at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Su Xiaobin and Jing Xiaolu shook hands. Both sides began to pack up their things and left the conference room. The contract was confirmed, and both Jing Xiaolu and Su Xiaobin were relaxed. When they went out, Jing Xiaolu first called Bao Sanli and told him about signing the contract at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Bao Sanli said that there was no problem and that he would be there. After calling Bao Sanli, Jing Xiaolu dialed Yang Ming's phone. Xiaolu? Yang Ming was at Fang Tian's house, discussing going to Europe together tomorrow. Fang Tian's ticket had been booked. He flew directly from Donghai International Airport to Europe's Butterfly Castle at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yang Ming, the cooperation with the Jiangyan Group has been discussed. Our company has 51% of the shares, and the leadership is in our hands. Jing Xiaolu said. Not bad. You're quite good. Yang Ming praised after listening. Yang Ming also did a general understanding of the Jiangyan Group. It was one of the largest private enterprises in the north. The most important business it dabbled in was the bank deposit business. I didn't lose face for you, right? Jing Xiaolu heard Yang Ming praise her, and her heart was even sweeter. She had always wanted to be a useful person to Yang Ming, a helper to Yang Ming. Now it seemed that she had achieved this. How can you say that you lost face for me? You are now working for Bao Sanli. You represent the company. Yang Ming smiled. But everyone now thinks that I am your person. Jing Xiaolu said coquettishly. Yang Ming sweated. Jing Xiaolu's words were really a bit difficult to answer. Her words made Yang Ming feel a little ambiguous. This statement could mean that in the eyes of others, Jing Xiaolu was a member of Yang Ming's faction. This statement was normal in the officialdom in some big enterprises. However, on the other hand, Jing Xiaolu was a girl, and she had a little ambiguous relationship with him. When she said this, it didn't just represent the superficial meaning. There was a deeper meaning. Yang Ming knew that Jing Xiaolu might have said this deliberately, but he couldn't find any fault with it. He could only pretend that he didn't understand and said, "Yes, I arranged for you to enter. Everyone thinks that you're my trusted aide. And your woman." Jing Xiaolu added a sentence for Yang Ming in her heart, but she didn't say it out loud. She knew that many things were enough as long as she hinted at them. There was no point in saying more, and it would only make Yang Ming unhappy. "I'm going to sign the contract tomorrow. Are you going?" Jing Xiaolu asked. "I'm going to work in another place tomorrow. You can ask Bao Sanli to go." Yang Ming would rush to Donghai early in the morning, and then fly to Europe with Fang Tian to break off the engagement. You're going out." Jing Xiaolu wanted to ask Yang Ming to go to a class reunion, but when she heard that Yang Ming was going out, she was a little disappointed. "Why? Do you have something to do?" Yang Ming felt that Jing Xiaolu wanted to say something, so he asked. "I have a class reunion at the end of the month. Sister Xinyao and brother Bai Hai will also go. They also invited me." Jing Xiaolu hesitated and said, "Everyone will bring their boyfriends. If I don't, others will look down on me." "Look down on you?" Yang Ming broke into a sweat. What kind of messy theory is this? She probably wants me to accompany her, but she is too embarrassed to ask, so she made up such a reason. However, Yang Ming really didn't have a good reason to go. He was almost a professional pretending to be someone else's boyfriend. First, it was Lin Jiyun, then it was Zhao Ying. Now he guessed that Jing Xiaolu also had the same idea. However, Yang Ming was really embarrassed to refuse directly. Now his impression of Jing Xiaolu was quite good, and his relationship with her was also good. Yang Ming had to say, "This time, I will need at least a week to come back. If I'm slow, it may take half a month. I guess I won't be able to make it to your class reunion. There's no other way. It's okay. The class reunion is scheduled before the May Day holiday, which is the end of April. It is now the end of March. There is plenty of time." Jing Xiaolu was excited after listening to Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming didn't expect that this class reunion was still a month away. He thought that since Jing Xiaolu mentioned it now, it must be in the next few days. He didn't expect it to be a month later. "I said that I can come back in half a month at the latest. If I don't agree with Jing Xiaolu, it really doesn't make sense." Yang Ming couldn't help it. "Who asked me to be so fast? I didn't ask Jing Xiaolu about the class reunion first." Thinking of this, Yang Ming had to bite the bullet and said, "Well, wait for me to come back. Let's contact each other again and discuss this matter." "Thank you, Yang Ming." Jing Xiaolu also knew that she had used a little trick. She was a little embarrassed. "If there is really no time, I won't force it." Hearing that Jing Xiaolu had the intention to admit her mistake, Yang Ming's heart was a little more comfortable. Although Jing Xiaolu liked to play some little tricks, she never hid anything from him. Yang Ming said, "It's okay. If there is nothing, I will accompany you." "That's great." Jing Xiaolu waved her fist. She didn't expect her words to have such a great effect. Originally, Yang Ming just said that he would discuss the class reunion when he came back. She didn't expect Yang Ming to say that as long as there was nothing, he would accompany her. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu completely grasped Yang Ming's mentality. He was a person who could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. The softer you were, the more he couldn't do anything to you. In fact, Jing Xiaolu also guessed it right. For a person with strong male chauvinism like Yang Ming, the more you quarreled with him, the more annoyed he would be. On the contrary, if you acted coquettishly and pretended to be pitiful, Yang Ming really couldn't do anything. Yang Ming didn't want to leave as soon as he came back. He hadn't stayed at home for a few days, and he had to go far away. However, he had to go. This time, He was going to break off the engagement. If he didn't do it well, he might marry another wife. It would be even more troublesome then. He told Chen Mingyan that he had something to do and had to go out. Chen Mingyan now knew that Yang Ming was different from the past. His career was getting bigger and bigger, and he had even gone abroad. Therefore, if Yang Ming had something to do, she wouldn't interfere. She just reminded Yang Ming to be careful when he was alone outside. As for the safety of Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun, Yang Ming was not worried. With Victoria protecting them, it was difficult for ordinary people to hurt them. Zhou Zhejia and Xiao Qing lived in the school, so he believed that there wouldn't be any problems. As for Wang Xiaoyan, Yang Ming didn't have much contact with her during this time. Knowing that Zhao Ying lived with her, Yang Ming didn't dare to harass her. However, since he was going to leave, Yang Ming decided to call her and tell her, "Yang Ming, I was about to call you. You call me first?" Wang Xiaoyan sat in the departure hall of Donghai International Airport and picked up Yang Ming's phone call. She just arrived at Donghai International Airport and just changed her boarding pass. She was about to find a place to sit down and call Yang Ming when Yang Ming's phone call came in. "You want to call me? What's the matter?" asked Yang Ming. "I'm at the airport. There's something at home. They asked me to go back." Wang Xiaoyan said, "When I get there, if the phone can't roam, I may change the number. I will contact you again." "You're leaving too?" Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect things to be so coincidental. Wang Xiaoyan had already arrived at the airport. "Yeah, I can't help it. There's something at home. I have to go back." Wang Xiaoyan was very happy when she thought that she could break off the engagement. She didn't notice the word "too" in Yang Ming's words. "Right, Yang Ming, Sister Zhao Ying is at my house. I won't be there for a few days. You can accompany her. Of course, you can pretend that you're looking for me and accidentally bumped into her." "What? She knows about us?" Yang Ming was shocked. Listening to Wang Xiaoyan's words, it seemed that Zhao Ying knew something. Otherwise, why would I look for Wang Xiaoyan for no reason? Chapter 1353. After Yang Ming asked this sentence, he felt that his question was a little funny. From the internet, he already knew that Zhao Ying saw him and Wang Xiaoyan together. His question was somewhat superfluous. Although it had not been said on the surface, Zhao Ying definitely knew. However, listening to Wang Xiaoyan's meaning, she seemed to have made some things clear with Zhao Ying. "So, do I have a chance? If Zhao Ying accepts Wang Xiaoyan, can my relationship with Zhao Ying go further? Of course I know. Otherwise, wouldn't we have been estranged for a long time?" Wang Xiaoyan said with a smile, "Don't worry. Sister Ying's knot has been resolved. You can look for her without worry. This time, I created an opportunity for you. You have to grasp it well. Yin Yin, I also have to go out. Your opportunity, it seems that I don't have the luck to enjoy it." Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly after listening. However, Yang Ming was very happy that Wang Xiaoyan and Zhao Ying could bury the hatchet and become good friends again. After all, if Zhao Ying and Wang Xiaoyan were to fight, it would be difficult for him to be in the middle. Zhao Ying and he entered the Cold War again this time, more or less because of Wang Xiaoyan. Therefore, the two of them had reconciled. As long as he worked hard, he believed that Zhao Ying would change her mind. It was just that he had to go out this time. There was no way. Such a good opportunity was wasted. "You're going out too? No way, right?" Wang Xiaoyan heard that Yang Ming was going out too. She suddenly felt a little strange. "Why are you going out?" "With my master," said Yang Ming. "Oh, that's it." Seeing that Yang Ming didn't say much, Wang Xiaoyan thought it was a confidential matter, so she didn't ask much. Although Yang Ming and her were close, Yang Ming certainly couldn't talk about his master's matters casually. "That's a pity. I still want to create some opportunities for you." "There is no way. Hee, but I will try to come back early before you," said Yang Ming. "That's the only way, right? Are you going abroad? Or are you in China?" asked Wang Xiaoyan. "Naturally, I'm going abroad." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "Probably we can't contact each other. I have something to say when I come back. That is the only way," Wang Xiaoyan said with some regret. She also wanted to inform Yang Ming about the news of her success in breaking off the engagement. If possible, she wanted to bring Yang Ming home to see her father. Although Yang Ming was her own choice, and she wouldn't give up in any case, Wang Xiaoyan was also very willing to see the recognition of her family. She believed that with Yang Ming's ability, he should be able to get her father's attention. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming walked out of the study. Today was the last night to sleep at home. Naturally, he had to be intimate with Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun. It was just that Zhou Jia wasn't at home. He couldn't go to Xiao Qing's place. Otherwise, what about Zhou Jia? Sun Jia was in Donghai. If he was free tomorrow, he could go and see her first, but he might not have time. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Why am I so busy? There was a song called The Cowboy is Busy. Yang Ming felt that he was busier than the cowboy. Early the next morning, Yang Ming called Bao Sanli and asked him to drive him to the villa area. Yang Ming couldn't drive to the airport because he had to go far, so he asked Bao Sanli to send him to Fong Tian's house. After waiting for a while at the door, he saw Jing Xiaolu's BMW stop in front of him. The door of the front passenger seat opened, and Jing Xiaolu poked her head out from inside. "Get in the car, Chairman Yang. Why are you here?" Yang Ming opened the door and got in the car. "Where's Bao Sanli?" "I'm going to sign a contract in a while. He has to prepare materials in the company. He's too busy, so I came to pick you up." Jing Xiaolu said naturally. "He's too busy, and you're free? Isn't this cooperation negotiated by you?" Yang Ming didn't believe Jing Xiaolu's words. "Hee, you're going out. Can't I send you?" Jing Xiaolu didn't deny it this time, but she changed the topic. "Okay, of course you can." Yang Ming nodded. "How is it? Are you used to driving this car?" "Nonsense. How can I not be used to such a good car?" Jing Xiaolu said, "You don't know. The people in the company are envious of me. Even Sister Xin Yao is envious of me." "Then you're like this now. If you go to the class reunion, even if you don't have a boyfriend, won't you still be very popular? How can anyone look down on you?" Yang Ming asked with a smile. Jing Xiaolu didn't expect that she would fall into the trap set by herself. She was speechless for a while. Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu's embarrassment, and he found it funny. "Well, I just want you to accompany me. Is that okay?" Jing Xiaolu was a hoodlum. She said her thoughts directly. "Okay." I didn't say no. When Jing Xiaolu said so, Yang Ming really didn't refute. Girls sometimes had this advantage. After making a mistake, they could still do it righteously. "I know you're the best to me." Jing Xiaolu smiled. "Don't think so much. Work hard," said Yang Ming. "I know. Haven't I been working hard?" Jing Xiaolu nodded. Yang Ming didn't let Jing Xiaolu send him to Fong Tian's door. For Fong Tian's matter, Yang Ming still tried not to let others know. The fact that he was the apprentice of the King of Assassins was a secret. If it was spread out, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Stopping at the door of the villa area, Yang Ming got out of the car and waved to Jing Xiaolu. "I wish you a smooth signing of the contract. I wish you a pleasant journey." Jing Xiaolu also smiled and waved. She originally wanted to say bon voyage, but she thought that Yang Ming was taking a plane. It seemed that it was not auspicious to say bon voyage, so she changed it to bon voyage. After Yang Ming waited for Jing Xiaolu to drive away, he turned and entered the villa area. When he came to Fong Tian's villa, he saw a Land Rover Discovery 4 parked there. Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. This car had not been listed in the domestic market yet. He didn't know who got it. It seemed that there were a lot of rich people in this community, and their connections were quite wide. When he entered the villa, he heard voices inside. When he looked up, he found that Dong Jun was also there. At this moment, he was chatting with Fong Tian. "Senior brother is also here." Yang Ming nodded to Dong Jun as a greeting. "I will send you and Master to the airport in a while." Dong Jun smiled. "I know you can't drive, so I will be the driver." "Hee, I'm still worried about this." Yang Ming smiled after listening. "It seems that someone is sending me off this time." Dong Jun happened to be in Songjiang, so I asked him to send us, said Fong Tian. "Of course. Even if he isn't here, I will come back," Dong Jun said quickly. Yang Ming looked at Dong Jun and nodded. He asked, "Senior brother, What have you been busy with recently? It's nothing much. I just wandered around and helped a few children go to school. Dong Jun shrugged. My days are carefree. Hee hee, that's quite leisure. It would be great if I could switch with senior brother. Yang Ming smiled after listening. What switch? You're going to inherit master's legacy. How can you be idle like me? Dong Jun was stunned. Then he smiled. Even if you want to switch, master will not agree. I'm just joking. Yang Ming indifferently changed the topic. Senior brother, is the Land Rover at the door yours? When Yang Ming saw Dong Jun here, he thought of this possibility. Dong Jun liked cars very much. He guessed that this Land Rover Discovery 4 was obtained by him. Otherwise, others would not have this kind of connection. This car was just released, and it was rare abroad. It's mine. How is it? Not bad, right? Dong Jun smiled. This car was just imported from abroad. It has only been a few days since it got off the ship. Not bad. It's quite powerful. Yang Ming nodded. Senior brother spends a lot of money on it every year, right? Yeah, Dong Jun smiled. Let's not talk about this. Are we leaving now? It's almost time. Let's go. Fong Tian nodded. The three people went out together. Yang Ming sat in the front passenger seat, and Fong Tian sat in the back. Dong Jun started the car and slowly left the villa area. Senior brother, is your car a Mount Jing license plate? After Yang Ming got in the car, he smiled and asked, why is it not Songjiang's? Chapter 1354. Oh, you're talking about this? Dong Jun smiled after listening. Mount Jing's license plate starts with the word Jing. Unlike our Songnan province, Songjiang's license plate starts with Songbi. There are only a few good license plates, and they're all obtained by the bosses with connections. Relatively speaking, Mount Jing has more license plates. It is easier to get a good license plate. It turns out to be like this. Yang Ming nodded after listening. I thought senior brother didn't care about these. It's for luck. Dong Jun laughed. But junior brother, you have a lot of connections. You can even get the Songbi 88 license plates. Senior brother is very impressed. A friend got it. Yang Ming said, yours is not bad. Quiety 33333. After a few words, the car got on the highway. Yang Ming stopped talking and closed his eyes. Dong Jun saw that Yang Ming wanted to rest, so he closed his mouth. After the Songjiang to Donghai Highway was renovated a while ago, the car could also run. It was just a little more than an hour's drive. After sending Yang Ming and Fong Tian to the security check, Dong Jun left. In terms of time, he couldn't make it to see Sun Jie. This time, the itinerary was a bit tight. Although there was still more than an hour before boarding, it was always better not to delay it. However, Yang Ming still called Sun Jie and told her that he was going out. He was now at Donghai International Airport, but he couldn't make it. He couldn't see her. Sun Jie heard that Yang Ming went abroad for business, so she didn't ask Yang Ming in detail what he was going to do. Now, she rarely asked about Yang Ming's affairs. This man had grown up. From the little boy who was shy when he saw her at first, he had become a man who could shelter her from the wind and rain. Only when Yang Ming really encountered any trouble and discussed it with her, Sun Jie would help him with planning. At other times, Sun Jie would try not to show herself in front of Yang Ming. Sometimes, being an obedient little woman was also a very happy thing. Be careful. Contact me when you arrive and let me know that you are safe. Sun Jie told Yang Ming like a little wife sending her husband off. And when I get there, I will call you. Yang Ming said, don't be too tired. If you can't handle the business in Donghai, let Ho Jinhan take over. His industry in Songjiang is basically handed to Bao Sanli. In the past year, Bao Sanli has also honed it. That's great. Uncle Sun San is so old. I really can't bear to let him be busy alone, so I helped him and didn't return to Songjiang. Sun Jie was delighted after listening to Yang Ming's words. It would be great if he could come over. Then I will wait for you to come back, and then I will be free. Sun Jie smiled. After calling Sun Jie, Yang Ming suddenly remembered that he hadn't informed his parents about his departure. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. Since he came back from Africa, he only talked to his parents. He didn't have time to go back, and now he had to leave again. Although his parents now had jobs and lived a fulfilling life every day, Yang Ming knew that every time he went back to visit them, they were very happy. Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly called his father. Big Ming. Yang Dehai was in a meeting at the company when he received a call from Yang Ming. Dad, I have to go out. I may be gone for half a month. Yang Ming was really embarrassed. During this time, he was with Chun Mingyan and Lin Jiyun. He forgot to go home. Oh, didn't you just come back? Why are you going out again? Yang Dehai was stunned and asked. And there are some things that I have to deal with. Yang Ming said, well, you be careful. After you come back, contact me. Our family hasn't eaten together for a long time. Yang Dehai said this and sighed. His son had a promising future. He was very happy in his heart, but sometimes when he saw his son not at home, his heart was still empty. He didn't know if it was better for Yang Ming to stay at home all day in high school, or if it was better now that he had a promising future. This was a difficult thing to compare. Yang Dehai felt that it was really complicated. And I got it. When I come back, I will visit you and Mom. Yang Ming said, give your mother a call and tell her. Yang Dehai said, I will call her now. Yang Ming responded quickly. After hanging up his father's call, Yang Ming called his mother again. Mother Yang was now a property manager. She wasn't very busy every day, but she was very carefree. Especially after the property company was acquired by the Ming Yang Security Company a few days ago, Mother Yang's days were better. It was said that the boss of the Ming Yang Security Company, Bao Sanli, and her son were close friends, so the people in the company respected Mother Yang very much. Sometimes when she went to the head office, the boss of the head office would be respectful to her. This made Mother Yang very happy. Big Ming, why did you suddenly call Mom? When Mother Yang mentioned her son in the property company, she had a sense of pride. Other people were also very envious of Mother Yang for having a promising son. Now, everyone in the property knew that Mother Yang's son and the CEO of the Ming Yang Security Company, which was the superior of the Ming Yang Property Company's headquarters, were good buddies. With this relationship, Mother Yang was very popular. In the past, many of Mother Yang's colleagues were not convinced that she could become a property manager. Mother Yang didn't have any academic qualifications nor qualifications. Some well-informed people even found out that she used to be a part-time worker in the community office who was responsible for cleaning. Later on, she was fired. So there were all kinds of rumors about her behind her back. However, since the manager of the Ming Yang Property Company's headquarters, Di Lei, came down to inspect the work and was very respectful to Mother Yang, everyone immediately became silent. Mother Yang was a person with a big background, especially after they heard that, not to mention Di Lei, even Di Lei's boss, Bao Sanli, was a close friend of Mother Yang's son, Yang Ming. So, those who used to speak ill of Mother Yang quickly took the initiative to admit their mistakes to Mother Yang and express their determination. Mom, I have to go out. It may take half a month. I just told Dad. Yang Ming said, oh, going out again? When Mother Yang heard that Yang Ming was going out again, she was a little disappointed. Yang Ming came back, but he didn't go home to visit, and he was going to leave. I have no choice. It's a business matter. Yang Ming said, oh, then don't delay. When Mother Yang heard that it was a business matter, she quickly stopped saying anything. Be careful and take care of your body. Don't get sick. I will pay attention. Yang Ming said, right, Big Ming, your fifth cousin came to me a few days ago. Mother Yang said until here, and she was hesitant. Yu Chi? Mom, why is he looking for you? Yang Ming asked, just say it. I'm your son. Why can't you say it to me? Big Ming, your fifth cousin doesn't dare to look for you, but he asked me to intercede with you. His girlfriend made a mistake in your friend's company. Can you not ask your friend to fire her? When Yang Ming heard his mother's words, he knew that she was pleading for Wang Xiaoran. Yang Ming knew about this. Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan gave Wang Xiaoran the last chance to admit her mistake, but Wang Xiaoran didn't take the initiative to admit her mistake. So Bao Sanli fired her from the company. Mom, what do you think? Yang Ming just wanted to ask his mother's opinion. Yang Ming, we are all relatives. Can you help her to see if you can help her to forget about this matter? The child also knows her mistake. Your fifth cousin brought her to our house to apologize. Mother Yang said, I don't think the girl is an evil person. Let's be lenient when possible. Yang Ming thought, how can good and evil be seen from a face? If it could be seen, the bad guys in this world would have been caught long ago. Yang Ming also knew that his mother had a good heart. He sighed. Mom, have you promised him? Big Ming, you don't blame Mom, right? When Mother Yang heard Yang Ming ask this, she was a little embarrassed. I think the two of them are very pitiful. Your fifth cousin really likes her, so I don't want to make things difficult for the child, so I agreed for you. Since you have spoken, I don't have to give face to fifth cousin, but you are my mother. I still have to listen to what you say. Yang Ming said helplessly, let's do this. I will call Bao Sanli. That's great. I'm also very happy to see these two children do well. Mother Yang said happily, who can't make a mistake? It's fine as long as they change. Chapter 1355. Although Yang Ming felt that it was unfair to Jing Xiaolu not to fire Wang Xiaoran, his mother was begging him. How could he not give this face? Even if he didn't give face to others, he could not give face to his mother. Yang Ming had to agree, but it depended on Wang Xiaoran's luck. If she was still unrepentant and did something unforgivable, then he really couldn't tolerate her anymore. Thinking of this, Yang Ming said, Mom, but this is only once. If she makes any mistakes again, I can't do anything about it. Once is enough. I think that child knows how to change. Mother Yang quickly said. It seemed that Yu Qi and Wang Xiaoran did not tell their mother that he was the chairman of the company. For some reason, did they think that their mother knew and didn't need to say it, or did they deliberately not say it? If they deliberately didn't say it, it seemed that Yu Qi and Wang Xiaoran still had some insight. He would let them go for now. In fact, how could Yu Qi and Wang Xiaoran be like what Yang Ming guessed? Yang Ming thought that they saw the secret of his behind-the-scenes identity, so they didn't dare to say it casually. In fact, Yu Qi and Wang Xiaoran didn't think about it at all. When Yu Qi entered the door, he played the emotional card. He kept calling him fifth cousin. If he called him the chairman, wouldn't it be unfamiliar? He was a relative, so naturally, he wouldn't say those official positions. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming hesitated. I should discuss this with Jing Xiaolu first. I'm afraid that she will have some ideas. Yang Ming? Jing Xiaolu was a little happy. She thought that after she separated from Yang Ming, it would be a long time before she could hear Yang Ming's voice. She didn't expect Yang Ming to call her again. It should be before boarding the plane, right? Xiaolu, are you busy? Yang Ming was afraid that Jing Xiaolu was talking about the contract, so he asked first. I'm not busy. President Bao and I are on the way to Huihai Business Club. Jing Xiaolu said, What's the matter? I have something to discuss with you, said Yang Ming. Something? You want to discuss this with me? Jing Xiaolu was stunned. Listening to Yang Ming's sincere tone, Jing Xiaolu almost thought that Yang Ming had called the wrong number. If Yang Ming hadn't called her Xiaolu before, Jing Xiaolu really couldn't believe that Yang Ming would talk to her in such a tone. Yes, Yang Ming said. Is it convenient for you to talk? It's convenient. It's just me and President Bao. President Bao will drive the car, Jing Xiaolu said with some joy. Yang Ming's attitude surprised and delighted Jing Xiaolu. She didn't know what Yang Ming wanted to say. However, what was certain was that Yang Ming valued him very much. This is the case. It's about Wang Xiaoran. Yang Ming said, The company has fired her, right? And she was fired a week ago. Jing Xiaolu said, What happened? Yu Qi, who is my fifth cousin, took Wang Xiaoran to beg my mother. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. My mother saw that she was very pitiful, so she agreed to help her. I just called my mother to say goodbye, and I found out about this. This is the case. What did Annie say? Jing Xiaolu asked quickly. My mother agreed. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I can't refuse my mother's words. Why don't I discuss it with you? Let's see if Wang Xiaoran can go back to work. Jing Xiaolu didn't expect Yang Ming to call her to discuss this. There was a sweetness in her heart for no reason. This showed that Yang Ming valued her very much and considered her feelings, so he called to discuss with her. Otherwise, Yang Ming had the right to decide whether to let Wang Xiaoran come back to work. Jing Xiaolu was naturally annoyed with this woman, Wang Xiaoran, but since it was Yang Ming's mother who pleaded, Jing Xiaolu certainly didn't want to care about it. She didn't dare to go against Yang Ming's mother. If she really went against her, would she still want to enter the Yang family in the future? Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu smiled and thought of a plan. Does Annie know why you fired her? I don't know. I didn't ask in detail. Yang Ming didn't know why Jing Xiaolu suddenly asked this. Well, leave this matter to me. I will give Auntie a satisfactory answer, said Jing Xiaolu. And then I will have to trouble you this time. When Yang Ming heard Jing Xiaolu say this, he knew that she promised Wang Xiaoran to come back to work. If you trouble me, you have to treat me to a meal and buy me good things. Jing Xiaolu took the opportunity to ask Yang Ming for benefits. Okay, I will give it to you when we go back. Don't I have to accompany you to the class reunion? You definitely have to buy clothes before. I can go at that time, said Yang Ming. It's a deal. Jing Xiaolu was very happy in her heart. A full Wang Xiaoran can be exchanged for so many benefits. It's really worth it. Jing Xiaolu hoped that Wang Xiaoran would do something again after she came back, so that Yang Ming could still care about her once. Although Yang Ming would accompany her to attend the class reunion, he only said that he would accompany her if there was nothing. But what if there was something? It was better to be safe than sorry. Jing Xiaolu was still worried that there would be an accident. But now, Yang Ming directly said that he would accompany her to attend the class reunion and accompany her to go shopping. Then, this matter was settled. It definitely couldn't run away. Jing Xiaolu was delighted. A pinky promise cannot be changed for 100 years. Whoever changes is a puppy with white hair all over his body. Jing Xiaolu was afraid that Yang Ming would regret, so she said quickly. Yang Ming was speechless. Okay, pinky promise. Although Bao Sanli didn't want to eavesdrop on the phone call between Jing Xiaolu and Yang Ming, he still inevitably heard some. For a long time, Bao Sanli had been speculating about the real relationship between Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. He guessed that Jing Xiaolu was one of Yang Ming's women, but Bao Sanli used to be in charge of prostitution, so he also had a pair of discerning eyes. Judging from Jing Xiaolu's walking capital and figure, Jing Xiaolu should not have experienced the affairs between men and women. But between her and Yang Ming, it was definitely not as simple as ordinary friends. Hearing Jing Xiaolu acting coquettishly to Yang Ming just now, it was even more confirmed. However, although his eyesight was better, there were no absolutes. There might be times when he made a mistake. What can Brother Yang do? Bao Sanli waited for Jing Xiaolu to hang up the phone and asked. Yang Ming asked Wang Xiaoran to come back to work. Jing Xiaolu said, Yuqi begged Auntie and asked Annie to plead with Yang Ming. Yang Ming was afraid that I would be unhappy, so he told me, but how can I be so stingy? Auntie? That must be Yang Ming's mother. Bao Sanli thought. Thinking of this, Bao Sanli smiled and said, Of course, Xiaolu is not stingy. Since Brother Yang handed over the matter to you, then you are fully in charge. Even if Bao Sanli didn't ask her to be in charge, Jing Xiaolu would take the initiative to ask to be in charge of this matter. She still had some thoughts. She wanted to create an opportunity for herself through this matter. If she seized this opportunity, she believed that the road in the future would be much smoother. Yang Ming thought about it. There was no one else to call, so he turned off the phone. It was almost time to board the plane. Yang Ming and Fong Tian packed up and prepared to board the plane. Jing Xiaolu and Bao Sanli rushed to the Huihai Business Club and parked the car in the parking lot at the entrance of the club. There was also a Jinbei business van with them. Their lawyers and staff were sitting on it. Today, Su Xiaobin came to the conference room rented in the Huihai Business Club very early. He didn't know why Lu Jifei was so concerned about this matter today. He came to the office with his lawyers and staff early in the morning, urging them to go to the business club early to prepare. What is there to prepare? The contract has been confirmed. Just sign the contract directly. However, seeing that the staff brought by Lu Jifei were busy setting up the conference room, Su Xiaobin thought this should be to leave a good impression on the other party. Looking at Lu Jifei's staff, not only did they light vases, tea, and even incense. Isn't this too exaggerated? Chapter 1356. President Su, I'll give you a piece of chewing gum. Lu Jifei's lawyer, Lu Luyo, handed Su Xiaobin a piece of chewing gum. Su Xiaobin didn't think much about it. He thought it was to maintain a fresh breath in the negotiation later. So he took it and put it in the innermost part. You don't have to arrange it so formally, right? It's just signing a contract. Hee, this is what President Lu specially instructed. We have to do it. Lu Luyo smiled and said. Then his phone rang. He took it out and glanced at it. He said to Su Xiaobin, it's President Lu's call. I'll answer it. Okay. Su Xiaobin nodded. Lu Luyo picked up the phone without changing his expression. President Lu, hello. Luyo, how are you preparing on your side? Asked Lu Jifei. President Lu, you can rest assured. Everything is ready, said Lu Luyo. He knew that President Lu would definitely know what he was talking about. And not bad. Report to me at any time. Lu Jifei heard that everything was ready, and he was relieved. Okay, President Lu, Lu Luyo said tacitly. Su Xiaobin could also vaguely hear what Lu Jifei and Lu Luyo said. However, in his opinion, it was the arrangement of work before signing the contract. It was not a big deal. The only thing that made Su Xiaobin a little uncomfortable was that the people on his side, except for himself, were all Lu Jifei's people, from lawyers to staff. It was not that these people obeyed him in public, but opposed him in private. On the contrary, these people listened to him very well. They could also complete the things he arranged very well. It was just this feeling that made Su Xiaobin uncomfortable. Perhaps Lu Jifei was afraid that he would take all the credit. After all, this cooperation was facilitated by him from the beginning to the end. Lu Jifei didn't even participate, so he sent some of his people to watch him to prevent him from being greedy. In fact, Su Xiaobin didn't want to be greedy. He knew that this credit must be given to Lu Jifei. Otherwise, it was impossible for him, a small office manager, to take such a big share of the credit. What is President Lu's order on the phone? Su Xiaobin glanced at Lu Luyo and asked. It's nothing. He just asked how our preparation is going. Lu Luyo smiled and said, President Su, I guess the people from Mingyang Security should have arrived. Should we greet them at the door? Okay. Su Xiaobin nodded, stood up, and walked out of the conference room with Lu Luyo. Jing Xiaolu, Bao Sanli, and a group of staff entered the Huihai Business Club. When they came to the conference room on the third floor, they saw Su Xiaobin and their lawyer, Lu Luyo, standing at the door to greet them. President Su, you are still so early. Jing Xiaolu saw that Su Xiaobin came before her again, and she was a little embarrassed. It's nothing. Today is a big day. Lu Yu and I have nothing to do, so we came over to decorate the conference room and take a few photos when we sign the contract. Su Xiaobin said. Jing Xiaolu glanced at the conference room. Sure enough, the decorations inside were similar. Flowers were arranged, and there was a faint fragrance in the room. It seemed that Su Xiaobin had really put in a lot of effort. In this regard, Jing Xiaolu and Bao Sanli were also more optimistic about the prospects of this cooperation. Now it seemed that the other party still attached great importance to this cooperation. It could be seen from their attitude of arranging the signing venue. They are really considerate. Jing Xiaolu sighed. President Bao, welcome, welcome. Su Xiaobin saw Bao Sanli behind Jing Xiaolu and greeted him with a smile to shake hands with him. The previous negotiations were carried out by Jing Xiaolu, and Bao Sanli did not participate. But today, Bao Sanli came personally to sign the contract. He entered the conference room accompanied by Su Xiaobin and Lu Luyo. After the two sides said a few words of courtesy, they talked about signing the contract. There is no problem with the contract, right? Asked Su Xiaobin. The contract was finalized by him and Jing Xiaoli yesterday. He didn't know if Bao Sanli had any opinions after going back and reading it. There's no problem. I have already read it. Bao solemnly nodded. Well, we will print 2 copies on the spot. Su Xiaobin said to the staff member, Chang Xiao, who was already prepared. Chang Xiao pulled out the contract finalized yesterday from the notebook, connected it to the printer, and quickly printed 2 copies of the contract. After doing this, Chang Xiao handed the contract to Su Xiaobin. President Su, it is printed. Okay. Su Xiaobin took the contract and handed each page to Jing Xiaolu one by one. You check the contract and see if there are any problems. Jing Xiaolu took the contract and read it carefully. Then she handed it to Bao Songli. President Bao, do you take a look? It's good that you have no problems. I won't read it. Bao Songli smiled and waved his hand. To be honest, he was really not good at reading these things. Hee, it doesn't matter. After we read it, the lawyers of both sides will review it again. Su Xiaobin smiled and said, We're just looking at the terms to see if there are any problems. The details are still handed over to the lawyers to review. After all, they are professionals. That's right, Bao Songli said. Then let the lawyers review the contract. The signing process smoothly entered the stage of the lawyers of both sides reviewing the contract. Lu Luyo, the lawyer of the Jiangyan Group, and Wang Hongxia, the lawyer of the Mingyang Security Company, were very careful. Both sides held a copy. After reading it, they exchanged it with each other. After confirming that there was no problem, Lu Luyo and Wang Hongxia both nodded and said, President Su, President Bao, there is no problem with the contract. You can sign it. She didn't know why, but Jing Xiaolu felt a sense of dizziness. Did I not sleep well yesterday? No, I didn't lose sleep. Jing Xiaolu felt a little strange. Since the contract review was completed, Su Xiaobin first took the contract and signed his name on the 2 copies. Then he pushed the contract to Bao Songli. President Bao, I have signed it. Bao Songli also picked up the pen and signed his name on the contract. Okay, everyone has signed. Let's stamp the contract. Lu Luyo stood up and picked up the contract with a smile. The special seal for the contract was the seal that both parties stamped on each contract to prevent the page numbers in the middle of the contract from being stolen. The special seal for the contract was generally to spread out a few pages of the contract. Each page was exposed, and then the contract was stamped. In this way, there would be some traces of stamping on each page. After both parties stamped, it was impossible to unilaterally falsify. Lu Leo picked up the contract and turned to the side. At this moment, the contract was in front of him. Jing Xiaolu and Bao Songli couldn't see the contract in his hand from this direction. Jing Xiaolu frowned. The other party's lawyer won't make such an obvious mistake, right? If you block the contract, it is inevitable that your side will think of something. In the blink of an eye, Lu Luyo had returned to his seat, put the contract on the table, stamped the contract, and handed it to Wang Hongxia. He smiled and said, It's your turn to stamp. Wait. Jing Xiaolu saw that Wang Hongxia was about to stamp without any suspicion, so she immediately stopped him. What's wrong? Bao Songli was stunned and looked at Jing Xiaolu inexplicably. Su Xiaobin on the other side was also inexplicable. He didn't understand why Jing Xiaolu would stop at this time. When Lu Luyo heard Jing Xiaolu's voice, he frowned subconsciously. He originally thought that this matter would be very smooth. He didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to be an extremely shrewd person. This time, it depends on whether Boss Lu's secret weapon is useful. I hope it is as magical as he said. Let me look at the contract again. Jing Xiaolu snatched the contract from Wang Hongqia's hand. Vice President Jing, what do you mean? Su Xiaobin didn't say anything, but Lu Luyo was a little unwilling. Does Vice President Jing not believe us? Do you think we will do something? This is not it. I am not targeting anyone. I just feel that there is nothing wrong with being careful. Jing Xiaolu smiled, picked up the contract, and looked at it carefully again. I hope so. Vice President Jing, you know that we are very sincere about this cooperation. Lu Luyo snorted with a bad expression. Chapter 1357. Jing Xiaolu heard that Lu Luyo was a little unhappy. She also felt that she was a little too sensitive. Was she making a mountain out of a molehill? Since Lu Luyo dared to express his dissatisfaction so openly, it seemed that he really didn't do anything. Otherwise, most people would keep their mouths shut and remain silent after doing something. Wouldn't his words reveal that he was trying to hide something? However, Jing Xiaolu just thought about it. She still looked at the contract in her hand very seriously. Lu Liu now also pinned his hopes on Lu Jifei's secret weapon. Whether it could succeed or not, it depended on whether the secret weapon was easy to use. If the secret weapon was easy to use, whatever he said would not affect the content that Jing Xiaolu saw. If the secret weapon was not easy to use, he would still reveal flaws if he did not speak. Jing Xiaolu read the contract and found that there was no problem, so she smiled embarrassedly. In terms of the contract, it is better to be cautious. Yes, Vice President Jing is right. Su Xiaobin could also understand Jing Xiaolu's approach, so he did not say much. Wang Hongxia took the contract. Since Jing Xiaolu had read it so carefully before, Wang Hongxia could not be sloppy. Before stamping the contract, he also patiently read the contract carefully. After finding that there was nothing wrong with it, he stamped the contract. Happy cooperation. Wang Hongxia stood up and handed a contract to Jing Xiaolu and another contract to Su Xiaobin. Happy cooperation. Su Xiaobin just wanted to reach out and take it, but the lawyer, Lu Luyo, reached out and took the contract first. Just leave it with me. Don't lose this thing. Lu Luyo smiled and put the contract into the briefcase he carried with him. This thing couldn't be seen by Su Xiaobin now. Su Xiaobin thought that Lu Luyo was afraid that he would be arrogant with the contract, so he didn't think much about it. Lu Luyo was Lu Jifei's person. This was understandable. If he wanted to take the contract, then let him take it. After the two sides shook hands and took photos, they agreed to start discussing the formation of the new company tomorrow. After that, they left the Huihai Business Club separately. Outside the door, the cold wind blew. Jing Xiaolu's spirit instantly sobered up a lot. Her eyes lit up as if she had gotten rid of something. She felt very comfortable all over. I didn't expect this cooperation to be so smooth. Bao Somli smiled and said, if Brother Yang knows, he will be very happy. Xiaolu, you made a great contribution. Brother Yang has found a good wife like you. Jing Xiaolu blushed a little embarrassedly. It's also my first time negotiating a contract. I'm also constantly fumbling around. A good start is half the battle. With this good start, I believe our company will expand more in the future. Bao Somli was also very happy. Although the Mingyang Security Company had taken over the security business of many hotels in Songjiang City and integrated many property companies, it could only do so much. It was somewhat stagnant. This expansion of the money deposit business was a good start. After Lu Luyo sent Bao Somli, Jing Xiaolu, and others away, he said to Su Xiaobin, President Su, you go back first. I'm going to clean up the venue. Venue? Do you still want those flowers? Su Xiaobin was a bit baffled. He didn't know what Lu Luyo was going to pack. Those are not necessary, but the incense has to be extinguished. Otherwise, what if someone's conference room is on fire? Lu Luyo explained with a smile. This is also true. Then you go quickly. I will wait for you here. Su Xiaobin decided to wait for Lu Luyo for a while. Everyone went back together. Okay, then you wait for me for a while. Lu Luyo nodded and went upstairs. When he came to the conference room, he saw that the hotel's waiter was about to clean the conference room. Lu Luyo was shocked and quickly said, Wait a minute. I still have something to take away. The waiter was stunned. He didn't expect the people here to come back after leaving. Looking at this conference room, in addition to a few pots of flowers, there were a few incense burners. Does he want to take these things back? However, although the waiter had some disdain in his heart, his face was still very friendly. Okay, sir, please. Seeing that a few incense burners were still there, Lu Luyo breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly extinguished the incense burners with the tea on the table, then put them in a bag. He walked out of the conference room and said to the waiter, Okay, you can clean up. Okay, sir. The waiter nodded and entered the conference room to clean up. He thought, "You're really stingy. Do you still want a few broken incense burners?" Lu Luyo went downstairs with the incense burner. After waving to Su Xiaobin, he sat in his car. Su Xiaobin saw Lu Luyo come down, so he ordered the driver to drive. This car was Lu Jifei's Honda Accord, and Lu Luyo had an Audi A for himself. In addition to receiving Lu Jifei's salary, he also received the salaries of several other Lu family collateral descendants, so he was very rich. Moreover, he was a very tight-lipped person, and he was black-hearted. He was very favored by those Lu family descendants, and they gave him a lot of rewards. Buying an Audi A4 was nothing at all. For example, this time, Lu Jifei gave him a reward of 50,000 yuan. After getting the car, Lu Luyo immediately dialed Lu Jifei's phone. "Luyo, how's it going?" Lu Jifei saw the call from Lu Luyo and quickly picked it up. "Don't worry, President Lu. Everything is going well." Lu Luyo said, "President Lu, your incense is really useful." "Oh, really?" It seems that the Thai boss didn't lie to me." Lu Jifei was relieved after listening. He spent a lot of money to get this incense. It was better than hallucinogens such as belladonna and dachira. "Yeah, I tampered with the contract." After changing a few pages, Jing Xiaolu seemed to notice something. "I stamped the contract for their lawyer, and she actually went over and read it again." Lu Luyo said. Then their lawyer also read it again, and he still didn't find anything wrong. "It's amazing." "That's good." Lu Jifei felt indescribably refreshed after listening. "Jing Xiaolu, that smelly bitch. I will let her know what the price of fooling me is. This time, I will make them lose everything. Yeah, she dares to provoke our President Lu. Isn't she looking for death?" Lu Luyo smiled and said, "President Lu, what is the incense all about? Can you tell me? I'm a little curious." In fact, after the incense is lit, it unknowingly causes mental hallucinations. The reason why Jing Xiaolu and the lawyer didn't see any problems when they read the contract again was because they had already read the contract before this. There was a residual impression of the previous contract in their minds. After you gave them the tampered contract, they still retained the impression of the previous contract in their minds. Plus, this incense can make people hallucinate. What they see naturally becomes what they saw before. Lu Jifei explained proudly. "How is it? This thing is very useful, right?" "Sure enough." Lu Luyo thought, "This is a good thing. I don't know if I can get some." So he said, "President Lu, do you have any extra? Can you give me some?" "Oh, this is no problem. I will give you the rest of the incense that was not used up." Lu Jifei was in a good mood today, so he generously agreed to Lu Luyo's request. "Thank you, President Lu." Lu Luyo glanced at the incense in the bag. There was still a lot left. He quickly thanked him. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jifei couldn't help but boast a slogan. Let's see if I don't kill you this time." "You bitch, do you think you're powerful just because you rely on some Yang Ming? This time, you made such a big mess. Let's see if Yang Ming will still care about you." Lu Jifei's move was vicious. Not only did it make Yang Ming suffer losses, but also made Jing Xiaolu lose favor with Yang Ming and turn against him. Thinking of Jing Xiaolu's desperate look and begging him to let her go, Lu Jifei really couldn't help it. This time, let's see what tricks you can play. Aren't you going to obediently wash up and wait for me in bed?" Su Xiaobin still didn't know that he was the one who stood out this time and helped the tyrant. He was still dreaming of becoming a branch manager in the future. Chapter 1358. President Bao. President Bao. Not good. Wang Hongcha, the full-time lawyer of the Mingyang Security Company, stumbled into Bao Sanli's office with a contract in his hand. "What's the matter? What are you doing?" Bao Sanli saw Wang Hongcha's panicked look and frowned. "You are a lawyer. How can you be so reckless?" "President Bao, not good. Something big happened this time." Wang Hongcha couldn't care much. He rushed directly to Bao Sanli's side and threw a contract on Bao Sanli's table. "What the hell happened?" Bao Samli was somewhat dissatisfied with this Wang Hongxia. What are you doing? You're also a high-level person in the group. How can you be so impatient? Why are you making a fuss? What is this? President Bao, this contract is not right. It has been tampered with. Wang Hongxia pointed to the contract on the table and said breathlessly, President Bao, we have been tricked. What the hell is going on? When Bao Samli heard that there was a problem with the contract, he immediately picked up the contract on the table. Isn't this the contract we just signed? What's the problem? President Bao, look at the column of the two parties' obligations at the back. Wang Hongxia hurriedly turned the contract to the page of the two parties' obligations. He pointed to the above clause and said to Bao Samli, President Bao, look. It says that we must invest 50 million yuan into the new company account within 3 days. Isn't it 10 million yuan? How did it become 50 million yuan? What happened? Bao Samli was shocked. He looked at the black and white words in his hand, and the cold sweat on his head immediately came out. This is not a small matter. 10 million yuan and 50 million yuan. Although there is only one word difference, the difference is huge. This is not a joke. This is not the main thing. Look at the share allocation of the two parties at the back. Wang Hongxia said with a sad face, President Bao, you see, the original agreement was that we hold 51% of the new company's shares, but it has become 11%. What? Bao Samli was shocked again. What is going on? Did I fall into a contract trap? This was no small matter. His investment had increased from 10 million to 50 million. He had invested more, but the shares he would receive correspondingly decreased. This was simply a joke. Seeing this, Bao Samli knew that this was written in black and white. It was impossible to change it out of thin air. If he had to say what was going on, it was that his company must have been tricked by the other party. She didn't expect such a big thing to happen when Brother Yang wasn't home. Bao Samli's mind immediately became blank. How could such a thing happen? Didn't you review the contract before? What are you looking at? Bao Samli was furious. When he signed a contract, he didn't look at the contract. It was Wang Hong who looked at the contract. I read it at the time, and there was no problem. Wang Hongxia recalled the scene at the time. He also paid special attention to the details of the contract. There was no problem. Is there no problem? Bao Samli suddenly thought of a possibility. He looked at Wang Hongxia coldly. Tell me, how much did the other party give you to do this? What is the benefit? Wang Hongxia was thinking about what went wrong. Suddenly, he heard Bao Samli shout and was shocked. Are you the one who did this? Deliberately ignoring these things? Bao Samli's eyes were about to spit out fire. Were you bribed by them? After listening to Bao Samli's words, Wang Hongxia was shocked. His legs were soft, and he knelt on the ground. He knew what Bao Samli's old profession was. If this matter wasn't explained clearly, he would probably be fed to the fish in the sea tomorrow. President Bao, I have a conscience. Wang Hongxia was so scared that his voice changed. You know, I have always been loyal to you. From the time of the annexation of the Wang's group, I have been at your beck and call. I have never had a change of heart. Hearing Wang Hongxia's words, Bao Samli also calmed down. Indeed, this guy had no reason to betray. He knew my background. If he betrayed me, I would definitely not let him go. How do you explain this? This is also what I find strange, right? Suddenly, Wang Hongxia thought of one thing. It was like a life-saving straw. President Bao, Vice President Jing has seen this contract before. Moreover, just before she stamped it, she reviewed it again. Yes, Bao Samli thought about it. How could I forget this? In that case, this Wang Hongxia should be innocent. Jing Xiaolu couldn't be his accomplice. Jing Xiaolu was Brother Yang's woman. It was impossible for her to be a traitor and give away the interests of her family's company. Besides, Jing Xiaolu was with Yang Ming. What did she not have? How could the other party's interests buy her? Thinking of this, Bao Samli waved his hand to Wang Hongxia and said, You get up. I have wronged you. Thank you, President Bao. Thank you, President Bao. Wang Hongxia was relieved. He had a feeling of surviving a disaster. Although Bao Samli no longer suspected that he was a traitor, he was definitely responsible for this matter. He was the lawyer responsible for reviewing the contract. After the contract was signed, he definitely had to take the main responsibility for this problem. This matter was too strange. After Bao Sanli calmed down, his first thought was to call Jing Xiaolu and find her. He dialed the company's internal line. "Xiaolu, come to my office. I have something important to discuss with you." After that, he hung up the phone. Jing Xiaolu was stunned. Why did Bao Sanli's voice sound a little unhappy? Moreover, every time Bao Sanli called, he was polite. What happened this time? He hung up the phone without waiting for her to speak. This was the first time. Jing Xiaolu quickly put down the work in her hand, got up, and left the office. She walked quickly to Bao Sanli's office. She knocked on the door, and Bao Sanli's gloomy voice came from inside. "Please come in." Jing Xiaolu pushed open the office door and saw the sullen Bao Sanli and Wang Hongxia, who was frowning. "President Bao, why are you looking for me?" Jing Xiaolu also noticed that the atmosphere was not right and asked carefully. "AI." Bao Sanli sighed. "Xiaolu, this time there is a big problem in the company. Brother Yang is not at home. We actually messed things up like this, President Bao. What happened to the company? What happened?" Jing Xiaolu asked, puzzled. "Wang Hongxia, you should talk to Xiaolu about the situation." Bao Sanli pointed to the contract on the table and instructed Wang Hongxia. Wang Hongxia also sighed. He picked up the contract on the table and handed it to Jing Xiaolu. "Vice President Jing, look at the terms of this contract." Jing Xiaolu took the contract with some surprise and looked at the terms pointed by Wang Hongxia. At first glance, Jing Xiaolu was immediately stunned. Investment of 50 million? 11% of the shares? Where did this contract come from? Jing Xiaolu asked subconsciously. "Isn't this the one we just signed?" Bao Sanli saw Jing Xiaolu's expression and knew that the contract she read beforehand was definitely different from this. But what was the problem? "The one we signed? It's impossible." Jing Xiaolu widened her eyes. "I was afraid that Lu Luyo would tamper with the contract. We stamped the contract and took it back. I deliberately checked it again. There was no problem before I stamped it for Wang Hongxia." "Right, Wang Hongxia. After I gave it to you, didn't you review it again?" "Vice President Jing, you were right. After you reviewed it and found no problem, I was worried and reviewed it again. There was indeed no problem, so I signed and stamped it." Wang Hongxia nodded quickly and said. Chapter 1359. Jing Xiaolu frowned slightly. Wang Hongxia was right. She had initially suspected that Lu Luyo would tamper with the contract. When she saw Lu Luyo's back facing her, Bao Sanli, Wang Hongxia, and the others, Jing Xiaolu felt that things were a bit bizarre. As a professional lawyer in charge of company contracts, it was impossible not to know some taboos in the business world. He did this completely to give the other party a sense of distrust. Although business was two-sided, everyone should be sincere since they wanted to cooperate. However, when it was done, you also had to be honest. Situations like his were rare. Even if it was Jing Xiaolu's first time signing a contract with another company, she knew not to do anything that would make the other party uncomfortable. Didn't Lu Luyo know this? Therefore, Jing Xiaolu took the contract and reviewed it again. Especially such key details, such as the amount of capital contribution, shares, and company dominance. Jing Xiaolu checked all of them. After there was no problem, she handed it to Wang Hongxia for stamping. As for Wang Hongxia, after receiving the contract that he handed over, he also re-examined it. How could there be a problem with the contract that was stamped after two people's second review? Could it be that Wang Hongxia tampered with it after returning to the company? Jing Xiaolu shook her head. This was impossible. First, Wang Hongxia couldn't get the other company's special contract seal. Second, after Wang Hongxia used the company's special contract seal, it was always with her. After returning to the company, Jing Xiaolu locked it in the safe. Wang Hongxia didn't even have a chance to touch it. Taking a step back, even if Wang Hongxia had the other company's special contract seal, he could also get the Ming Yang Security Company's special contract seal. Then how did he stamp this seal? How could the middle page of the contract seal that he forged just happen to be printed and matched with the original pages of the contract? This difficulty wasn't something that ordinary people could do. There was only one possibility. That was, the contract was replaced before it was stamped. But how did the other party do it? Why didn't Wang Hongxia and I notice it after the contract was replaced? Jing Xiaolu thought desperately, but she couldn't figure it out. Is there really a ghost? Or is there something that I missed? President Bao, I'm sure that the contract I saw later was different from this one. Jing Xiaolu sighed. But why did the contract become like this? I don't know. Of course I won't doubt you. Bao Sanli waved his hand. Even if I doubt myself, I can't doubt you. You can't steal from your own company. Wang Hongxia still doubted whether it was Jing Xiaolu's doing. When he heard Bao Sanli's words, he was shocked. Right? The memory of Yang Ming supporting Jing Xiaolu at the company meeting was still fresh in his mind. It seemed that Jing Xiaolu's backer was indeed Yang Ming. No wonder he was able to become the vice president at such a young age. Since Bao Sanli said so, then Jing Xiaolu must have that kind of relationship with Yang Ming. So Jing Xiaolu definitely couldn't do anything that would harm the company's interests. It seems that both I and Jing Xiaolu were mistaken. However, this is too strange. Jing Xiaolu looked at the contract in her hand. What method did they use? I handed the contract over to Wang Hongxia. After Wang Hongxia reviewed it again, he directly stamped the contract. These things were all done under our noses. There was no chance to secretly change the contract. Could it be that they used some kind of trick to make us all see wrongly? Wang Hongxia was also at his wit's end. If they wanted to find a scapegoat, it would be him. Yang Ming couldn't let his woman take the blame. Could it be that we all saw wrongly? Jing Xiaolu didn't quite believe it. Anyway, we fell into a contract trap this time. Bao Sanli sighed. Let's not care how the other party did it for the time being. Let's think about how to deal with it. President Bao is right. We must come up with a solution as soon as possible. Jing Xiaolu nodded and said, but how we solve this? It's written in black and white. Wang Hongxia pointed at the contract and said with a bitter face. When Wang Hongxia's words came out, Bao Sanli and Jing Xiaolu suddenly looked at each other. It seemed that no one had a good idea. I think we should first determine the Jiangyan group's attitude on this matter. Jing Xiaolu thought about it. The one who started the trouble should end it. Since the Jiangyan group's people did this, then they must want to use this to achieve some purpose. Therefore, if they wanted to solve this matter, they still needed to negotiate with the other party to see the other party's intentions and bottom line. Yeah, why didn't I think of it? Bao Sanli had to admit that Jing Xiaolu was better than him in many aspects, especially her calmness after the incident. Vice President Jing is right. Since the other party did this, they must have a purpose. It is useless for us to be anxious here. Let's listen to the other party's opinion first, and then make a plan. Wang Hongxia also nodded in agreement. Let me make this call. Jing Xiaolu thought about it and volunteered. During this time, she had the most contact with Su Xiaobin. It was easier for the two people to communicate. Bao Sanli and Wang Hongxia also nodded. They felt that it was best for Jing Xiaolu to make this call. Jing Xiaolu took out her mobile phone and dialed Su Xiaobin's phone. It didn't take long for Su Xiaobin to answer the phone. Su Xiaobin was very happy today. He thought that this contract was finally signed, which meant that the two companies were officially on the track of cooperation. Then, his position as the manager of the Jiangyan Group's Songjiang office would also rise. The escort company established this time was called Ming Yang Jiangyan Escort Company, Limited. He would be responsible for the Jiangyan Group, and his office would also be upgraded to a branch company. He would be a vice president in the escort company in the future. He was also a person with real power. Thinking of this, Su Xiaobin was indescribably excited. Dear, the contract is finally signed. Your husband is going to be rich. As soon as Su Xiaobin returned home, he hugged Wang Lixia. He felt that life was so beautiful, as if he saw a golden road in his future. Look at how happy you are. Wang Lixia was actually very happy. Seeing that Su Xiaobin finally had a future, she was excited for Su Xiaobin. This time, You can straighten up in front of your classmates, right? Su Xiaobin said proudly. Look at how happy you are. Wang Lixiao was actually very happy. She would no longer be looked down upon by her classmates. Hee, since no one is around now, let's do some exercise. Su Xiaobin was in a good mood, and he began to have some ideas in his body. This is broad daylight. It's not good. Wang Lixia found Su Xiaobin more and more pleasing to the eye today. When Su Xiaobin said this, she also had some ideas, but because it was daytime, she was a little embarrassed. It's okay. Lu Luyo went to find Brother Fei. There are only two of us here, Su Xiaobin said with some urgency. Then, hurry up. Wang Lixia also wanted to do it. Under Su Xiaobin's half-hearted persuasion, she rolled to the bed. Lu Jifei held the contract in his hand and was very excited. He patted Lu Luyo's shoulder. Luyo, you are still the most reliable. You have worked hard this time. It's not hard. President Lu also gave me this incense. I have to thank President Lu. Lu Luyo got a bunch of incense and was very happy. And you did a good job. Okay, you can play by yourself these 2 days. I will call you if there is anything. Lu Jifei said with satisfaction. Okay, President Lu. If there is anything, call me at any time. Lu Luyo quickly agreed. After sending Lu Luyo away, Lu Jifei took the contract and was going to find Su Xiaobin to talk about it. This matter definitely couldn't be hidden from Su Xiaobin. Since it had been done, he must tell him. He didn't tell Su Xiaobin when signing the contract because he was afraid that he would ruin it. In the end, Lu Luyo grabbed the contract because he was afraid that Su Xiaobin would say something after reading the contract on the spot and screw things up. But now, everything had become a foregone conclusion. Lu Jifei was not afraid of anything. Previously, Lu Jifei could see that Su Xiaobin was a little afraid of Bao Songli, so he didn't tell him this at the beginning. First, he was afraid that Su Xiaobin would be discouraged and not dare to do it. Second, he had to use him to talk to Jing Xiaolu about cooperation. Only when he didn't know anything and had a real attitude to cooperate with Jing Xiaolu could Jing Xiaolu's side not be suspicious. Chapter 1360. Otherwise, even if Su Xiaobin cooperated with him, Lu Jifei was afraid that Su Xiaobin's excessive compromise during the negotiation would cause the other party suspicion. At that time, if Su Xiaobin thought that he had to change the contract sooner or later, wouldn't it be bad if he agreed to their conditions in advance? But now, the contract had been signed. Lu Jifei was not afraid that Su Xiaobin would object. Now, the two people were already grasshoppers on the same rope. When the contract was signed, he was also present. Now that the contract was signed like this, he was naturally responsible. Even if Su Xiaobin wanted to stay out of it, it was impossible. Therefore, Lu Jifei would do this without any scruples, and he was not afraid that Su Xiaobin would know about it afterward. However, no matter what, Su Xiaobin would still be responsible for this security company in the future. Lu Jifei believed that after signing the contract like this, he would only be uncomfortable for a short while, and he would definitely accept the current situation. This contract was obviously beneficial to his own side. When the company had performance, Su Xiaobin would also be proud. Lu Jifei parked the car at the door of the office where Su Xiaobin was located. He got off the car and stepped into the office. What made him wonder was that there was no one in the office. Lu Jifei was a bit baffled. Where are all these people? Just as he was about to take out the phone and call Su Xiaobin to ask where he was, he heard a very strange sound coming into his ears. Lu Jifei was shocked. He was not unfamiliar with this sound. It was a woman's moaning sound. It could only be heard when men and women were doing it. Lu Jifei held his breath and was delighted. Could it be that Su Xiaobin and Wang Lixia are doing it? Or is Wang Lixia touching herself? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Jifei suddenly became excited. He did not make a sound, but he began to look for the source of the sound. Lu Jifei looked around the room and finally set his eyes on a small door in the room. This was the only door in the room. Inside was Su Xiaobin's bedroom. The sound also came from here. Lu Jifei found the source of the sound and tiptoed to the side of the small door. He pricked up his ears and listened to the sounds that tugged at his heartstrings, making Lu Jifei's blood boil. At this moment, Lu Jifei wished that he had a pair of X-ray eyes to see the situation behind the small door. Why is there no window on this small door? Lu Jifei complained in his heart. This is... Suddenly, Lu Jifei was delighted to find that there was a wooden gap on the side of the small door. From here, he could see the scene behind the small door clearly. Lu Jifei endured the excitement in his heart and leaned on the door panel. His eyes almost squeezed through the gap of the door. Finally, he saw the situation inside clearly. Suddenly, the saliva in his mouth almost flowed out. Lu Jifei swallowed his saliva with a gulp sound. This Su Xiaobin really picked up a big bargain. This wife's skin is white and tender, and her figure is good. It is a pity that she is with him. Lu Jifei's breathing became hurried. He even fantasized that he had become Su Xiaobin, replacing him to ride on Wang Lixia's body. Lu Jifei couldn't help but unbuckle his belt. Ring. The phone rang in a hurry. Lu Jifei suddenly quivered and subconsciously reached for the phone in his pocket. Am I so unlucky? Why did his phone ring at this time? That's so embarrassing. Lu Jifei was so scared that the cold sweat on his forehead flowed down. However, what he saw next made him relieved, because Lu Jifei suddenly remembered that his cell phone did not have this ringtone. Looking again, Su Xiaobin picked up the phone from the table. Lu Jifei understood that Su Xiaobin's phone was ringing. Su Xiaobin was doing exercises, and he was suddenly shocked by the phone ringing. He picked up the phone and glanced at it. He didn't want to answer and wanted to cut it off, but when he saw the caller's name, Su Xiaobin knew that this call had to be answered. He had to smile bitterly to Wang Lixia. Lixia, I'm answering the phone. Why are you answering the phone? Come back quickly. Wang Lixia was a little dissatisfied. She was not done yet. How could he answer the phone halfway through? It's Jing Xiaolu. It must be business. Su Xiaobin was not willing to stop halfway, but he had no choice. When Wang Lixia heard that it was the company's business, she did not stop it. She also knew that her future, beautiful life depended on Su Xiaobin's cooperation this time. As long as the cooperation was smooth, then she would definitely not have to worry about food and clothing in the future. So, she said, then you pick it up quickly. I'll wait for you. Su Xiaobin nodded and picked up the phone. Hello, Vice President Jing. Didn't we just separate? What's the matter? President Su, there's a problem with the contract. Do you have time now? Let's come out and meet. Jing Xiaolu's tone was a bit unfriendly and very low. This tone made Su Xiaobin a little stunned. What happened to Jing Xiaolu? Moreover, what is the problem with the contract that she said? Thinking of this, Su Xiaobin's heart suddenly jumped. Will there be any changes in this cooperation? What's the problem with the contract? Vice President Jing? Su Xiaobin asked quickly. This was a big deal. Su Xiaobin suddenly raised his spirit. Why? You don't know? Jing Xiaolu heard Su Xiaobin's tone, and it didn't seem to be fake, but she couldn't see his expression. Who knew if he was pretending? Vice President Jing, what do I know? Su Xiaobin was more and more puzzled. What are you talking about? Let's do this. I can't explain it clearly on the phone. Let's meet and talk about it. Jing Xiaolu didn't want to talk nonsense with Su Xiaobin on the phone. Whether he really didn't know, she could only wait until the two sides met. Well, you tell me the place, and I will go now. Su Xiaobin was also anxious. He didn't know what Jing Xiaolu meant by the problem with the contract. He didn't care about Wang Lixia on the bed. He jumped out of bed and prepared to put on his clothes. Still at the Huihai Business Club. There's a coffee shop on the first floor. I will wait for you there, said Jing Xiaolu. Whether it was Su Xiaobin's trick or not, it couldn't be tested on the phone because Jing Xiaolu couldn't see Su Xiaobin's expression. She didn't know whether what he said was true or not. However, Jing Xiaolu had already determined in her heart that this matter should still be related to Su Xiaobin. After all, this kind of tampered contract was beneficial to the Jiangyan group. Okay, I will rush over right away. Su Xiaobin naturally didn't know what Jing Xiaolu wanted to do with him, but it was related to future cooperation. He couldn't ignore it. After hanging up the phone, Su Xiaobin began to quickly put on his clothes. Xiaobin, why are you in such a hurry? It is not too late to leave after you finish. Wang Lixia was a little reluctant. She just got into the mood, and this call came. Then, Su Xiaobin put on his clothes and left. Isn't this torture? Lixia, let's talk about it when you come back. I have to go out quickly. Jing Xiaolu said that there is a problem with the contract. This is a big deal. Su Xiaobin quickly comforted her. You can rest assured. I will definitely come back quickly. Okay then. Wang Lixia pouted with grievance. She also knew that there was no way to make Su Xiaobin stay now, so she could only do this. Well, when I come back, I will definitely compensate you. Su Xiaobin saw that Wang Lixia was a little unhappy, so he smiled and coaxed her. It's a promise. Then I will wait for you in bed. I won't get up. Wang Lixia said coquettishly. Okay. Su Xiaobin smiled. Lu Jifei, who was hiding outside the small door and eavesdropping, saw Wang Lixia's eager expression, and his heart suddenly moved. It would be great if I could replace Su Xiaobin. Chapter 1361. When Su Xiaobin answered the phone, Lu Jifei outside the door already understood that this call was from Jing Xiaolu. Lu Jifei didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to find the problem so quickly. Originally, he came to Su Xiaobin to tell Su Xiaobin the truth, but Jing Xiaolu was one step ahead of him. Hearing that Su Xiaobin was going to meet Jing Xiaolu, Lu Jifei originally wanted to stop Su Xiaobin. He was afraid that he would say something wrong after going. But when he glanced, he saw Wang Lixia naked on the bed, and the fire in his heart suddenly burst out. Su Xiaobin is gone. Can I do something for Su Xiaobin? Lu Jifei naturally didn't want to play some coercive means. As a result, it was bound to destroy the relationship between himself and Su Xiaobin. If this kid went to the Lu family's old man to complain about him, he would have to bear the consequences. However, if he didn't force her, would Wang Lixia be willing to play with him? Looking at Wang Lixia's appearance, she didn't seem to be a fickle person. I'm afraid it's difficult to deal with her with just words. Right? Lu Jifei suddenly thought of a great idea. How could I forget that thing? My incense is a top-secret weapon. At this time, it could be used again. Thinking of this, Lu Jifei was so excited that he trembled a little. The effect of this incense was to make people hallucinate, turning what they saw in front of them into what they had seen not long ago. This was a subconscious psychological cue, and the role of this incense was to strengthen this psychological cue. At that time, Jing Xiaolu and the lawyer, Wang Hongxia, also fell into the trap because of the psychological cue hallucination produced by this incense. They had read the contract without any problems before. Some of the data and details in the contract were imprinted in their minds. When they saw the modified contract for the second time, because they were more concerned about the data and details of those key parts, they couldn't help but compare the correct contract data and details with this problematic contract in their minds. However, because of the effect of the incense, they had hallucinations. The problematic data in the contract was naturally regarded as the correct data by them. Although there was a problem with the data in his eyes, his retinal nerves were no longer under the influence of the incense. The data that was fed back to his brain was the data of the correct contract, which led to the problem in the end. Similarly, if this incense was used on Wang Lixia, the effect would be the same. Now, Wang Lixia wanted Su Xiaobin to come back and do that thing with her. In this way, if Lu Jifei used the incense, the result would be, Wang Lixia must have regarded herself as Su Xiaobin. At that time, even if Wang Lixia found out that something was wrong, she could only suffer in silence. Because she was willing to have sex with him, she would not spread it around. Thinking of this, Lu Jifei felt that he was simply a super invincible genius in the universe. He could even think of such a wonderful idea. It seems that my IQ has really improved recently. Not only did I fool Jing Xiaolu, but I can also get into Wang Lixia's bed this time. It's really worth celebrating. Lu Jifei saw that Su Xiaobin was about to put on his clothes, so he quickly and carefully left the room. He jumped into his accord in a few steps and quickly drove away. He couldn't let Su Xiaobin see him here. If Su Xiaobin saw him coming, he would definitely remind Wang Lixia to put on her clothes. Then, his plan would be difficult to achieve. Now, it was better to hide first. When Su Xiaobin left, it would not be too late for him to come back. As for Su Xiaobin going to see Jing Xiaolu, he couldn't care so much. Whatever. If he wanted to see Jing Xiaolu, then he would see her. He was not afraid that Su Xiaobin would spill the beans because the contract had been signed. As long as he did not change his mind, even if Su Xiaobin agreed to re-sign the contract, it would be useless. Su Xiaobin would not be so stupid. Since this contract had been signed, and it was obviously beneficial to his own side, he would definitely find ways to maintain the validity of this contract. Thinking of this, Lu Jifei was relieved and dispelled the idea of communicating with Su Xiaobin first. After waiting for a while, he saw Su Xiaobin walk out of the intersection, stop a taxi, and leave quickly. Lu Jifei started the car again and drove in the direction of the Jiangyan Group's Songjiang office. After parking the car at the door, Lu Jifei did not dare to make a big movement. He carefully took out a box of incense from the trunk of the car and smiled. Then he took out something like chewing gum and chewed it in his mouth. This was the antidote to the incense. After chewing, he would not be affected by the incense hallucinogen. Lu Luyo gave Su Xiaobin a piece of this kind of chewing gum because of this. However, Su Xiaobin did not know the real use of this chewing gum. He thought that Lu Luyo gave him the chewing gum to keep him fresh during the negotiation. Lu Jifei glanced at the office door and found that it was locked. It seemed that this Su Xiaobin was not a careless person. After leaving, he actually locked the office. However, this did not matter because Lu Jifei had the door key to the office. Su Xiaobin gave him one before to please him and make it convenient for him to enter and exit. He did not expect it to come in handy at this time. Lu Jifei carefully opened the door of the office and tiptoed into the office. He was afraid that the sound of the lock closing the door would arouse Wang Lixia's vigilance, so he did not dare to lock the door. He just left the office door ajar. Lu Jifei knew that no one else would come to this office except for himself and Su Xiaobin. This office had been set up here for a year, and no cooperation had been negotiated, so who would come here? Lu Jifei came to the small door again, leaned down, and looked inside. He found that Wang Lixia had not put on her clothes yet. Half of her body was curled up in the quilt, and she was playing mobile games with full concentration. Hee, Lu Jifei smiled secretly. This is really a God-given opportunity. He was really afraid that after Su Xiaobin left, Wang Lixia would put on her clothes because she was afraid of the cold. It was now the end of March, and the weather was still very cold. If she really put on her clothes, then it would not be easy to handle. Although the incense could make Wang Lixia hallucinate and think that he was Su Xiaobin, if Wang Lixia really put on her clothes, and he asked her to take them off, it was hard to guarantee that he would not reveal any flaws and let Wang Lixia wake up from the illusion. Lu Jifei carefully lit the incense, then picked up a small piece of cardboard and fanned it in the direction of the door crack into the inner room where Wang Lixia was. This door had been there for some years, and the door crack was very big, so it was not difficult to fan the incense in. Although Lu Jifei was very anxious in his heart, he also knew that this incense would take a while to have an effect. In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, he decided to wait a while before implementing his plan, so that it would be safer. Once, twice, thrice, Lu Jifei fanned himself tirelessly. He had never been so patient to do such an inexplicable thing, but today he was unusually patient. Looking at the remaining dose of incense, Lu Jifei felt that it was almost enough. This had far exceeded the normal dose. Although some of the incense that was fanned into the inner room might dissipate, this should be enough. Lu Jifei adjusted his clothes, picked up the incense, and pushed the small door of the inner room with his hand. Unexpectedly, the small door was not locked. It saved Lu Jifei a lot of trouble. Presumably, Su Xiaobin thought that since the outer door was already locked, there was no need to lock the small door inside. Since he had already decided, Lu Jifei pushed the door and walked in without fear. He was not afraid that Wang Lixiao would notice. Wang Lixiao was playing a mobile game to kill time. The desire in her body had just been ignited by Su Xiaobin, but Su Xiaobin had something to do, so in order to suppress her thoughts, Wang Lixiao could only play mobile games. However, she was very clear in her heart that although she was playing the game in her hands, her heart was not invested at all. She had been looking forward to Su Xiaobin coming back earlier. Hearing that there was movement at the door of the room, Wang Lixiao quickly raised her head, but she saw Su Xiaobin pushing the door and coming in. She couldn't help but say, "Xiaobin, why are you back so soon? Are you done with the contract?" Looking at Wang Lixiao's expression, Lu Jifei knew that his incense had worked. After hearing Wang Lixiao's question, Lu Jifei was suddenly ecstatic. It seemed that Wang Lixiao really regarded him as Su Xiaobin. Chapter 1362. And nothing serious, so I came back. Although Lu Jifei knew that he had become Su Xiaobin in Wang Lixiao's eyes, he didn't dare to speak too much. He was afraid of revealing flaws, so he responded vaguely. Lu Jifei was afraid that the effect of the incense would not last long, so he put the unburned incense on the cabinet not far from Wang Lixiao's bed. What is that? Although Wang Lixiao subconsciously regarded Lu Jifei as Su Xiaobin, she still asked curiously when she saw the incense that she had never seen before. "Oh, it cleans the air? It's nothing." Lu Jifei replied casually. "Oh." Wang Lixiao was just asking casually. After hearing Lu Jifei's explanation, she didn't ask again. Instead, the desire that had been suppressed in her heart surged again. "What are you still standing there for? Come on up." Wang Lixiao's action was indescribably seductive. Lu Jifei was overjoyed after hearing it. "This is really effortless. I haven't asked for anything yet, but Wang Lixiao has taken the initiative first." Okay, I'm coming." Lu Jifei quickly agreed. He quickly took off his clothes, jumped on the bed, and hugged Wang Lixiao. Jing Xiaolu was in a very bad mood now. Yang Ming was not at home. She thought that she could take charge alone and become Yang Ming's assistant. She didn't expect that there would be a problem in the first contract negotiation, and it was a very big problem. The most terrible thing was that neither she nor the lawyer, Wang Hongxia, knew how this mistake came about. Jing Xiaolu also understood that if she wanted to figure out the truth of the matter, she had to start with Su Xiaobin. The only thing she could do now was to find out what Su Xiaobin meant. "President Bao, I called Su Xiaobin and made an appointment to meet in the coffee shop downstairs of Huihai Business Club in half an hour." Su Xiaobin hung up the phone and said with a sigh. She was in a very bad mood now. There was a problem in the first business negotiation. Her loss could be imagined. Motherfucker, this Su Xiaobin. He looks like a dog, but I didn't expect him to be so cunning. Bao Sanli had not cursed for a long time, but this time he finally couldn't help but curse. Brother Yang had just left, and something had happened at home. What would Brother Yang think of her? Last time, Chu Daming and Lu Chan, the two vice presidents, had absconded with the money because of his bad judgment. This time, he had fallen into the contract trap again. Wouldn't this make him seem too stupid? Brother Yang would definitely suspect that there was something wrong with his ability. Thinking of this, Bao Sanli couldn't help but want to curse Su Xiaobin's 18 generations of ancestors. Wasn't this just making things difficult for him? But this time, the only good thing was that Jing Xiaolu also participated in the contract. Even if Yang Ming knew the result, he wouldn't be too angry with Yang Ming. Jing Xiaolu just smiled bitterly. There was a problem with the contract. How could he not be anxious? "I'm on the way. I'll be there soon." Jing Xiaolu didn't expect Su Xiaobin to be more active than her. She hung up the phone and sped up the car. Seeing Su Xiaobin's anxious look, Bao Somli was a little confused at the moment. He was not a stupid person. Seeing Su Xiaobin's appearance, it didn't seem like he was the one who played the trick. If Su Xiaobin was the behind-the-scenes driver of this contract trap, why was he so active? He could put on airs. Even if Jing Xiaolu didn't come, he could wait there leisurely. He didn't have to rush to call Jing Xiaolu. But now, looking at Su Xiaobin's appearance, he didn't seem to be steady at all, as if he didn't know anything. It was really difficult for Bao Sanli to associate him with the behind-the-scenes driver. Could it be that my judgment is wrong? This Su Xiaobin is not the behind-the-scenes driver? So, since Su Xiaobin is not the behind-the-scenes driver, who is? Could it be the Jiangyan group? Just as Bao Sanli was lost in his thoughts, Jing Xiaolu pushed the door and walked in. Su Xiaobin had been anxiously staring in the direction of the door. When he saw Jing Xiaolu come in, he quickly stood up and walked over quickly. Vice President Jing, you are here. Please sit down. Su Xiaobin looked a little nervous and shook hands with Jing Xiaolu. They found a table and sat down. President Su, you came very quickly. Sorry to keep you waiting. Jing Xiaolu also had some doubts about Su Xiaobin's attitude. At this moment, her thoughts were somewhat similar to Bao Sanli's previous thoughts. Isn't this Su Xiaobin's appearance too strange? It seems that this matter was not caused by him, and he doesn't understand why. Vice President Jing, how can I not be faster? Su Xiaobin smiled bitterly. After I went back, I planned to sleep. As soon as you called, I rushed over immediately. If there's a problem with this contract, it is a big problem. How can I not be anxious? President Su, what do you mean by this? Why can't I understand? Jing Xiaolu felt more and more baffled. Don't you know what's wrong with this contract? After Su Xiaobin listened to Jing Xiaolu's words, he suddenly said, Vice President Jing, of course, I don't know what's wrong with the contract. If I knew, I wouldn't let the problem happen. Jing Xiaolu looked at Su Xiaobin's eyes and fell into contemplation. Things seem to be more complicated than I thought. Chapter 1363. At this time, the contract between the two parties had been signed and sealed. It could be said that the dust had settled. Even if there was a conspiracy in it, there was no need to hide it. Since he had the courage to tamper with the contract, he was not afraid that the other party would find this problem. Since the other party found out, what was the point of denying it? It was better to be frank and say what was on his mind. Therefore, at this moment, Su Xiaobin's attitude seemed a bit strange. If the trap in this contract was really done by him, then there was no need for him to shirk at this moment. Since he had the courage to do it, it was impossible that he did not have the courage to admit it. The purpose of doing this was to let Jing Xiaolu suffer a loss and achieve the purpose of benefiting the Jiangyan group. If he did not admit it after doing it, didn't it mean that there was really a problem with the contract? Could it be re-signed? President Su, after I called you, didn't you look at the contract? Asked Jing Xiaolu. Vice President Jing, you know that I am just an office manager. For this cooperation, I am only acting as a vanguard in the negotiation. After the contract was signed, it was kept by our lawyer, Lu Luyo. I don't have the contract in my hand. Su Xiaobin smiled bitterly after listening. Vice President Jing, what's wrong with the contract? Su Xiaobin's words did not seem to be false, especially when he mentioned Lu Luyo, which made Jing Xiaolu more suspicious of Lu Luyo. At that time, the actions he showed were inconsistent with a professional lawyer. It was completely like a layman's. However, Jing Xiaolu did not think that Lu Luyo was a layman. What kind of company was the Jiangyan Group? Even if it was a lawyer of a general small company, it was impossible to have this kind of principal problem. President Su, you should look at the contract first. We will talk about it after you finish reading it. Jing Xiaolu handed the copy of the contract to Su Xiaobin. I have marked the problems with a red pen. Su Xiaobin nodded and took the contract. Because Jing Xiaolu said that the problems had been marked, Su Xiaobin did not look at the contract line by line, but mainly looked for the places marked with a red pen in the contract. When he saw the page marked with a red pen, Su Xiaobin immediately raised his spirits, but then a look of surprise appeared on his face. His expression became a little weird. Vice President Jing, this contract, is it what we just signed? Why? President Su has the courage to do it, but he doesn't have the courage to admit it? Jing Xiaolu's heart sank. Could it really have nothing to do with Su Xiaobin? However, on the surface, he still spoke sarcastically. Vice President Jing, this contract is definitely not the one we just signed. Su Xiaobin said firmly. Vice President Jing, where did you get this contract? This contract is the one we signed before. Jing Xiaolu said, I copied it without any changes. I use color printing. You should have seen it. There are also the special seals of our two companies on the side. Su Xiaobin also knew that Jing Xiaolu would not joke about this kind of thing with him. Was there really a problem with the contract? However, that was impossible. She had reviewed the contract herself. Vice President Jing, didn't both of us review this contract several times before signing it? How did it become like this? President Su, since things have already happened, I don't need to beat around the bush with you. Jing Xiaolu sighed. The contract is indeed like this. I don't need to joke about this. President Su, I just want to ask you a question. Did this contract become like this under your instructions? Su Xiaobin's face suddenly changed. He didn't know why the contract became like this, but he thought of Lu Luyo's strange attitude today and how they grasped the signing process tightly without letting him participate. He was shocked. Could it be that Lu Luyo really did something? Vice President Jing, I can guarantee that I definitely didn't do this. Su Xiaobin said quickly. He was clear about the power of Bao Songli behind Jing Xiaolu. Using this method to trick the other party was simply courting death. Then how do you explain this? Jing Xiaolu also believed Su Xiaobin's words at the moment. He had no need to lie at all. I will call our President Lu. Su Xiaobin couldn't make the decision and took out the phone. President Lu? Aren't you fully in charge of this negotiation? Although Jing Xiaolu asked this, she also guessed something in her heart. That was when the contract was signed this time. It seemed that Lu Luyo was Su Xiaobin's person, but it didn't seem to be the case. Vice President Jing, I will tell you the truth. At this time, Su Xiaobin had no way to hide anything. Although I am mainly responsible for this cooperation negotiation, I am just a small office manager. How can the group be assured that I will contact you myself? There are others? Who is President Lu? Lu Jiangyan? Jing Xiaolu frowned. How can the old man, Lu Jiangyan, personally ask about this kind of thing? Su Xiaobin smiled bitterly. This time, Lu Jiangyan's grandnephew, Lu Jifei, is also in charge of the cooperation with me. Lu Luyo and the staff are all his people. I am an office manager, but I am actually a general without an army. What? Lu Jifei. Jing Xiaolu suddenly widened her eyes after hearing Su Xiaobin's words. In an instant, she understood. This conspiracy must be made by Lu Jifei, and the purpose was to target her. After hearing this name, Jing Xiaolu had no doubts about Su Xiaobin because the behind-the-scenes mastermind must be Lu Jifei, the Lu family's young master who wanted to settle accounts with her, but was stopped by Yang Ming. She just didn't expect that Lu Jifei was the grandnephew of the old man, Lu Jiangyan of Haiqing's Lu family. This situation was something that she didn't understand. Why? Vice President Jing, do you know our President Lu? Su Xiaobin saw Jing Xiaolu's strange expression, so he asked. It's nothing. You should ask your President Lu and see what he means. Jing Xiaolu was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but at the same time, she blamed herself. This thing turned out to be because of her. If she hadn't offended Lu Jifei before, there wouldn't be today's incident. I will call President Lu now. Su Xiaobin was also very optimistic about this cooperation. Now that such a thing happened, how could the cooperation still proceed smoothly? Even if it was reluctantly carried out according to the contract, the other party must hate him. It would be strange if they didn't take the opportunity to deal with him. Jing Xiaolu nodded, and Su Xiaobin dialed Lu Jifei's cell phone. Lu Jifei was very refreshed. He didn't expect Wang Lixia to be so cooperative with him. He was so happy that he could go to heaven. Suddenly, he heard a ringtone. Lu Jifei cursed in his heart. Why can't this call come at any other time? Why does it have to come now? He didn't want to pay attention to it, but the phone kept ringing. Lu Jifei was about to explode. Is it not over yet? But even so, he didn't want to answer the phone. Isn't it a joke to answer the phone at this time? Xiaobin, answer the phone first. Is it something important? Wang Lixia was also reluctant, but she was also afraid that Su Xiaobin really had an important call to miss. I don't care. I'll talk about it later. Lu Jifei sped up his sprinting speed. He didn't want to ruin his mood because of the phone call. Feeling the sudden power of Su Xiaobin, Wang Lixia also put the phone ringing behind her and frantically cooperated with Lu Jifei. President Lu is not answering the phone. Su Xiaobin's brows were twisted together. This is a big deal. Why did he suddenly not answer the phone? Not answering the phone? Jing Xiaolu's heart became heavier. It seemed that this matter was most likely related to Lu Jifei. So, Vice President Jing, I will go back first. I will find President Lu and ask clearly. Su Xiaobin said, You can rest assured that I have great enthusiasm for this cooperation. I will not do anything that violates principles and business ethics. I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Then, I will believe you. Jing Xiaolu could only say so. In fact, she had already felt it in her heart. Since the contract was signed, the possibility of re-signing it was not high, especially after knowing that Lu Jifei's shadow was behind this. Jing Xiaolu was even more desperate. Lu Jifei had a grudge with her. He finally seized this opportunity to mess with her. How could he let it go so easily? Chapter 1364. From a matter of Lu Jifei going to school to find Jing Xiaolu, it showed that Lu Jifei was a vengeful person. Lu Jifei did not get any benefits at school because of Yang Ming, but he would definitely not give up. She just didn't know how he found out about her relationship with Yang Ming and used this contract trap to set her up. She believed that it was impossible to make Lu Jifei compromise with normal peaceful means. The contract was signed, and Lu Jifei had achieved his purpose of setting her up. Jing Xiaolu didn't believe that Lu Jifei would still admit to the previous contract at this time. This problematic contract would probably become the final contract. Lu Jifei would definitely be happy to see this final contract take effect. However, even if Lu Luyo was Lu Jifei's person, what means did he use to change this contract into what it was now? Even though she now knew that Lu Jifei was the behind-the-scenes mastermind of the whole thing, Jing Xiaolu still couldn't figure out how he changed the contract that she and Wang Hongxia had reviewed several times into the current contract. It was just too weird. If Jing Xiaolu wasn't an atheist, she would wonder if there were ghosts in this world at this moment. Su Xiaobin was also very anxious in his heart. He didn't dare to delay at all. After making another copy of the contract in Jing Xiaolu's hand, he hurriedly left the Huihai Business Club. After Su Xiaobin left, Jing Xiaolu stood up and walked to the corner where Bao Sanli was. How is it? Xiaolu, is he playing tricks? Bao Sanli saw Jing Xiaolu coming over, got up and asked. Jing Xiaolu shook her head. It should have nothing to do with him. He didn't play tricks. Not him. Then, did the contract change itself? Bao Sanli was stunned after hearing it, and he suddenly wondered. It should be Lu Luyo who did it, and Lu Luyo is not Su Xiaobin's person. Jing Xiaolu sat in the chair opposite Bao Sanli and explained, Su Xiaobin is just the manager of the Jiangyan Group's office in Songjiang. In the Jiangyan Group's cooperation delegation, he is not the one who has the final say. Instead, he is pushed to the front. Behind him, there is a child of the Lu family named Lu Jifei. Is this Lu Jifei playing tricks? He instructed Lu Luyo to tamper with the contract? Bao Sanli wasn't stupid. He immediately understood what Jing Xiaolu meant. It should be like this. Jing Xiaolu nodded and said, President Bao, I'm sorry. I have caused trouble for the company. Sorry? What are you sorry for? Bao Sanli was stunned and said, Xiaolu, this time we signed a contract together. I also have to take the primary responsibility. This is not your fault alone. President Bao, I'm not talking about this. Jing Xiaolu waved her hand and sighed secretly. That Lu Jifei is targeting me. Against you? You know that Lu Jifei? When Bao Sanli heard that Lu Jifei was targeting Jing Xiaolu, his face suddenly looked a little weird. Do you have a conflict? I've offended him before. Jing Xiaolu didn't hide it. A few days ago, he took one of his men, named Li Zhan, to the school to find me. He wanted to retaliate against me, but Yang Ming happened to be there at the time and helped me out. I believe that after he left, he must have been unwilling. He investigated the company I was in. Perhaps he also knew that the company belonged to Yang Ming, so he came up with such a revenge plan. It turned out to be like this. Bao Sanli was shocked. It seems that the other party has been planning for a long time. We also investigated the background of the Jiangyan group in advance. Their old man, Lu Jiangyan, also has the surname Lu, but who would have thought that the person you met was actually related to the Jiangyan group? Yeah, I didn't expect it. I thought that the other party was an insignificant person. It seems that I was careless. Jing Xiaolu said, This time I have brought losses to the company. I will try my best to solve this matter. What losses? These have to wait for Brother Yang to come back and make a decision. Bao Sanli listened to Jing Xiaolu's words. He was afraid that she would do something extreme, so he quickly said, You should not provoke that Lu Feiji first. I will find someone to warn him and see his attitude. It's not Lu Feiji, it's Lu Jifei. Jing Xiaolu smiled bitterly. President Bao, I'm afraid this matter is not so easy to handle. Since Lu Jifei dares to do this, he may have the support of Lu Jiangyan behind him. Bao Sanli nodded after listening to Jing Xiaolu's words. That's right. In this case, you can't take the risk. If something happens to you, how can I explain it to Brother Yang? Jing Xiaolu thought about it. This matter was really not something that could be solved with her own strength. At least, Lu Jifei would not easily let go. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu's mood was a little gloomy. It seemed that the only thing she could do now was to wait for the result from Su Xiaobin's side. Although she knew that Su Xiaobin's words would not change Lu Jifei, at least she could know the whole story. Su Xiaobin couldn't find Lu Jifei, so he could only return to the office first and contact Lu Jifei again. Because he had something on his mind, Su Xiaobin's car was a little fast. It didn't take long for him to return to the door of the office. Su Xiaobin took out the key and prepared to open the door of the office. But just as he wanted to open the door, he saw that the door of the office was slightly open. It was not locked. Su Xiaobin was shocked. This is impossible. When I left, I locked the door of the office, and I even pulled it twice to make sure that there was no problem before leaving. Because Wang Lixia was not wearing clothes inside, Su Xiaobin was particularly serious at the time. It was impossible to make such a mistake of forgetting to lock the door. Did Wang Lixia get up and open the door by herself? However, Su Xiaobin denied this idea. This was absolutely impossible because when he was not at home, the office was usually locked. Wang Lixia didn't understand these business matters. Even if someone came to the door, Wang Lixia wouldn't pay attention to it. Moreover, even if Wang Lixia opened the door, it was impossible for her not to lock it. Right? At the very least, she should close the door. On this cold day, leaving a gap in the door, isn't she waiting to die from the cold? Thinking of this, Su Xiaobin felt that something was wrong. His heart tightened. Could something have happened? Su Xiaobin put his ear on the door outside and listened to the movement inside. He didn't dare to be rash, fearing that there would be bad people breaking in. However, after listening for a while, he didn't find any unusual sounds. So Su Xiaobin carefully opened the door and quickly looked inside. The result disappointed him that there was no one inside. The office was empty. There was no one at all. Then, why is this door open? Su Xiaobin was slightly stunned. He suddenly remembered that the door of the inner room couldn't be locked. Su Xiaobin was shocked. He ran to the small door of the inner room and reached out to push the door open. Wang Lixia is inside. She is not wearing clothes, and the door is open. Will something happen to her? However, when Su Xiaobin's hand touched the small door, he heard a very strange sound coming from the inner room through the small door. Su Xiaobin was stunned. He was familiar with this sound. It was Wang Lixia's moaning sound. Su Xiaobin's face changed instantly. What the hell is this Wang Lixia doing? Could it be that she couldn't wait and solved it with her hands first? However, even if she solved it with her hands, there's no need to open the door wide, right? However, Su Xiaobin also thought of another possibility in an instant. That was, Wang Lixia wouldn't be cheating on him at home, right? Thinking of this situation, Su Xiaobin's face became more gloomy. He really had the urge to break the door, but he thought that he hadn't figured out the facts yet. What if it was really just Wang Lixia alone? So, Su Xiaobin resisted the urge to kick the small door open. He carefully leaned against the crack of the door and looked inside. He suddenly saw a scene that made him angry. Lu Jifei actually did that kind of thing with his girlfriend, Wang Lixia, in bed. Moreover, the posture was still a way that he wanted to try, but had never tried before. Wang Lixia was actually very conservative in her bones. Su Xiaobin was her first man. Although they had lived together for several years, they still used more traditional postures when they were intimate. Su Xiaobin knew Wang Lixia's character, so he didn't force her to do anything. But now, she and Lu Jifei were actually using such extraordinary movements, which made Su Xiaobin have the urge to kill this adulterous couple. Su Xiaobin only felt that his heart seemed to be slammed by a sledgehammer, making him weak. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.